global temperatures continued to plummet, showing no signs of stopping. A man, bundled in heavy winter clothing, stood amidst a snow-covered city. But he urged others not to give up hope, assuring them that the government had not forgotten them and that together, they would overcome this crisis. He looked towards the sky, a determined expression on his face, as he silently resolved to face the challenges ahead. Images of a fierce, icy storm flashed before his eyes. Then, a sudden, urgent cry pierced the silence, "Han Feng!" The cry echoed through a dimly lit, cluttered room, where Han Feng was seen struggling against an unseen force. A young woman with blonde hair and striking purple eyes emerged from the shadows, her expression a mix of concern and determination. A blonde woman, her face partially obscured, looked down at Han Feng, who lay injured on the ground. She whispered his name, Han Feng. He looked up at her, his expression a mixture of confusion and pain. He asked, "Hyona? What are you doing here?" Hyona urged him to come inside, warning him that it was dangerous outside. He followed her into a dilapidated building, where they shared a passionate kiss. The sound effects Manhwa and HMN accompanied the scene. The kiss continued, intense and lingering. Han Feng, surprised, pulled away slightly. Han Feng questioned Hyona's sudden affection, pointing out that she kissed him the second he opened the door. Hyona responded that she realized she truly loved him. She explained that crises reveal true colors, and that she would always be there for him, no matter what. She offered to prove her sincerity by letting him feel her heartbeat. Hyona declared her willingness to do anything with him now. Han Feng, still somewhat stunned, questioned her declaration, "Anything?" Hyona, openly affectionate, pulled Han Feng close, silencing him with a tender kiss. She whispered, Don't say another word, just close your eyes for me, okay?" Han Feng, confused yet touched, complied. My eyes are closed." "Now what?" Suddenly, a monstrous figure emerged from the shadows, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Han Feng reacted instantly, smashing the creature with a powerful blow. The impact sent shockwaves through the air, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Observers gasped, "Why you killed him?" Another voice countered, "Don't even try to play innocent. You knew he had to go down. You knew it." Amidst the chaos, a bystander observed, "The world went to hell a long time ago. Clutching at straws to feed isn't going to change anything. Let's see what this chump was hoarding. If we play our cards right, we might survive until someone rescues us." A hand, bloodied and lifeless, lay on the ground, a grim reminder of the harsh reality. Han Feng lay on the ground, his body riddled with wounds. He felt the cold grip of death closing in, his thoughts drifting to the finality of his situation. As he wondered if this was truly the end, Hyona stood over him, her expression unreadable, but a hint of concern flickered in her eyes. She spoke to him, her words a mixture of concern and something else. A subtle hint of something more. Han Feng, despite his pain, felt a surge of resentment, blaming her for his predicament. But even as he did, a warm light began to emanate from within him. A light that filled him with a sense of wonder and hope. He reached out, drawn to its warmth, questioning if this could be the path to heaven. As his hand touched the light, however, something unexpected happened. His hand transformed, becoming imbued with the same radiant energy. He felt a surge of power, a newfound strength coursing through his veins. And with a roar, he unleashed a wave of energy, a powerful blast that shook the very ground beneath him. A blinding flash of light and energy engulfed Han Feng, the intense radiance obscuring all details within a chaotic swirl of color, leaving only a disorienting blur in its wake. Han Feng awoke disoriented, gasping for breath, his mind reeling from the experience. "Where am I?" he wondered aloud. He found himself in a familiar bedroom, sunlight streaming through the window. He sat up, his body aching but strangely invigorated. 30 minutes later, he looked out the window at the city skyline, a sense of unease settling over him. Feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin, a stark contrast to the cold he'd recently endured, he murmured, "So warm. I thought I'd never feel warmth again. He checked the date, June 28th. The apocalypse, he recalled, had begun on July 15th. I was supposed to be dead, but I've come back in time, half a month before the apocalypse, which means, he realized, a dawning understanding in his eyes. Han Feng awoke with a start, exclaiming, I've been reborn. But something felt different. A strange red glow emanated from his right hand. A warmth that didn't hurt, but was unusual. He initially dismissed it as a figment of his imagination. Suddenly, the glow changed. The red faded, replaced by a vibrant green. And the green glow intensified, expanding rapidly. Han Feng's eyes widened in surprise. It was getting bigger. A sudden burst of energy caused him to stumble back. He steadied himself, the green glow still emanating from his hand, now smaller but persistent. Han Feng stared at his hand, bewildered. Beams of light shot out from his palm. He wondered how science could possibly explain this. Han Feng observed a green light emanating from his hand, noting its erratic shrinking and growing behavior, unlike the red light he'd previously experienced. A phenomenon that left him feeling completely drained. He wondered if the green light was the cause of his sudden exhaustion. Frustrated and bewildered by the strange green energy, Han Feng exclaimed, "Damn it! What the hell is this thing?" A narration appears on the page. The protagonist is always reborn, with cheat-like powers. The green energy coalesced around a kitchen knife Han Feng held, imbuing it with power. He marveled at his newfound ability, but his amazement was short-lived. As pangs of hunger overwhelmed him, he muttered, "I'm starving." Han Feng checked his empty refrigerator, realizing the severity of his situation. He thought, "This is bad. If I don't eat something soon, I'm gonna pass out." Han Feng, exhausted and hungry, opened his refrigerator, hoping to find something to eat. He found a jar of roasted soybeans, leftover snacks from before the apocalypse. Not exactly a full meal, he thought, but it'll do for now. I'll better hit up the supermarket later. He began to eat the soybeans. As he did, a green glow emanated from his hand. The green energy extended, seemingly manipulating the soybeans themselves. He felt a strange energy surge through him as he ate. Suddenly, the soybeans in his hand sprouted into small, vibrant green plants. What the? Are those the soybeans? Han Feng examined the plants, a look of surprise and wonder on his face. He felt invigorated, the exhaustion had vanished. I don't feel tired anymore. He noticed the green glow was gone. The green light is gone too? Did it have something to do with the soybeans? He carefully examined one of the sprouted soybeans, noticing its unusual growth and vitality. Han Feng, no longer exhausted, held a bean sprout in his hands, a look of wonder on his face. It's a bean sprout, he exclaimed, marveling at the small plant that had inexplicably sprouted before him. He realized the significance of his discovery. What an incredible discovery! I need to study it more, he mused, but then a more pressing concern crossed his mind. But right now, I have bigger fish to fry. I need to stock up on supplies before the world ends. Amidst the bustling city crowd, Han Feng recounted his experience. Okay, so, let me get this straight. First, there was a red glow around my hand, then it turned green. The green glow shrinks and grows, making my heart beat faster and I feel super tired. Then, I touched the soybeans with my glowing hand and it became a bean sprout. A wave of confusion washed over him. Ugh, what kind of power is this? Later, while seemingly lost in thought, Han Feng was approached by a woman. Han Feng. The woman, whose name is not yet revealed, expressed surprise at the unexpected encounter. Han Feng, what a coincidence. Are you out shopping too? Li Hyona, a woman with long blonde hair and a kind smile, appeared before Han Feng. She expressed her surprise at their unexpected encounter, commenting that it felt like fate. Han Feng, startled by her sudden presence, reacted with a mixture of shock and recognition, his eyes widening as he exclaimed her name. Han Feng's thoughts drifted to Li Hyona, the woman he had secretly admired for 3 years. He reflected on his efforts to please her, even acknowledging his own position as merely a backup option in her life. He stood amidst a bustling city street, his expression grim. A sudden, chilling realization washed over him: his devotion to Lee Hyuna had inadvertently put his life in danger. Prompting a surge of self-preservation, he reminded himself that revenge would have to wait. Securing supplies was his immediate priority. Suddenly, Lee Hyuna appeared, calling out his name. Han Feng, startled, momentarily forgot his worries. He quickly recovered his composure, offering a compliment to her beauty before admitting to being momentarily distracted. Lee Hyuna responded with playful surprise, commenting on how much smoother he had become. Lee Hyuna, playfully surprised to see Han Feng, suggested they go shopping together. Han Feng, slightly flustered, politely declined her invitation, stating he couldn't today. Lee Hyuna, slightly taken aback, questioned his refusal, suspecting his true intentions. She expressed her suspicion that he was trying to avoid her, implying he was using her as a personal ATM. Han Feng, now alone in the nearly deserted Waldemar shopping plaza, reflected on the past, recalling how the store had been completely looted during the Ice Age. He resolved to stock up on supplies before the next apocalypse. Han Feng checked his phone, a thoughtful expression on his face. He had a much bigger problem than he anticipated. His current balance was 15,357.50. He exclaimed in frustration, unsure of what to do with such a small amount. He then received a message on his phone. A loan offer from Money Jar Loans. The message stated that his credit evaluation had been approved, and he was eligible for a loan of up to 168,000 yuan. Han Feng was surprised; he had completely forgotten about applying for a loan. Han Feng considered his options, his eyes scanning the various financial apps on his phone. He concluded that there were plenty of ways to obtain a loan, and he wouldn't need to worry about repaying it after the apocalypse. Meanwhile, Lee Hyuna angrily kicked a small object across the ground. She muttered to herself, expressing her annoyance at Han Feng's refusal of her invitation. Lee Hyuna's frustration grew as she considered Han Feng to be just one of her many admirers who dared to refuse her. Lee Hyuna, furious at Han Feng's earlier rejection, confronted him from her car, shouting, "A pathetic loser who doesn't even own a car. Don't expect me to be nice to you ever again." She honked her horn aggressively. As Han Feng, surprised, recognized her. "Oh, if it isn't Hyuna." He was unloading boxes from his new truck. Hyuna asked, "Is this car yours?" Han Feng replied, "Yeah, just got it." He explained that his father had sent him money from his business trip in the US, and he'd just dropped his father off at the airport. Hyuna's expression softened slightly as she processed this information. "Oh, you were taking your father to the airport today." She apologized for her earlier outburst and admitted, "I'm sorry for asking you to go shopping with me without knowing. You were so cold earlier." Hyuna confessed her suspicions, "I thought maybe you were ditching your friend." Han Feng, slightly embarrassed but relieved, smiled gently at Hyuna. "Silly girl." He continued, his voice softening, "Why would I ever ditch you, Hyuna? You're way too important to me." Hyuna's face flushed, her earlier anger replaced by shame and affection. She confessed, "You know, you're pretty special to me too, Han Feng." She proposed, "How about, we have dinner and watch a movie today? I want to get to know you better. What do you think?" Han Feng, slightly surprised by the sudden shift in mood, looked at Hyuna's excited expression as she pointed towards his new car, laden with packages. He muttered to himself, "Man, I still have to carry all these things up, so busy, so busy." Hyuna noticed the numerous packages and exclaimed, eh? You buy so much stuff?" Han Feng chuckled, "Nothing special, just some stuff I like." "Oh, right. I got you a present too." Hyuna, pleased, smiled warmly. She responded, "Well then, I'll look forward to it, I'm heading home." Han Feng, carefully concealing a large box, thinks to himself that he can't let anyone find out about his stockpile of supplies. It's his ticket to surviving the apocalypse. A shadowy figure appears before Han Feng, grinning menacingly and wielding a spear. The figure taunts Han Feng, saying to wait until the world ends to see what's coming, especially for the one who helped kill him. But Han Feng, unfazed, reveals a sinister smile and declares that he is actually looking forward to the apocalypse. A digital clock displays the date, June 29th. On-screen text reveals that July 15th will mark the beginning of a catastrophic event, heavy snow and temperatures plummeting to -20 degrees Celsius. Over the next month, temperatures will continue to drop, reaching lows of -70 degrees Celsius, encasing the world in ice and snow, making it impossible to go outside. Han Feng is seen among several people stocking up on food supplies. Han Feng emphasizes the need to stockpile enough food and ensure it's properly packed and sealed to avoid suspicion from his neighbors. Han Feng moves sensitive supplies himself at night when no one is around. The panel shows him carrying boxes into his apartment, surrounded by various supplies, including a first aid kit. After the apocalypse, the power grid will be extremely unstable. Han Feng explains that he has a generator with enough fuel to last for at least a year. Anticipating the apocalyptic event, Han Feng initiated preparations to secure his home. He planned to modify his house's heating system for independent functionality and reinforce the doors and windows while he was at it. Han Feng also established a dedicated storage room for his supplies, meticulously organizing his stockpile of food, fuel, and other essentials. By July 14th, just one day before the predicted temperature plummet, he had completed his preparations. Han Feng contemplated the challenges of surviving the coming Ice Age apocalypse. His stockpiled supplies would not be enough. His only hope lay in his ability to manipulate plants. He ate a plate of soybeans he had grown himself using his ability, but noted that the activation of his power remained unpredictable. He tasted the soybeans, finding them palatable. Finishing his meal, Han Feng confirmed that his ability could indeed produce food. Han Feng, still grappling with his newfound plant manipulation abilities, pondered his next steps. He visualized two glowing, spectral hands, one red and one green, mirroring his own. Reflecting on his limited experimentation thus far, having only tested his powers on soybeans, he resolved to expand his testing to other plants, hoping to better understand the scope of his abilities. But his attempt to cultivate other vegetables resulted in a chaotic explosion of growth and decay in his kitchen. A surge of energy leaving him exhausted and disoriented as he looked out at the city from his apartment window. The exertion causing him intense physical discomfort. He slumped to the floor, overwhelmed by the physical and mental strain. Despite the setback, Han Feng found a measure of success. He had learned something crucial about his power's limitations and its physical toll, but he had also successfully grown and consumed soybeans, proving its potential for food production. Before losing consciousness, Han Feng experimented with his power on various plants. Some plants showed no reaction to his power, while others, like the soybeans, grew from seeds into full-grown plants. However, some plants reacted explosively, transforming into a light, coal-like substance after the explosion. Han Feng discovered that this black substance could be used as fuel for heating. He felt relieved, no longer needing to worry about staying warm. Despite further attempts, Han Feng's success rate remained inconsistent and unpredictable. He struggled to control his breathing and focus his power, resulting in another uncontrolled growth spurt of a broccoli. Han Feng, exhausted and frustrated, sat at his kitchen table, holding a head of broccoli. He muttered to himself, "I can't find any patterns at all. There's gotta be some kind of principle behind how this ability works. But at least I have some understanding of the activating conditions. The key lies in my consciousness." Han Feng closed his eyes, visualizing himself in a lush forest. He imagined himself as one with nature, surrounded by animals, feeling a deep connection to the natural world. He opened his eyes, a smile spreading across his face as he realized the connection between his powers and his state of mind. He tested his powers again, focusing on the connection to nature. A green energy emanated from his hands. This time, he decided to try it on meat. He placed his hands over a piece of raw meat, but there was no reaction. Disappointed, he muttered, "Don't tell me it only works on plants?" Han Feng, frustrated with his still developing abilities, urged his powers to work their magic on a piece of meat. But to no avail. His attempts yielded no results. While meditating, however, he sensed two distinct colors, a revelation he hadn't yet explored. He decided to test the red light he sensed during meditation. Han Feng held the meat, preparing to focus his energy. He channeled the red light, causing the meat to react violently, resulting in a grotesque, pulsating mass that disgusted him. The meat's reaction to the red light was unexpected and unsettling, leaving Han Feng both disturbed and intrigued. Han Feng, intrigued yet disturbed, questioned the nature of the red light he'd sensed during meditation. He wondered if its only effect was to heat things up, but quickly dismissed that notion. The red light, he realized, was capable of far more than simple heating. It was a process of disintegration. He demonstrated this by causing a piece of meat to disintegrate before his eyes, leaving him both amazed and slightly horrified. "No way," he exclaimed. Han Feng then reflected on the contrast between the green light, which he associated with the evolution of matter, and the red light, which caused disintegration. He hypothesized that the two were opposites. Driven by curiosity, he decided to combine both energies. He focused his intent, merging the green and red lights in his hands, resulting in a powerful, explosive burst of yellow energy. "Whoa!" he shouted in surprise. The unexpected result of this fusion was a dramatic increase in the size of the meat he was holding. The meat got bigger, he wondered aloud. He then noticed that the soybeans he'd been holding had vanished. He realized, with a mix of astonishment and confusion, that they had merged with the meat. Han Feng held a large piece of meat, his expression one of focused determination. He muttered to himself, "One more time." His previous attempts had ended in failure, as evidenced by the scattered remains of food and utensils on the floor. "Come on! Why? Why did they all fail?" he exclaimed in frustration. Defeated, Han Feng slumped to the ground, muttering, "Forget it. I'll take my time to figure that out later." A change in his demeanor. Han Feng stood, a confident smirk playing on his lips. He held out his hands, one glowing green, the other red, visualizing wheat, broccoli, and a piece of meat. He declared, "Productive." In a moment of playful fantasy, Han Feng imagined himself as a triumphant superhero, standing atop a snowy peak, a self-satisfied grin on his face. He thought, "Sweet." Reality crashed back as he realized his vulnerability. A handgun lay on the floor, but he was surrounded by food, and he knew it wouldn't protect him. "Wait a second, food's not gonna cut it. I'm completely defenseless out here." He frantically searched through a box of vegetables, his urgency growing. "I gotta hurry and find myself a weapon before the temperatures go down." His search led him outside, where he spotted something in the distance. "It's here!" Han Feng walked through the city at night, a sense of urgency weighing on him. He muttered to himself, "It's really happening." His thoughts turned to self-defense. He considered obtaining a firearm but quickly dismissed the idea. Buying guns was illegal, and he lacked the necessary connections. He muttered to himself, "Hey, I'm in construction, millions riding on every project." Han Feng encountered a man with an exaggerated fashion style, who offered him a cigarette. The man mentioned knowing someone powerful. "You know Lao Wang from the Shigang Lida group? He's practically my big brother." The man continued, "These cigarettes were also given to me by my big brother." Han Feng reflected on Brotherly, a man reputed to manage contracting projects and possess extensive local connections. Brotherly, while seemingly always busy despite lacking a formal job, offered Han Feng a cigarette, initiating a conversation, during which he boasted about recently completing a 20 million deal and another 10 million deal needing his assistance. Observing Brotherly, Han Feng considered that he might possess the connections needed to obtain what he sought. Later, a chance encounter occurred between Han Feng and Brotherly, who recognized Han Feng from a previous meeting. Brotherly, preoccupied with work, asked what Han Feng needed. Han Feng, feeling guilty, hesitated before explaining his request. Brother Li, concerned, warned Han Feng against illegal activities, emphasizing the seriousness of firearms. Han Feng explained that his request was for self-defense, stemming from a personal grudge. Han Feng recounted an incident where an older man spat on him while he was cycling, leading to a confrontation and subsequent assault by the man. The next day, the man and his accomplices ambushed Han Feng, severely beating him. Han Feng, deeply humiliated by the events, stressed his need for a weapon for self-protection. Brother Li, upon hearing the full story, expressed his disgust at the older man's actions. Brother Li offered his immediate assistance to Han Feng. Brother Li, showing his support for Han Feng, declared, "I'll make a call to my big brother right now. Let's do this." Brother Li, while driving, explained to Han Feng, "If it weren't for my Panamera being serviced, I'd drive you there myself." They arrived at Brother Li's destination. Brother Li, reassuring Han Feng, said, "Don't worry about it, I got my car." Han Feng, surprised by the vehicle, asked about the cost. Brother Li responded that it was around 700,000, adding, "Not bad, pretty good deal, actually." Brother Li, while driving, checked his phone and directed Han Feng, "Turn left at the next intersection." Brother Li posted a selfie on social media, commenting that his new SUV was still too hard to sit in. The scene shifts to a city street at night, where several individuals huddle around a small fire, commenting on the sudden change in weather from summer to winter. As the group around the fire notices someone approaching, one of them remarks, "Someone's here." Han Feng and Brother Li arrived at a meeting place, where several men were gathered around a small fire. Brother Li was greeted by the others, who inquired about his presence. He explained that he had business with Boss Lu, and casually mentioned his new car, a Tiger SUV, purchased for 7 million. The others expressed their astonishment at the vehicle's cost. Han Feng observed Brother Li's bold claim of ownership over the expensive vehicle. They arrived at Boss Lu's establishment, a lavish building with an imposing sign. Boss Lu, a stern-looking man with tattoos, confronted Brother Li, demanding an explanation for his late-night visit. Inside, Brother Li explained to Boss Lu that Han Feng wished to purchase a firearm. Boss Lu, initially dismissive, demanded to know what was being offered. Brother Li relayed Han Feng's request for a gun to Boss Lu, who reacted with surprise. Han Feng's expression showed his anticipation, while Boss Lu's reaction indicated his disappointment with the seemingly unimpressive request, considering it a lousy gun and far less interesting than he had anticipated. Han Feng, through Brother Li, requested a firearm from Boss Lu. Boss Lu, initially agreeing, presented a handgun for 6,000. But Han Feng, unimpressed, specified his need for a weapon with a scope. Boss Lu, visibly irritated, reacted with disdain to the request for a sniper rifle, expressing disbelief at the audacity of the request and the implication that his establishment was a general store. Brother Li attempted to intercede, explaining the urgency and the underlying reason for Han Feng's unusual request, revealing a personal matter involving Boss Lu's wife and children, which greatly angered Boss Lu. Despite his anger, Boss Lu, after hearing Brother Li's explanation, agreed to provide the sniper rifle, albeit with some grumbling. And Brother Li quickly secured the weapon and ammunition for Han Feng, completing the transaction within minutes. Boss Lu, a man with a stern expression and numerous tattoos, hesitates before handing Han Feng a handgun. Han Feng, his face etched with worry, accepts the weapon. Brother Li explains to Han Feng that a contact of his, connected to the government, warned him of impending supply restrictions due to abnormal weather. Han Feng, understanding the gravity of the situation, looks serious. Boss Lu, after hearing Brother Li's explanation, grunts in agreement and allows the transaction to proceed. Brother Li, pleased with the successful exchange, boasts about his smooth handling of the situation. While Han Feng, grateful for the assistance, promises to reciprocate by buying Brother Li cigarettes. Han Feng reflects on his preparedness for potential apocalyptic scenarios, feeling more secure with his newly acquired weapon and plans to focus on improving his abilities. A figure, seemingly pursued, hurtled through a snowy alleyway. A sudden, powerful blow sent him sprawling onto the icy ground. His pursuer, a blond man in a stylish coat, watched with a mixture of concern and amusement. The blond man approached the fallen figure, asking if he was all right. The injured man groaned, clutching his leg, stating that he thought it was broken. The injured man asked his companion to take him to the hospital, but the blond man revealed he didn't have a driver's license. Despite this setback, the blond man offered to help his friend walk to the hospital, supporting him as they made their way out of the alley. Ultimately, they decided to take a taxi instead, with the blond man offering to pay. The scene shifts to a hospital office, where a nurse is seen preparing for her night shift. The snow fell heavier, blanketing the city in a thick layer of white. Inside the hospital, a nurse sat at her desk, her brow furrowed in concentration as she worked. A sudden call disrupted her focus. She picked up the phone, her expression shifting to one of urgency as she listened. "Head nurse. Please come to the hall. We are short-staffed," the voice on the other end said. With a sharp nod, she responded, "MHM. Yes. Right away," and hung up, already rising to her feet. A young man, his leg in a cast, sat opposite a doctor. The doctor explained, "There is a stable fracture on your right tibia. I'll set it. You'll need to stay for an hour for observation. After that you can grab your meds." He sat alone, contemplating his injury. Of all times, it had to happen just before the apocalypse. His older brother arrived, saying, "Your big brother has to go. I've got a few deals to handle. Call me if you need anything. Take care, bro." The hospital was overflowing with patients, victims of accidents, plummeting temperatures, and a multi-car pileup on Highway 102, a grim testament to the worsening conditions outside. He sat in the waiting area, wondering how long it would take to receive his medication. When a young head nurse approached a group of nurses. "Head nurse Jean, we've finished cleaning bed 5's wounds. Could you take a look?" She checked the patient's vitals. Vitals are stable. Administer another dose of glucose in 10 minutes. The young man, still recovering from his leg injury, observed head nurse Jean. He thought to himself, "She's really pretty." His thoughts continued, though he admitted to himself, but way too clueless. Meanwhile, an older man approached the nurse's station, politely asking, "Excuse me, head nurse?" The head nurse, though busy, apologized for the short staffing and promised to return shortly to help. The older man explained that his back had suddenly started hurting, a problem that had been worsening lately. He asked the nurse to examine him. The head nurse agreed to take a look, but stated that an X-ray would be needed to be certain of the cause. She began her examination, but in her haste, she accidentally hit the wrong spot. "Oops, I think it's a bit lower." The older man yelped in pain as the nurse's examination caused him to fall from the chair with a loud bang. A young man confronted an older man, demanding he return his phone. The older man, seemingly unfazed, retorted that he had caught the young man in a compromising situation and intended to post the evidence online. The young man, holding the phone, showed a picture of the older man's inappropriate actions. The older man, enraged, cursed as he fled the scene. The young man watched him go, then turned to see head nurse Jean rushing past. She was clearly flustered, and the young man noted her distracted state. He mused on the naivete of some people. Then, he approached head nurse Jean, showing her the compromising photo he had taken. She was shocked and embarrassed, and the young man offered her the choice of reporting the incident to the authorities or deleting the image. He also expressed concern for her safety, advising her to be more cautious. Head nurse Jean, still flustered, thanked him and revealed that she had injured her ankle. The scene ends with a loud scream. The young man finished bandaging head nurse Jean's ankle. "There," he stated, his tone gentle. Head nurse Jean smiled, wincing slightly. All done, it doesn't hurt now, right?" she said, trying to sound cheerful. The young man replied, "Thank you. It doesn't hurt at all." Head nurse Jean insisted, "I should be the one thanking you. You won't let that bad guy get away anymore." She then added, "Right. Just try to be more aware of your surroundings, okay? The young man, however, retorted, "You are not aware at all." Suddenly, another nurse called out, "Head nurse! We need you over here." Head nurse Jean responded, "All right." News reports announced an unexpected severe cold snap, advising citizens to heed disaster warnings and follow local government instructions. While inside his home, the older brother relaxed on the couch, nursing a glass of wine, his ankle bandaged. He was unconcerned, dismissing the government's warnings as typical. He scoffed at the government's attempts to control panic, recalling his past experiences with similar events. He declared that this time, he was prepared. He confirmed that his supplies were fully stocked, his house was reinforced, and the heating system was functioning perfectly. He felt no need to worry about survival for now. A flurry of messages appeared on his phone, showing residents of his housing complex discussing the unprecedented snowfall in Egypt and the plummeting temperatures. Suddenly, a mysterious message interrupted the chat, warning of an impending ice age apocalypse. The older brother was shocked and questioned the source of this information. The older brother, his expression a mixture of surprise and concern, stared at his phone. A message from an unknown sender, identified only as mysterious person, warned him of an impending ice age apocalypse. The message continued, emphasizing that this was no ordinary snowstorm, and that the catastrophic event was about to begin. Residents of the Happy Housing Complex, meanwhile, took to their online group chat to complain about the heavy snowfall, expressing their frustration with the impassable roads and the inability to reach the supermarket for supplies. One resident, particularly concerned, noted the extreme cold and the potential for the snowstorm to last for an extended period, urging others to go to the supermarket immediately before it was too late. The scene shifted to the Happy Housing Complex's common area, where residents, many anthropomorphic animals, gathered, agitated and demanding answers from the property management, who apologized for their inability to clear the snow due to its severity. The residents, unsatisfied, demanded refunds. Han Feng, observing the scene, internally commented on the futility of the situation, recognizing the snowstorm as something beyond human control. Amidst the chaos of the ongoing snowstorm, a voice cuts through the frustrated shouts of the Happy Housing Complex residents. "Everyone, stop fighting." The words come from Jiang Shueo, owner of Unit June 1, 1204. Jiang Shueo continues, explaining that the snowstorm is so severe that even if they clear the roads, the snow will pile up again in a few hours. He points out that instead of fighting, if everyone had helped clear the roads, they would have been able to go out long ago. The residents, however, remain unconvinced and question his motives. Some residents question whether he is part of the property management, given his apparent defense of their inaction. Jiang Shueo clarifies that he is speaking objectively and realistically, not on behalf of the property management. He emphasizes that pressuring the property management is pointless, the problem is beyond their control. The residents, still frustrated, demand to know what they should do. Jiang Shueo suggests walking instead of driving to the supermarket, as driving is impossible in the current conditions. He offers to help clear the footpaths if the residents agree to cooperate. A flashback shows Han Feng observing Jiang Shueo, commenting on how different he is from his previous life, where he was a very lively person. The scene returns to the present, with Jiang Shueo's suggestion met with mixed reactions. He firmly states that those who want to help clear the road should do so, while those who don't should remain silent. An official announcement flashes across a screen. Please pay attention to the new forecasts from the meteorological department regarding the snowstorm. The Happy Housing Complex residents, still reeling from the earlier chaos, read the update with renewed concern. Jiang Shueo, ever pragmatic, declares, "Quickly clear the roads. I still need to accompany my good brother to discuss business worth a few million." Han Feng observes Jiang Shueo, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muses to himself, "She's very similar to someone I know." Several residents volunteer to help clear the roads, their reasons varying from a need for supplies to a desire to contribute. One resident exclaims, "Count me in. I am running out of food. I need to buy a few days' worth." Another resident, despite feeling weak, expresses their determination, I will go too. But my strength is slightly weak, heh. A third resident, despite a recent illness, decides to follow Jiang Shui's example, although I have had the flu these past 2 days, Brother Jiang has set an example. I will also go down to help. Han Feng is surprised by this unexpected display of selflessness. Oh? She's actually going too? Another resident voices concern for one of the weaker volunteers. There are so many men here, how can we let Hyan go? You should just stay home, rest well and recuperate. Han Feng, comfortably lounging on a sofa with his leg in a cast, scrolled through his phone. A text message appeared, prompting a thought, regarding putting on an act, Hyena is really good at it. He checked a message from Li Hyena. The screen showed a series of messages from her, expressing impatience and requesting that he contact her. The messages continued, with Li Hyena asking Han Feng to pick up groceries from the supermarket on his way to see her. Han Feng considered her request, a picture of Li Hyena in a cat-eared headband appearing on his screen. He pondered how to respond. A selfie of Li Hyena, looking cute and cozy in a sweater, appeared on the screen. Han Feng chuckled to himself. He muttered to himself, "You are really putting in the effort to make me run your errands." He then thought about how to reply to her. A moment later, Han Feng had a mischievous grin. He sent a message, and Li Hyena's furious reply, "Bastard Han Feng. Just you wait," appeared on his screen. A news report flashed on Han Feng's phone, stating that it was the 3rd day of snowfall and the temperature had dropped to -20 degrees. In the early stages of the apocalypse, daily life continued surprisingly normally, central heating and internet access remained functional. Han Feng, however, found himself bored only 2 days into the apocalypse, scrolling through videos to pass the time. He lamented his boredom and the fact that his leg was still injured. A video about a man who had miraculously regenerated after falling from a great height caught his attention. The video claimed that the man's internal organs and bones had begun to regenerate after doctors treated his wounds. Han Feng, intrigued, wondered if the video was real or fake. A sudden realization dawned on him. He focused his attention on his injured leg, and a green energy began to emanate from his hand. Han Feng, still recovering from his injuries, lay on his couch. He observed a faint green light emanating from his body. And mused that he had been overthinking the process. He believed the green light would accelerate his recovery. A moment later, he felt a sudden discomfort, followed by a wave of intense energy coursing through his body. His eyes fluttered shut. Han Feng, wielding a whip, lashed out at a monstrous creature. The whip cracked, sending the creature reeling. But the force of the blow sent Han Feng himself flying. He landed hard, his leg snapping with an audible crack. Pain racked his body as he collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. A goat approached, its tongue lolling out, seemingly interested in his injury. Han Feng, disgusted, pushed the goat away. Han Feng cried out in pain, clutching his injured leg. A moment later, he looked at his leg with a questioning expression. A faint green glow emanated from his injured foot, and the bandages began to glow. The glow intensified as his injury rapidly healed, the bandages disintegrating into shreds. Han Feng, now free of his bandages, tested his leg, finding it pain-free. He smiled. He decided to test his healing further, grabbing a kitchen knife. He intentionally cut his finger, wincing slightly at the initial pain. But as he watched, the wound began to glow with the same green energy, rapidly closing. He chuckled, I see, I understand. A group of people worked together, clearing snow from a city street. One person counted, 1, 2, 3, as they heaved a large log. Jiang Shuio, bundled in a warm coat, clapped his hands together, saying, tough on everyone, thank you. He then apologized to Uncle Lu for troubling him in the heavy snow. Lu Guanyo chuckled, I didn't do much. It was all mostly thanks to the 2 Jin brothers. The Jin brothers, Xinwen and Xinwu, smiled shyly, acknowledging the compliment. Jin Jian slipped on the ice, exclaiming in surprise. Another person rushed to help, asking, are you alright? The ground's frozen, be careful. Jiyen, blushing, replied, no worries, thank you. The Jean brothers offered to clear the main path first, while Jiyen insisted she could handle it herself. One of the brothers agreed, go ahead, I can handle it myself. Then we will go clear up the main path first. Just call for us if you need any help. Lu Guanyao, watching them, muttered, that's right. He then reflected on supplies, saying, talking about supplies reminded me of something. Lu Guanyao questioned Uncle Lu about something he had observed, prompting the older man to initially dismiss it as insignificant. But then Uncle Lu elaborated, mentioning that a neighborhood resident had been bringing supplies in on a small truck for the past few days, an action that seemed unusual, leading Lu Guanyao to suggest that it might be someone who recently moved in or was undergoing home renovations. However, Uncle Lu countered, pointing out that he had seen gas tanks and a fireplace, suggesting more extensive winter preparations than a typical move-in would entail. Meanwhile, a group of men were diligently clearing snow from the street with shovels, their efforts drawing a grateful acknowledgement from Uncle Lu. Their conversation overheard by Lu Guanyao, who found their discussion of winter preparations intriguing. Elsewhere, Lu Yen, overseeing the snow removal, sharply addressed Wu Kuanyu for slacking off, leading to a brief argument where Wu Kuanyu protested that he had done all the work alone, while Lu Yen countered that he had only been watching from the sidelines. The main path had been cleared of snow, a group worked diligently with shovels, overseen by a man in a beige coat who checked his tablet. Lu Yen announced that everyone should stop working and prepare to go to the supermarket to buy supplies. Someone shouted Roger that, in response. One of the workers, a young man with blonde hair, decided to send a message to his mother, informing her that they would buy supplies for their house as well. Jiang Shuio, observing the scene, reflected that he wasn't too concerned about the snowstorm, it was brief and would soon pass. He reasoned that even if the snowstorm persisted, the presence of someone in the neighborhood with ample resources would be beneficial. Uncle Lu chuckled, agreeing that the younger generation was more resourceful. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the city, snow falling on the buildings. Lu Yen, demonstrating her organizational skills, addressed the group. Everyone, queue up and get ready to move out. Don't push. She explained, the snow is getting heavier. Let's try to get back within 3 hours. The group, heeding her instructions, began their trek through the increasingly heavy snowfall. The scene depicted the group navigating the snowy streets, their figures dwarfed by the towering buildings around them. The falling snow intensified, blanketing the city in a thick layer of white. The scene emphasized the growing intensity of the snowstorm. The camera focused on a window, showing the snow accumulating rapidly on the windowsill. The sound effects emphasized the intensity of the snow. Inside a warm apartment, a young man, Li, lay asleep amidst a mess of discarded snacks and drinks. His brother's voice cut through his slumber, "Open the door, little brother." Startled awake, Li mumbled an apology as he opened the door, still groggy from sleep. "It's Brother Li, sorry, I was sleeping." Li's brother, armed with a semi-automatic rifle, stood ready. He casually mentioned, "It's semi-automatic." The director, a stern-looking man, addressed his team. "Crayon, how's the storyboard coming? The readers are eager for the next chapter." Crayon, a storyboard artist, responded with a confident smile, "I already handed it to Faker, the new chapter should be ready soon." The director, however, expressed concern. "Damn! When was the last time you slept?" Faker, another team member, inquired about the chapter's status. "Director, the readers are pressing for release. Is the new chapter ready?" Faker confirmed the chapter's completion, stating, "It's done. I just sent it to the director for review." The director received the chapter and gave his initial assessment. He commented to Crayon and Faker, "There's a bit of improvement this time, but..." The director launched into a detailed critique of Crayon's work. He pointed out several flaws, emphasizing the need for more depth and emotional connection in the storytelling. He stressed the importance of breathing life into the characters and creating a more engaging narrative for the readers. The director's criticism was thorough and pointed, leaving Crayon visibly deflated. Two young men, one with dark hair and the other blonde, stood in what appeared to be a dimly lit hallway. The dark-haired man received a guitar case from the blonde man and expressed gratitude, noting that they had stocked up on supplies in advance. The blonde man, seemingly unconcerned, lit a cigarette. The conversation shifted to a recently emptied supermarket in the East District. The blonde man explained that they had attempted to clear it earlier that day, only to find it already completely empty. The dark-haired man pondered the implications of this, silently questioning how such a feat could be accomplished. The blonde man announced his intention to return home to change into warmer clothes, leaving the dark-haired man alone. The dark-haired man, carrying his guitar case, left the room, passing by numerous boxes stacked against a wall. He reflected on the incident, questioning the capabilities required to empty an entire supermarket overnight and speculating about the involvement of superhuman individuals from novels and comics he had read. A powerful figure, seemingly superhuman, manipulated objects of varying sizes, from shipping containers to cruise ships, with effortless ease, their movements creating a swirling vortex of energy. The dark-haired man, witnessing this scene, pondered aloud, could there really be a superhuman with a dimension-type ability? His fist clenched, a green energy emanating from his hand, the man felt a growing unease. He muttered to himself, "This is so unsettling." Later, comfortably seated on a couch, the dark-haired man began researching his own abilities, noting, "I need to do more research on my ability. If there really are other superhumans out there, at least I will have some countermeasures." His research revealed that his power affected food supplies, allowing him to increase their quantity or size. He reviewed his notes, which included plans to remodel his house, acquire winter clothes, and develop a weapon for protection. He experimented with soybeans and meat, noting that the success rate for soybeans was low 1 out of 10 attempts, while meat cans often failed. Frustrated, he questioned the cause of his power's instability. Why is this happening? A surge of green energy erupted from his hands, seemingly uncontrolled, causing him to recoil in surprise. The dark-haired man frowned, a troubled expression etched onto his face. He muttered to himself, "The failure rate is way too high." He held a dark stone in his hands, his brow furrowed in concentration. Determined to understand his powers. "I must figure out exactly how it works today." His efforts resulted in a small, green plant sprouting from the stone, causing him to exclaim in relief. I finally got a little knack for using it. So tired." The man sat on his couch, exhausted but pleased with his progress. He reflected on his findings, so when using the green light, the energy isn't constant. A diagram appeared, detailing the energy values associated with different types of food. It showed that precise energy control was crucial for success, with even slight deviations leading to failure. Another diagram illustrated the time-sensitive nature of the energy manipulation, highlighting the critical point where success or failure was determined. The dark-haired man, still exhausted from his previous experiments, examined a small, glowing green pellet in his hand. A sudden realization dawning on his face as he recognized the directional input keys from a decades-old online dancing game. He hypothesized that the energy values he was manipulating might follow a similar directional pattern, requiring precise timing and input for successful energy manipulation. He visualized the process, meticulously planning each energy input based on his new understanding. And with a triumphant laugh, he successfully channeled his energy to make a small plant sprout rapidly. He then decided to move on to a more challenging experiment, preparing to test his theory on meat. But his attempt resulted in a messy failure, producing a foul-smelling black liquid. Despite the setback, he remained determined, believing the underlying principle should be similar for both meat and vegetables, and prepared to try again. The dark-haired man, determined to expand his energy manipulation abilities, began by attempting to accelerate the growth of meat. He carefully studied the meat, attempting to understand its energy values. But the process proved far more challenging than anticipated. The required time was significantly longer compared to vegetables, and the man struggled to maintain control, resulting in several failed attempts. Frustration mounted with each unsuccessful try, as he exclaimed ugh, and tch, again. His repeated failures culminated in a final, explosive outburst of frustration, punctuated by a resounding damn it, and a frustrated screw you. Overwhelmed by the difficulty, he questioned the feasibility of his current approach, muttering to himself, "Isn't the difficulty way too high?" The scene shifts to his messy kitchen, the aftermath of his failed experiments evident in the spilled dark substance covering the counter and stovetop. Silence hangs heavy in the air. He sits cleaning up the mess, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and determination. He continues to refine his technique, his hands glowing with faint energy as he attempts to manipulate the energy flow. A subtle shift in his approach suggesting a new understanding of the energy manipulation process. The dark-haired man focused intently, a red orb of energy pulsating before him. He channeled his energy, sweat beading on his brow as he strained to accelerate the growth of the meat. A surge of power, a visible exertion of effort, but the results were still unsatisfactory. He let out a frustrated humph. Exhausted, he collapsed, a wave of dizziness washing over him, gulping for air. A triumphant grin spread across his face as he realized he'd finally found a method to synthesize meat. The news report detailed the severity of the snowstorm, impacting traffic, electricity, and networks. The government was delivering resources to affected regions. The dark-haired man stretched languidly, his body still bearing the faint exhaustion from his recent success. He muttered to himself, "It's the same as my previous life, everything will start to collapse." A notification pinged on his phone, a group message from the Happy Housing Complex residents group. He checked it, a frown etching itself onto his face as he read the increasingly heated arguments within. The screen displayed a chaotic stream of digital noise, briefly showing a cartoonish image before reverting to static. The group chat was clearly overwhelmed by the escalating conflict. A cacophony of digital arguments was depicted as a noisy scene of anthropomorphic animals arguing amongst themselves. One of them, Han Feng, observed, they must have watched the news. Some people believe in others for support, while the others are quarreling while thinking of how to save themselves. Another animal questioned the group, "Do all of you really believe in the news?" The scene shifted to show a group of animals watching a news report, their expressions a mixture of fear and uncertainty. Uncle Lou, a grizzled-looking anthropomorphic animal, spoke skeptically, "If the situation really was under control like what the news said, then the support team would have arrived long ago." He continued, "But up till now, we have not seen a single truck filled with resources coming to support us. Rather, I heard my friends say that a lot of armored vehicles, tanks, and heavy weapons are heading towards City A, so there's only one possibility left. War is about to commence." The final panel showed a group of anthropomorphic animals reacting with fear and apprehension to this grim realization. A man, his dark hair spiking upwards, sat on a couch, a thoughtful expression on his face. He muttered to himself, reflecting on a war he seemed to recall from a past life. Considering the implications of Uncle Lou's prediction, he realized that proactive measures were necessary for survival, noting the food shortages already affecting some neighbors, and proposed a community-based solution. He suggested that those with ample food supplies donate to those in need, offering to contribute half of his own stores. A woman with blonde hair, identified as Huina, agreed with the plan, emphasizing the importance of community support during the crisis. But another woman, Wu Chuanyu, reacted with irritation to Huina's request for her contribution, expressing annoyance at being asked again after a previous refusal, and ultimately refused to donate, highlighting the challenges of ensuring unity and cooperation during a time of crisis. Following the dark-haired man's proposal for community food donations, Huina readily agreed to contribute, stating, "Regarding the donation, count me in." Another individual also offered their support, adding, "Count me in too." Amidst the growing support, others offered additional aid, including medicine and clothing, highlighting the community's collective effort to overcome the impending crisis. With a significant number of people present, a suggestion was made to form an official committee to manage the donations and aid distribution. A fox-like character, in a business suit, proposed, "There's quite a lot of people here, why don't we appoint some owners to take charge of this?" The announcement of the Interim Owners Committee was made, outlining its purpose as an emergency body responsible for planning and distributing donated supplies. The dark-haired man, observing the formation of the committee, reflected on a past life experience, noting, "Interim committee? I remember that this happened in my previous life too. It was just a scheme to take other people's resources." The harsh realities of the apocalypse are emphasized as the date is revealed, July 19th, the fifth day of the apocalypse, with temperatures plummeting to -40 degrees. The central heating system has failed due to the extreme weather conditions. The dark-haired man, engrossed in a video game, was startled by a persistent ringing phone. A call from someone identifying themselves as needing to clear the roads around Block 8. He was instructed to meet them in the basement car park in 20 minutes after they finished clearing the roads. Concerned about the heavy snowfall and the potential for his neighbors to discover his secret, the dark-haired man considered his options. But the snow had already blocked the first-floor entrance to his building. He and several other residents found the paths they had cleared the previous day were completely covered. Remarking on the unprecedented snowfall, they decided to work together to push open the main doors. They counted down and pushed together, only to be met with a blizzard of snow and what appeared to be a large horde of zombies. A group huddled together, shivering in the midst of a blizzard, their breath misting in the frigid air. "This snowstorm is too extreme," one of them exclaimed, his words barely audible above the howling wind. Another man, his face partially obscured by his hood, muttered, "Can't even open my eyes." The intensity of the storm was clearly overwhelming them. A dark-haired man, his face etched with worry, voiced his concern, "We will get serious frostbite if we go out in this weather. We might even die." The group's apprehension was palpable. He continued, "We will definitely get frostbite if we go out to clear the paths." Another man scoffed, "This amount of snow, you can clear your butt. Only an idiot would go out in this temperature." The group's internal conflict was evident. Suddenly, a voice cut through the silence, "I am here." The dark-haired man's eyes widened in surprise. This voice, he thought, a mixture of shock and recognition in his tone. A blonde-haired man appeared, exuding an air of defiance. "Why is everyone acting like a coward? What we need is an imposing attitude," he declared, his words sharp and challenging. The dark-haired man responded, "It's indeed brotherly." The blonde-haired man continued, "Brother, don't try to be brave. This isn't a game." Another man agreed, "That's right, let's wait for the snow to stop first." The group remained divided on the course of action. The blonde-haired man, ignoring the warnings, let out a frustrated cry, "Hey-aha," as he charged out into the blizzard. Ignoring the warnings of the others, the blonde-haired man, with a defiant shout, charged into the raging blizzard, leaving the dark-haired man and the others to watch in stunned silence as he disappeared into the swirling snow. Moments later, cries for help echoed from within the blizzard. As the blonde man emerged, coughing violently, his body covered in snow and ice, he was clearly struggling to breathe. The dark-haired man rushed to his side, concern etched on his face, as he and the others helped the blonde man to safety, asking if he was all right. Assessing the situation, the dark-haired man observed that the blizzard was far too intense for any rescue attempts. He stated that they would have to wait for the storm to subside before taking any further action. Later, the dark-haired man is seen walking away from a building marked CX1. While another man addresses a crowd, explaining that the snow is too heavy for immediate clearing and that the basement car park will serve as a donation and resource center. The dark-haired man and the blonde man stood amidst a crowd, the dark-haired man questioning if the blonde man was the one with the surname Zhang in their group, confirming that he was indeed the one responsible for establishing the scam committee. A man with glasses expressed his gratitude for the support received, noting the unexpected generosity of many owners in donating their resources, highlighting that these donations would help those in difficult situations and thanking them for their generosity. He emphasized the importance of unity in overcoming crises, believing that together they could face any challenge. The dark-haired man, observing the scene, calmly stated that they should wait, this disaster would soon end. The blonde man, addressing the dark-haired man as little brother, declared his intention to head out first. receiving a simple "alright, bro" in response. The pink-haired woman, her eyes wide with surprise, gasped, "Eh? Your leg? Has it already healed?" the dark-haired man exclaimed, his expression a mixture of concern and astonishment. The dark-haired man, carrying several boxes, explained to the pink-haired woman, "My recovery speed has always been great since I was young. I can recover from common injuries in just a few days." The pink-haired woman, her eyes wide with surprise, exclaimed, "I see, so awesome." He offered to help her carry the heavy boxes, but she insisted it was fine, though heavy, and thanked him for his help with her bandage. She then asked if she could ask what was inside the boxes. He replied that they were mainly medical supplies he was donating. Concerned about the weight, she offered to carry them, but he insisted he was much stronger than most guys and it was fine. She asked if he had always been that strong. Jean Shui, wearing a whimsical animal hooded jacket, blushed slightly as she explained, "Not really, actually, there's a reason behind it." She continued, apologetically, "It's just that something happened, I can't really explain it clearly." Han Feng, a dark-haired man carrying a large gift-wrapped box, approached. He stated, "Right, I still don't know what your name is." Jean Shui replied, "I am called Jean Shui." "Nice to meet you." Han Feng looked slightly flustered upon hearing her name. Jean Shui then asked Han Feng, "So Han Feng, what do you do?" Han Feng responded simply, "Unemployed." Jean Shui reacted with surprise, exclaiming, "Wow! What's so surprising about an unemployed person?" Han Feng, visibly flustered, clutched a large box of supplies. His cheeks were flushed. As Jean Shui, cheerful and inquisitive, approached him in a winter outfit, she questioned his unexpected presence. Jean Shui, noticing Han Feng's discomfort, expressed concern and questioned his silence about being there. Jean Shui, curious about the person with Han Feng, inquired about their relationship. The third person, seemingly unfazed, offered to carry the supplies themselves, allowing Han Feng and Jean Shui some privacy. Jean Shui, concerned, explained her reason for being there. She had come to check on Han Feng after not hearing from him. Han Feng, slightly embarrassed, admitted he had been meaning to contact her. Jean Shui, playfully accusing him of lying, then brought up the topic of food supplies, revealing her own shortage. Han Feng, slightly embarrassed, confessed his current predicament to Jean Shui. He was low on supplies. He offered to share what little food he had left, but also mentioned that Jean Shui hadn't responded to his messages from a few days prior. Jean Shui, playfully concerned, suggested that Han Feng come to her place for a few days. Jean Shui's playful demeanor shifted slightly as she expressed her feelings for Han Feng, but also her apprehension about others misinterpreting her actions as being motivated by his wealth. Han Feng, seemingly unmoved, stated that he was going back home, prompting Jean Shui to quickly grab his arm. Jean Shui expressed her feelings more directly, stating that she had always been serious about them and asked for more time. Han Feng's expression softened slightly as he listened. Han Feng, still somewhat reserved, uttered Huina's name, revealing a hidden connection or knowledge. A flashback revealed a violent scene, and Han Feng expressed a strong desire to uncover the truth behind a masked individual, suggesting a deeper conflict and unresolved issues. Han Feng pondered, "Wait, why do I have to go look for him?" He then resolved, "I just have to proceed like I did in my previous life, and let Huina bring that man over again." Jean Shui, playfully teasing, stated, "I was just teasing you." Han Feng, after receiving food supplies from Jean Shui, responded, "I will deliver some food supplies to you tomorrow. I will be waiting for your reply." Jean Shui, smiling, replied, "Hey, then I will go back first. Let's talk online if there's anything else to talk about." Han Feng added, take care and don't catch the flu." Han Feng, alone, let out a quiet humph. The scene shifted to a snowy cityscape, emphasizing the cold weather. Han Feng's phone buzzed with multiple messages from Huina, including, "Li Huina, Han Feng, what are you doing?" Han Feng, enjoying a warm meal, commented, "This weather is perfect for such nice and warm food." Han Feng, seated at a table piled high with boxes, ate a meal. His thoughts were focused on the results of his recent experiments. He had discovered two key things: meat cannot be expanded limitlessly, but like soybeans, it can be reproduced endlessly. To achieve this, Han Feng explained that he uses a similar method to growing soybeans, using half of each sprouted bean to grow more. He only consumes half. He illustrated this with a diagram showing how, under specific light conditions, half a steak and a few soybeans could be combined to produce a whole steak, a process that could be repeated to yield more and more meat. A satisfied smile spread across Han Feng's face as he realized he no longer needed to worry about food scarcity. A news report appeared on screen, announcing the date as August 2nd, the 19th day of a massive snowstorm. The reporter stated his current location on the island of Buhithi in the Maldives, 78 kilometers from the equator, where temperatures had plummeted to -42 degrees. The camera panned across a frozen landscape, showing the ocean freezing at a speed visible to the naked eye. A news report details the severity of a global snowstorm. The ice layer has reached 55 centimeters in depth, and the situation near the equator mirrors this severity. Han Feng, comfortably lounging at home amidst stacks of supplies, watches the report. He remarks that the real situation is far worse than the media portrays. Suddenly, a loud explosion rocks his apartment, causing him to spill his wine in shock. Looking out the window, Han Feng witnesses another explosion in the distance. He questions what is happening. He sees numerous military helicopters flying through the snow-covered city, adding to his alarm. Han Feng checks his phone, noting that the situation outside is causing panic among building owners. Despite the chaos, many owners are taking advantage of the situation to seize resources from others, leading to conflicts. A group chat informs owners facing difficulties of a plan to distribute necessary resources from the basement car park for free. The scene opens in a basement car park, the sign reading "Basement Car Park" in English. Han Feng, shivering in the cold, sneezes loudly. Achoo! He observes a chaotic scene unfolding in the car park. People are arguing and cutting in line. Han Feng thinks to himself that if he wasn't gathering information, he wouldn't have come down here. He reflects on a past rebellion in his neighborhood, wondering if this current situation is related to those past events. He notes that the current conflict seems to be more about resource scarcity than outright rebellion. Han Feng observes the scene from a distance, questioning what is going on. He decides to investigate the situation further. A news report is shown on a nearby screen, stating that the number of households facing difficulties is quite high. Han Feng witnesses a heated exchange between a man and a resource distribution worker. The man complains about receiving only a small amount of food after previously donating a large amount of resources. The worker explains that everyone is given an equal amount and apologizes, promising to repay the man in cash once the disaster is over. A citizen angrily confronted a resource distribution worker, shouting, "So annoying! Brother Jiang already said that he would compensate you." The worker, stressed and apologetic, responded, trying to maintain order amidst the growing unrest. The citizen continued, "Stop being shameless. I think you just want to get more resources." Other citizens echoed the sentiment, adding, "Get lost after you get your food. Everyone is waiting to eat, and can you stop delaying everybody?" Another citizen exclaimed, "Exactly. Those in the committee are having a hard time as well." The scene highlighted the growing frustration and accusations of unfairness. Han Feng observed the chaotic scene from a distance, his expression thoughtful. He internally mused, "There's no way that they'd give you your resources back in this current situation. But to place yourselves on a higher moral ground against those who donated more resources, that's really shameless." A nearby citizen agreed, muttering, "Shameless. Isn't it?" Suddenly, a man with blonde hair appeared, calling out, "Little bro." The man greeted Han Feng, "Bro, long time no see, how have you been?" Han Feng replied, Not too bad, not too bad." The blonde man, however, revealed his true feelings, "I am just trembling from being flustered and powerless." "You call this not too bad?" The blonde-haired man, his face etched with worry, confided in Han Feng, "I guess it's difficult to just depend on drinking water to suppress my hunger." He continued, explaining, "You don't have any food left?" The blonde-haired man sighed. Meshem, I was thinking of helping the neighbors previously, so I donated most of my resources to the committee. In the end, my food supplies at home ran out before the snowstorm ended, and the resources that the committee is giving out are too little. I would have kept more resources for myself if I had known. Han Feng, understanding the situation, simply nodded in response to the blonde-haired man's plea for help. The blonde-haired man, desperate, asked, Bro, can you do me a favor? It's such a simple matter, but you are willing to give me 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages? Han Feng, showing compassion, replied, Yes, don't think too little of it. I don't have much left in stock either. The blonde-haired man, overcome with emotion, exclaimed, Little bro, you are just looking for an excuse to give me food. I will not forget your grace for the rest of my life. Han Feng responded calmly, There's no need for such courtesy between brothers. Don't worry, little bro. Leave this small matter to me. Han Feng, despite feeling a bit sorry for his brother, prioritized his own comfort, stating that it was more important to relax on his sofa, eat delicious food, and play games. A sentiment punctuated by a sudden, unexpected slap from the blonde-haired woman, who exclaimed, Han Feng. The blonde-haired woman's expression shifted to one of disappointment as she declared, You have really disappointed me. A blonde-haired woman confronted Han Feng in a public space, accusing him of ignoring her messages. Han Feng, startled by the unexpected confrontation, registered her words with a look of surprise. His expression shifting to one of dawning realization as he touched his reddened cheek, remembering the slap he received. He reflected on the situation, noting that he hadn't settled her previous debts and questioning why she would resort to violence. Han Feng's internal monologue revealed a sense of resentment and disbelief at being slapped, viewing himself as someone not easily bullied. The blonde woman, Huina, continued her verbal assault, expressing her frustration at his lack of response. Han Feng, finally responding, offered a simple apology to Huina, acknowledging the difficult situation. Huina exclaimed, What? Stolen? Han Feng explained that he had left their resources outside the door and returned to retrieve his keys, only to find the resources gone upon his return. Huina, concerned, asked if he had looked for the missing items. Han Feng confirmed that he had searched, but to no avail. Huina then inquired about their remaining resources. Han Feng admitted that he only had enough to last a few days if he ate only 1 meal a day. Huina, upon hearing this, expressed relief and suggested that they share what little remained, eating 1 meal every 2 days to make it last longer. Han Feng, however, internally scoffed at her suggestion, thinking it was shameless of her to propose such a thing. He retorted that, in her eyes, he was merely a tool to be used as needed. Huina, seemingly understanding his resentment, apologized and proposed a more equitable solution, splitting the remaining resources equally. Huina, bundled in winter wear, informed Han Feng that she would wait for his message before heading back. She advised him to return home soon to avoid catching a cold. Han Feng, his face partially obscured, waved a gloved hand in farewell. Later, Huina's phone displayed a series of unanswered messages and calls to Han Feng. She grew increasingly concerned, noting the time and his lack of response. Worrying that he might be standing her up again. The cold was biting, and she was clearly freezing. Adding to her distress, Huina discovered that the elevator was out of service, leaving her with no choice but to descend the emergency stairs. Huina shivered as she carefully made her way down the icy, dimly lit emergency stairs. Huina descended the emergency stairs, muttering curses at Han Feng. If not for needing his resources, she wouldn't be searching for him. The cold and hunger gnawing at her. Exhausted from days of starvation, she struggled with each step, but pressed onward, nearing the 16th floor. Almost there. The emergency lights were broken, plunging the stairwell into near darkness. Huina shivered, her breath misting in the frigid air. A sudden noise above startled her. Who is it? She whispered, fear gripping her heart. As she looked up, a large, dark object plummeted from above. A heavy sack, falling directly toward her. Her eyes widened in terror. The impact hitting her with a resounding BAM. Hui Na, injured and possibly unconscious, lay amidst a swirling chaos of water. Her cries of Han Feng echoing in the dimly lit space. Han Feng appeared, explaining that he had fallen asleep, missed Hui Na's messages, and while running to get resources, he'd accidentally hit a railing, dropping flour everywhere. Hui Na, disgusted, berated him for his clumsiness. Han Feng offered his remaining resources to Hui Na, explaining that he had carefully saved leftovers. Hui Na, noting the poor condition of the food, questioned its edibility. Han Feng curtly told her that if she didn't want it, she could give it back. Hui Na, despite her initial disgust, quickly snatched the bag of food, insisting that she did want it. Hui Na, still recovering from her injuries, looked at the food Han Feng had given her with a mixture of gratitude and amusement. She mused to herself, so this is the goddess that I was pursuing with all my might. The surface of the food had turned black, but she figured it would still be edible after peeling it with a knife. Han Feng offered her more supplies. Give me the flour too. He commented that there was still half of it left. Han Feng then explained, this garbage should be enough to give you an upset stomach for a few days. Hui Na, clutching the bag of supplies, began to walk away. Han Feng watched her go, adding, you can't even shower in this weather, so just let that flour stay on you for a while. He then turned and walked away, humming a tune. Han Feng continued down the stairs, his expression unreadable. A shadowy figure, vaguely reptilian in form, is cast upon the floor, as heavy footsteps echo down a dimly lit corridor. The sound growing closer, accompanied by the distinct crunch of boots on the floor. Suddenly, a young man rounds a corner, his expression one of surprise as he stumbles upon a young woman lying on the ground. A young man with spiky dark hair confronted a young woman with long purple hair, asking, "Hey, are you following me? What are you trying to do?" The woman, lying on the ground, remains silent, her eyes wide. The man muttered to himself, refusing to speak. He leaned over her, threatening, "If you don't tell me, I am going to tear off all your clothes." He paused, then sighed, "So be it, I will let you off this time." He turned and walked away, advising her, "Go back home quickly. Stop playing pranks and being mischievous." The woman watched him go, then called out, "What?" She then approached him, offering a small butterfly. He looked at her, and she pleaded, "If you don't say anything, then I am leaving." A hand pointed imperiously, beckoning Han Feng forward. Han Feng, looking confused, was asked by Hui Na if he wanted to follow her. He responded with a simple "MHM." Inside, Han Feng was shocked by the sheer amount of supplies Hui Na had prepared, questioning if she knew about the impending snowstorm. Hui Na revealed her calculations, predicting an ice age. And Han Feng, realizing she was the outcast mentioned in their group chat, was both surprised and impressed. Han Feng expressed his awe, but questioned why she brought him to her house only to discuss this. Hui Na, with a knowing smirk, gestured towards something unseen. Security camera footage shows Han Feng receiving a large package on June 30th. He examines it thoughtfully. Then, a week later, on July 6th, several workers deliver multiple oxygen tanks to his apartment building. On July 16th, Han Feng is surprised to see two individuals entering his building. He recognizes them and confronts them, accusing them of monitoring him. Meanwhile, Hui Na is seen preparing for the coming winter, removing her clothes in the heat, causing Han Feng to interrupt her, concerned by her sudden undressing. He demands she put her clothes back on. Later, Hui Na and Han Feng sit together. She explains that she was stockpiling resources in anticipation of the snowstorm, and that he was being monitored to assess the possibility of cooperation. Han Feng, startled, exclaimed, Hey! What are you doing?" Hui Na, ignoring his outburst, calmly requested, "Teach me how to use a generator." She demonstrated the generator's operation and confirmed Han Feng's understanding with a simple, "That's it. Do you understand?" Han Feng, still slightly bewildered, mumbled, "MHM." Hui Na then guided Han Feng on how to adjust the water heater, instructing him to remember to close the valve when finished. He responded with a quiet, "MHM." She proceeded to demonstrate safe gas connection procedures for cooking, emphasizing careful attention to detail. Han Feng attentively observed, offering another quiet, "MHM." Finally, Hui Na explained how to check if the rice was cooked, using the green light as an indicator. With a flourish, she cooked a delicious meal, and Han Feng simply replied, "MHM." Hui Na served Han Feng a meal, instructing him to eat while it was hot. Han Feng, while eating, reflected on his increasing dependence on Hui Na, feeling like a child being cared for. Hui Na, meanwhile, enjoyed her meal with quiet contentment. Han Feng, finishing his meal, announced his intention to leave once he was done eating. But noticed Hui Na had fallen asleep mid-meal, prompting him to gently cover her with a blanket. Han Feng, leaving the apartment, mused on the responsibility he felt, likening it to raising a child. And then he left the building. Snow fell heavily as Han Feng walked through the city streets. He arrived back at his apartment building, his thoughts preoccupied, and was greeted by the sight of his upstairs neighbor, who exclaimed about the sheer volume of packages she had received. She asked if he needed anything, pointing to a large generator amongst her deliveries, prompting Han Feng to reflect on his neighbor's apparent lack of common sense, concluding that she was an idiot who lacked general knowledge. Despite this assessment, she showed a keen interest in self-reliance, frequently seeking his help and guidance, even dragging him to her apartment to teach her everyday skills, such as cooking. He commented on the improvement in her cooking, though still far from palatable, even for a dog, as they shared a meal together. Hui Na and Han Feng shared a meal together. Han Feng, slightly exasperated but amused, listened as Hui Na, now content after the meal, explained that she had learned some new life skills. He subtly urged her to drop the subject, saying, "Just pretend I didn't ask." Meanwhile, in a different location, a group of scavengers clashed over salvaged resources. One of them aggressively confronted another, shouting, "You trash, how dare you come collect resources? Hand it over." The conflict escalated as the scavengers fought over the spoils. One of them, grabbing a piece of the loot, declared, "That's mine." Another scavenger challenged the claim, demanding, "What's yours? Who can prove that it's yours?" A chaotic scene unfolded as a group of survivors fiercely fought over scarce resources. One man shouted, "Handing over my resources," his voice filled with outrage. Another retorted, "Damn you! I got it first. Try stealing mine and I swear I will kill you." The struggle intensified, a man was thrown to the ground, groaning in pain as another yelled, "Get lost! These are my resources." A bloody footprint marked the ground as the fight continued. A man in glasses observed the scene with a grim expression. He activated a device, causing a powerful shockwave that sent the brawling survivors sprawling. The man with glasses then addressed the stunned crowd through a megaphone, "Because of these few remaining resources, you are fighting to the death. Don't you find it ridiculous?" The man in glasses, his expression calm yet accusatory, leveled a pointed question at the crowd through his megaphone, "Don't you deserve to starve to death?" He continued, his voice carrying over the murmuring crowd, "Think carefully. Who is responsible for this situation?" The man in glasses held up a loaf of bread, a stark contrast to the desperation in the crowd. Originally worth a few dollars, those with abundant resources inflated its price to tens or even hundreds. A single loaf, once affordable, was now broken into 5 or 10 pieces and auctioned off. Those who profited from the disaster, leaving the masses to fight over scraps. Now, internal strife erupts due to the scarcity of resources. The man in glasses pointed out the hypocrisy, those with plenty did not donate. He addressed the crowd again, his voice filled with a quiet intensity, "But we are the ones who are going to starve to death? Is that fair?" He urged them to unite, to reclaim what was rightfully theirs. A man, his face etched with frustration, voiced his outrage, "What he said is right, this isn't freaking fair." Another man, his voice thick with anger, added, "Why are they the ones getting all the benefits, while we are the ones who have to starve to death?" A third man, his eyes blazing, declared, "It's all their fault. They are the ones who did this to us. The scene shifted to a crowd of people, their faces contorted in a mixture of anger and desperation. A man in glasses, his voice ringing with conviction, rallied them, "We need to get back our share of resources." Another man, emboldened by the speaker's words, shouted, "Right. We are just taking back the share that belongs to us." A close-up on a man's face revealed a sinister smile. He chuckled, "Heh." Elsewhere, a young man observed the unfolding events with growing concern. He muttered to himself, "These people have practically gone mad. Something big is about to happen." A man, lying on his side, was jolted awake by a series of notifications on his phone. Ding 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 ding. A man with spiky black hair, prepared for the worst, muttered to himself, to be prepared for it. He gathered 2 fire extinguishers and various materials, including aluminum foil and electrical tape. He meticulously prepared makeshift repairs for the electrical system. He worked quickly, his movements precise and efficient. Suddenly, a citywide power outage occurred. News spread quickly among the residents. The man, now visibly concerned, heard reports of a widespread power failure and communication blackout. He grabbed a portable generator and fuel canisters. The man in glasses, apprehensive about the potential for widespread unrest due to the power outage, secured a generator and fuel, preparing for a prolonged blackout. 30 minutes prior, a blonde woman, enjoying a bowl of noodles, declared in a group chat that she would buy all resources at 50 times the market price, confidently stating that those who followed her would be rewarded. She smugly reflected on her actions, pleased with her ability to manipulate the market. Meanwhile, a man in a suit, observing her actions, recognized her as the one spearheading the price increase in the group chat. He approached her, confirming his suspicions. A sudden, violent struggle ensued, resulting in the man's forceful ejection from the room. The blonde woman's actions had unforeseen consequences, as the man's fall was heard by others. A city scene is shown, blanketed in snow. The buildings appear dilapidated and frozen. Inside a cluttered workshop, a young man with dark hair is attempting to fix a power line. He works amidst scattered tools and boxes, the only light source emanating from a small stove. He muttered to himself, "Strange, why is there still no power?" He carefully probes the wires with a testing device. A spark erupts, causing him to recoil with a startled "Eh?" The small explosion momentarily illuminates the room, leaving him coughing and frustrated. Why is this so difficult? If only the internet was still working. A young woman with long purple hair and glasses appears on screen. Her hair partially obscures her face. She asks, "What do you want now?" The young woman's face is now fully visible. She whispers, "Help." The purple-haired woman, visibly distressed, frantically tried the door handle, but found it jammed shut. A powerful fist smashed through the doorframe, leaving her huddled on the floor, shaken and alone. She whispered urgently to herself, "Be quick, don't let the others get ahead of us again." She muttered to herself, unconcerned with the number of other residents on the floor, "Who cares, just break it down." Meanwhile, a group of men cautiously approached the damaged door. One observed, "Looks like no one has been to this floor yet." They strategized, "Then we will take the 2 units inside." Suddenly, the dark-haired man burst through the door, startling the group. He called out, "Hello, we are here to deliver resources." His voice echoing through the hallway as he shielded the purple-haired woman. The word "unbreakable" appeared repeatedly in the panel, emphasizing his protective stance. Unable to break down the door, the dark-haired man suggested to his brother that they try the next door first. But they eventually gave up. Luckily, he had reinforced the door and handle. The purple-haired woman, still shaken, expressed her gratitude. The dark-haired man, explaining his actions, revealed that he was worried someone might realize they were hiding in his home. He then proceeded to install an anti-theft device, explaining the process to the purple-haired woman, which involved cutting the power supply, wrapping the bare wire around the door handle, connecting the earth wire from the circuit box to the door handle, and finally turning the power back on. The purple-haired woman, surprised by his knowledge, questioned his expertise. He deflected the question, claiming he didn't want to talk about it. The purple-haired woman, needing further assistance, asked for help with something else, but the dark-haired man, already busy, curtly told her to quickly explain what she needed. The purple-haired woman announced that the evil king would be staying there. The dark-haired man reacted with a non-committal "oh." He then began installing an anti-theft device, muttering about it not happening, and ordering the woman to return home immediately. The dark-haired man, while installing the device, accidentally triggered it, causing him to yelp in pain. He examined his hands, noticing a strange purple glow emanating from them. Realizing that the purple light was somehow affecting his surroundings, he touched his coffee table, which unexpectedly turned soft under his touch. He then tested the effect on a toolbox, finding that the tools inside also softened. The purple-haired woman, addressing the dark-haired man, inquired, "You are also an emissary chosen by the true eye of the evil king?" The dark-haired man, taken aback, responded with a confused, "Eh?" The dark-haired man internally mused, "This girl's brain circuit is weird. I think I can fool her." The purple-haired woman, extending a hand towards the dark-haired man, suggested, "As fellow emissaries, we should help each other. Your apartment where you rest ought to be shared." The dark-haired man, having accidentally softened a wooden object with a purple light emanating from him while cleaning up after tripping over a cable, muttered to himself, "Hey, I haven't agreed yet. You really think this is the lair of the evil king? Forget it, leave her be." "But what's with that purple light just now? It can turn things soft?" The dark-haired man, still reeling from his earlier experience, reflected on the reappearance of the purple light. He wondered about the connection between the light and the events that had transpired. Intrigued by its potential, he hypothesized that this unusual light might affect more than just the cables he'd initially observed, and decided to test his theory. He picked up a kitchen knife, preparing to expose it to the purple light emanating from his hands, observing with a mixture of apprehension and excitement as the light enveloped the blade. To his astonishment, the steel softened, becoming pliable like jelly. He continued his experiments, testing the light's effect on various materials. He found that the purple light consistently softened objects, but caused no other noticeable changes, leaving him slightly disappointed. The effect, while intriguing, seemed largely impractical. Then, a thought struck him. What if he combined the purple light with another type of light? He focused his attention, summoning both purple and green luminescence. And with a shout of Bankai, he unleashed a combined beam of light, dramatically altering the texture of a nearby cloth. The experiment was a success. The dark-haired man held a large kitchen knife, its surface shimmering with faint purple and green lights. He muttered, "Oh?" The glow subsided, leaving the knife looking ordinary. The knife turned back to normal, he questioned, a look of surprise on his face. He carefully placed the knife down, his expression shifting to one of intense concentration as he examined a piece of paper. His hands trembled as he meticulously tore a strip of paper, his focus unwavering. He studied the paper, a sudden realization dawning on him. "I see," he murmured, "I can change the toughness of an item when the two different lights are combined. Moreover, the toughness is a bit extreme." He continued to examine the altered paper, his eyes wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Meanwhile, outside, two men walked down a flight of stairs, one carrying a bag of supplies. "Brother, are you really planning to hand over the resources we stole?" one asked. The other man sighed. "Only a ghost will do that. I don't even have enough for myself. We will have to split them with the women and the elderly if we hand them over. Why should we? But we have to keep this matter a secret, we are screwed if someone finds out about it." One man, bundled in a winter coat and mask, urgently warned his companion, "Hey! Look behind you quickly." The other man, equally masked, turned to see the wall wriggling. A ghostly, amorphous figure emerged from the wall, causing the second man to exclaim in terror. The creature lunged, causing both men to recoil in fear. One man shone his flashlight on the creature, identifying it as a ghost. The ghost attacked, causing one of the men to fall down the stairs in a panic. The creature continued its assault, constricting one of the men, who gasped, "I can't breathe." Elsewhere, the dark-haired man awoke, violently expelling vibrant green and purple energy. He struggled to control the outpouring of energy, muttering that applying it to an entire wall was too strenuous. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the dark-haired man, leaving him exhausted but strangely empowered. The force of the release leaving visible traces in the air around him. He muttered, so tired, as he collapsed, clearly spent from the exertion. The dark-haired man, despite his exhaustion, began to assess the results of a recent hardening process. He muttered to himself, "Let's check the result of the hardening." He raised a heavy, metallic object, seemingly a reinforced hammer, to examine its newly hardened surface. Readying himself for the next phase of his work, he declared, "Let's begin." With a grunt, the dark-haired man swung the hammer with surprising force against a sturdy wall. But the blow barely left a mark. He sighed, "This is too extreme, I can't even scrape the surface of the wall." A damaged sign in a subway station indicated stairs and elevator, suggesting a public transit location. A blond man, roughly handling a man on the ground, demanded, "Speak. Where did you hide the food you stole?" The man on the ground protested, "Who's hiding food? Everything I stole is here." The blond man continued his interrogation, "Stop acting. I clearly saw you carrying 3 big bags just now, but you only handed in 1 bag." The man on the ground cried out in pain, "Ouch. It hurts. You must have seen it wrong, I swear, I definitely handed in everything." The blond man remained unconvinced, still not willing to speak. "Huh? Looks like I have to give you a beating before you will be honest." Suddenly, a man with dark hair and glasses appeared, intervening in the scene. He asked the blond man, "Mr. Jiang, why are you here?" The dark-haired man calmly suggested, "Let's talk things out if there's any problems." He then explained, "But this fellow is secretly hiding the food that's for everyone." Mr. Jiang, a man in a beanie, appeared distressed, clutching a meager amount of food. A concerned man in glasses approached him. The image showed a large trash bag overflowing with discarded food, highlighting the scarcity of resources. Mr. Jiang explained his predicament. He had a large family and the distributed rations were insufficient. He had taken extra food to feed them. The man in glasses, understanding his plight, offered Mr. Jiang a portion of his own food. The man in glasses explained the rules of food distribution, emphasizing the importance of fairness, but also acknowledging Mr. Jiang's difficult circumstances. Mr. Jiang, deeply grateful, accepted the food, promising to return the extra portion quickly. The man in glasses reassured Mr. Jiang, offering further assistance if needed. The man in glasses then urged everyone to collect their rations and return home, ensuring a smooth and orderly distribution process. The blond man, still holding the man on the ground's bag, questioned him about the stolen food. He asked why Mr. Jiang had given him his own rations. The man on the ground explained that he hadn't done anything significant, he'd only helped Mr. Jiang understand a certain principle. Intrigued, the blond man pressed for clarification, prompting the man with glasses to elaborate on the principle. The man with glasses explained that historically, riots in Country M stemmed from clashes between social classes over benefits. He continued. But the nature of these riots was defined as social collective behavior. As long as those involved weren't arrested on the spot, they wouldn't be convicted. He had simply informed the man of this. The man with glasses further explained that if the man on the ground broke the rules after this, he would no longer be accommodated and would become a common criminal. Even before that, he would face the revenge of those he stole from. The blond man, having understood the situation, simply nodded. The scene shifts to an older man with a pipe, observing the situation from a distance. He mused that within groups of rioters, there's always a leader directing their actions. A group of young men walked through the city streets, their conversation overheard by a nearby observer. The observer mused, "Heroes will always emerge in troubled times, this kid isn't simple." Meanwhile, inside a building, a man furiously swung a sledgehammer, his grunts echoing through the space. He was clearly exerting himself, his muscles straining with the effort. He paused, catching his breath, and looked around, a question forming in his mind. Suspecting his resource-stealing neighbors were at it again, he grabbed his sledgehammer and cautiously approached the source of the disturbance. Outside, a young woman, Han Fing, called out to him. Han Fing. It's me. She explained, I have thought it through these past few days, I cannot betray the feelings you have towards me. The man, considering her words, reflected, you can only understand someone's heart during difficult times, only someone who truly loves me will invest in me unconditionally. If you don't believe me, just open the door and feel my heart. A flashback sequence showed the same words being spoken on a previous occasion. The man realized the implications, the same exact words as that day, which means that outside the door, other than her, that man is also here. The dark-haired man, gripped by a surge of anger, muttered to himself, finally. It's finally here. I will just use the gun to kill this dog couple directly. He paused, however, noticing a rifle lying on the floor nearby. The man considered his options, his thoughts turning to the risks involved in confronting his enemies openly. Wait, there's no electricity right now. The enemy is hidden in the dark. While I am out in the open, I can kill them one at a time, then it's possible to get killed. He continued his internal debate, weighing the pros and cons of using electric shock. If I were to use the electric shock, then I need to trick them into touching the door handle at the same time, that's basically impossible. He took a deep breath, reminding himself to stay calm. Calm down, the moment I have been waiting for finally came. This is no time or reason for me to lose my calm. He analyzed the situation, identifying the greater threat. The one with a higher threat isn't Li Huana, but the man that's hidden in the dark. He strategized his next move. So I must instantly locate his position and give him a fatal blow when I step out. He pondered the challenge. But how do I locate his position first while I am still in the house? The dark-haired man, calm and strategic, muttered to himself, although I will need to spend some time. But it might just work. He focused intently, a purple energy emanating from his hand. Meanwhile, the blonde woman, outside a door, called out, Han Fing, are you in there? Please open the door. The man beside her questioned, hey, is it worth it to spend all these efforts to rob this kid? He still has some resources, moreover, I suddenly remembered that he bought a truck full of supplies a day before the disaster. This fellow is enough for us to feed ourselves for quite a few days. Suddenly, a purple energy erupted from within the room, startling the two. The man asked, hey, do you hear some kind of noise? One robber lay groaning on the ground, clutching his injured side, a baseball bat discarded nearby. While the other, visibly shaken, yelled at the blonde woman, hey, stop scaring me. Suddenly, a dark-haired man emerged from the shadows, a fire extinguisher in hand. The blonde man, visibly shaken, cried out, stop it. He coughed violently, his body racked with exertion. The blonde man collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His face was pale, his eyes wide with fear. He weakly whispered, help, me. A moment of quiet desperation passed before a pained laugh escaped his lips, ha. A powerful, dark-haired man's hand appeared, seemingly manipulating the air around the blonde man. The dark-haired man's hand reached out, and with a sudden burst of energy, he pulled the blonde man towards him. The blonde man was gently laid on the floor, unconscious, as the dark-haired man calmly surveyed the scene. A blonde man, pursued by a dark-haired man, fled down a dimly lit corridor, his desperate cries for help echoing in the confined space. The dark-haired man easily caught up, his expression one of calm assessment as he observed the blonde man's frantic escape. The blonde man, winded and desperate, collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. The dark-haired man approached, his demeanor unchanged, as the blonde man, defiant despite his exhaustion, dared to challenge him. With a swift, precise movement, the dark-haired man delivered a powerful blow, sending the blonde man sprawling once more. The blonde man, his face contorted in pain and anger, threatened the dark-haired man, boasting of his powerful father. Unfazed by the threat, the dark-haired man responded with a dismissive retort, delivering another blow that silenced the blonde man's defiance. The blond man lay unconscious, his threats and bravado rendered meaningless by the dark-haired man's superior power. The blond man, injured and desperate, cried out, "Be brother." He reached out a hand. As the dark-haired man approached cautiously, the blond man continued, "Hold on." He then accused the dark-haired man, "We got no beef, man, so why are you?" Before he could finish, the dark-haired man delivered a swift, brutal blow. The blond man recoiled in pain, spitting blood. He gasped, "Is my life worth nothing to ya? Why? Why?" The dark-haired man, his face contorted in anger, responded, "Why'd you want to kill me?" He unleashed another powerful strike, silencing the blond man. The dark-haired man panted, "Say something." The blond man lay unconscious, groaning softly, "Ugh. Gah." The blond man, wielding a baseball bat, lunged at the dark-haired man, shouting, "Don't play dumb with me." He continued his attack, demanding, "Did you ask for a reason when you were killing me?" But the dark-haired man effortlessly dodged the blow and swiftly countered, leaving the blond man groaning on the floor, injured and defeated. The dark-haired man, slightly winded, coughed and caught his breath. A young woman with purple hair and glasses appeared, calmly asking, "Need a hand?" The dark-haired man, observing the young woman, noted, "She's not even scared of that gruesome scene. There's something off about this girl. Better not let her stay at my place." He warned her, "What I'm saying is, those guys could come back for revenge any minute, and if you stay here, you'll get caught in the crossfire." The purple-haired woman, sipping from a drink, calmly observes the dark-haired man. She utters a single word, "Oh." The dark-haired man, still assessing the situation, is questioned by the purple-haired woman, "So, is that a yes or a no?" "I'm saying this for your own good." He responds, "No. I'm staying here." The dark-haired man expresses his concern, stating, "But it's dangerous. We could both die." The purple-haired woman replies, "Don't worry, the evil king True Eye will protect you." She explains, "The evil king's power is depleted, needs to sleep." The dark-haired man, clearly frustrated, interrupts, "Hey. Stop trying to blow me off with your wannabe edgy nonsense and listen. This is serious." He grabs the purple-haired woman's arm, pulling her along as she begins to doze off. The purple-haired woman urged the dark-haired man, "Go on." He hesitated, then asked, "Huh? Well." The dark-haired man looked up, a mixture of concern and annoyance etched on his face. A notice appeared, stating, "Those who have already received supplies, don't loiter in the parking lot. Make way for the others who haven't received theirs yet." A chaotic scene unfolded in the parking lot. A large group of people gathered around a table, seemingly distributing supplies amidst a sense of urgency and some disorder. A blonde woman, Miss Liu, received her supplies. The attendant noted her apartment number, 601, Building 4. Miss Liu appeared puzzled, questioning why apartment 601 hadn't collected their supplies yet. Elsewhere, a man lay collapsed. Miss Liu worried, wondering if Han Feng had set a trap, as the man hadn't returned all night. The dark-haired man, his gaze fixed on Han Feng's closed door, noted something peculiar. A faint light flickered from within. A warm breeze emanating from the interior suggested the presence of a power source. Miss Liu, already suspicious, felt a surge of annoyance. "Damn it," she muttered, "he was prepared for this the whole time, hoarding all the good stuff for himself and giving me his scraps." She resolved to find a way inside. Meanwhile, the purple-haired woman, seemingly oblivious to the cold, clutched a small container. A passing man called out, "Hey, hold on." But she merely responded with a dismissive "TSK." The dark-haired man recognized her as Huina. A dark-haired man, holding a flashlight, approaches a purple-haired woman in a cold, dimly lit lobby. He suggests she come to Block 5's warmer lobby. But she declines, preferring to warm up at home. She subtly hides as he continues to shine his light around. Then, he calls out to her, offering food and shelter at his house for a few days. She initially considers his offer, but ultimately rejects him with disdain, calling him trash. The man seems surprised by her sharp rejection. He grabs her, accusing her of falsely claiming resources. She struggles, shouting for him to let her go. He explains that with her abilities, she should not try to deceive the owner's committee. The woman continues to protest, and the man's suspicion grows. He questions if he misheard her earlier claim. In a sudden burst of action, she strikes him, causing him to fall to the ground, dazed and injured. The dark-haired man, enraged, confronted the purple-haired woman, shouting, "You slut!" He lunged at her with a weapon, but she swiftly countered his attack, sending him sprawling to the ground. He angrily retorted, "Bully girls. It's not right." The impact of the blow sent the dark-haired man flying across the ground, crashing heavily. Bystanders noticed the commotion, whispering amongst themselves, "Someone seems to be causing trouble." Concerned onlookers watched as the dark-haired man lay injured on the ground. They discussed the situation. Are they fighting? Someone is down on the ground. Quickly call Mr. Jiang over. A pink-haired woman approached the injured man, offering assistance and asking, "Are you okay? Are you injured? Are you feeling unwell?" The injured man, though clearly hurt, declined her help, stating, "I am good, thank you." The pink-haired woman, however, was not satisfied. She angrily confronted him, shouting, "How dare you meddle in other people's business?" The purple-haired woman stood over the injured dark-haired man, who lay on the ground surrounded by onlookers. She sneered, "Do you think I wouldn't kill you right now?" With a swift motion, she unleashed a brutal blow, sending the dark-haired man sprawling. He groaned in pain, "Ugh." The impact sent him crashing to the ground, his body hitting the hard surface with a sickening thud. "Yuga," he cried out in agony. Meanwhile, a blond man, smoking a cigarette, observed the scene from a distance. His internal monologue revealed his thoughts: "Throughout my entire life, a man who hits women disgusts me the most." Miss Liu, concerned, approached the injured man, calling out, "Excuse me everyone. It's Mr. Jiang." The dark-haired man, still on the ground, tried to push himself up, his eyes fixed on Miss Liu. He muttered, I did." The blond man, having witnessed the entire altercation, interjected, "A bastard who hits women like you actually dares to complain so shamelessly?" He then rushed towards the dark-haired man, his expression a mixture of anger and disgust. The dark-haired man, Mr. Jiang, apologized profusely, stating that the incident was his fault. A stern warning was issued: any repetition would result in his removal from the group. Miss Liu, concerned, offered her medical kit to the injured man, while the blond man, disgusted by the situation, approached Mr. Jiang. The blond man firmly stated his refusal to participate in any robbery, even if it meant starving to death. Miss Liu, despite her sympathy, explained that she couldn't condone such methods, but offered to help anyone on Mr. Jiang's side who fell ill. Mr. Jiang expressed his gratitude. The blond man, whose name is revealed to be Li, directly asked to join Mr. Jiang's group. Li confessed his long-held admiration for Mr. Jiang, explaining that he'd never had the chance to express it before. Mr. Jiang, slightly confused, questioned Miss Li about her intentions, prompting her to explain that one of them could treat illnesses while the other could fight. The blond man, addressing the dark-haired man, uttered a single word, "Bro." He continued, "What if I told you I know a place that has resources?" The scene shifted to a room where the purple-haired girl excitedly exclaimed, "Oh! Did you find it?" She had located 3 items, a triangular one, a squarish one, and a webcam. The dark-haired man, however, was skeptical, questioning if it was simply a mannequin for displaying clothes, given its resemblance to his description. The dark-haired man let out a weary sigh, "HIA." A caption explained the purple-haired girl's ability: she possesses dimensional storage, capable of opening a black hole in her chest to suck in items. The dark-haired man worried that his house would be filled up if he couldn't find the items again, as her accuracy in retrieving them was low. The dark-haired man pondered the vastness of the girl's dimensional space, having never explored it before. The purple-haired girl offered to help, suggesting the dark-haired man put his head in to take a look and aid in the search. He agreed, saying yes. The dark-haired man, eyes wide with surprise, found himself plummeting into a swirling vortex of vibrant blue energy. The vortex deposited him into a colossal, chaotic expanse filled with countless objects, boxes, containers, sporting goods, and even a classical statue, all floating amidst the swirling blue energy. "Damn! It's so huge," he exclaimed, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the dimensional storage. He struggled to navigate the immense space, the sheer volume of items making his search feel futile. The vastness of the purple-haired woman's dimensional storage was truly staggering. He muttered to himself, as expected of a superhuman that emptied supermarkets in the East region overnight, but isn't this searching for a needle in a haystack? Despair washed over him as the enormity of his task sunk in. "Damn it," he cried out in frustration. He strained to focus his energy, attempting to pinpoint the specific items he needed within the chaotic landscape of the dimensional storage. But the effort proved too much. He coughed violently, collapsing onto the floor of the storage space, gasping for breath. The dark-haired man, weakened and breathless, explained his predicament to the purple-haired woman. "That there's no oxygen inside. My skin is about to swell. And it feels like the moisture in my body is about to be sucked dry," he exclaimed, his voice strained. The purple-haired woman responded, "Didn't know. I can't enter, Han never got injured." The purple-haired woman, brow furrowed in concentration, tilted her head slightly, a soft escaping her lips. As the dark-haired man, eyes wide with excitement, exclaimed, "Oh. That's it. You actually have it." His voice laced with relief, he added, "I also found others." Surrounded by countless boxes within the dimensional storage, the dark-haired man stumbled back, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of items and a slight shortness of breath, muttering "ah." The dilapidated stairwell descended into darkness, casting long shadows as three figures ascended the 18th floor. One voiced apprehension about encountering another monster, but another dismissed the concern, emphasizing their mission's urgency and Mr. Zhang's trust. A third member, however, questioned the reliability of the information they'd received, prompting a rebuke to focus on the task at hand and return swiftly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a young man with spiky dark hair and a purple-haired woman worked together, monitoring their progress via a sophisticated system they'd pre-installed. The dark-haired man needed precise timing. As the three men ascended the dimly lit stairwell, one of them, the man in the winter coat, paused, voicing his apprehension. "Did you guys hear something up ahead?" he asked, his companions murmuring in agreement. One muttered, "Could it be that ghost again?" A sudden burst of bright, ethereal light filled the stairwell, followed by the chaotic sounds of screeching tires and crashing metal as several remote-controlled vehicles careened down the stairs. The man in the winter coat, momentarily stunned, exclaimed, "Toy cars?" But as the vehicles approached, it became clear that these were no ordinary toys, they were miniature, weaponized vehicles, each carrying a cluster of explosives. The explosives detonated in a fiery explosion, engulfing the stairwell in a blinding flash and deafening roar. One of the men screamed, "Waahhh." The intense heat and light seared the men's eyes, one of them crying out in pain, "Ahhhhhhhhh. My eyes hurt." Amidst the chaos, a small, remote-controlled vehicle, equipped with more explosives, zipped past, narrowly missing the men. A miniature drone, armed with explosives, hurtled through the air, its target a group of individuals in a snowy urban landscape. The drone's camera feed showed a close-up of its target, the man in winter coat and his companions, their faces etched with fear and surprise. A young woman with purple hair and glasses monitored the drone's progress, her voice filled with urgency as she instructed the drone operator, "Throw it when you are closer. I must teach them a lesson this time." The drone operator, responding with a frustrated "damn you," prepared to launch the attack. But the man in winter coat, displaying remarkable agility, swung his weapon, shattering the drone's propeller. The drone, now losing control, spiraled out of the sky. The young woman's voice crackled over the comms, lost control of the left side, unable to stabilize. The drone operator, panicked, yelled, "Control it. This is our one and only drone." The damaged drone careened wildly, finally exploding in a shower of sparks and debris, narrowly missing the man in winter coat and his companions. The drone, piloted by the young woman with purple hair, experienced a malfunction. Its right propeller failed, sending it spiraling downwards. The young woman urgently instructed the drone operator to find a safe place to land, emphasizing the importance of preventing damage. The drone successfully landed outside a window. Meanwhile, inside, the man in winter coat and his companions were assessing the situation. The man in winter coat, noticing the drone's proximity, decided to retrieve it, deeming it too valuable to leave behind. Through the drone's camera feed, the young woman with purple hair and her companion spotted Brotherly, injured and lying near the stairs. They expressed concern over Brotherly's condition, wondering if he had also been robbed. The man in winter coat, having retrieved the drone, returned to his companions, cautioning them to not open the door for strangers. He fumbled with his keys, seemingly preoccupied and slightly disturbed by the events that had unfolded. The young woman with purple hair, her expression a mixture of worry and apprehension, looked at the handheld transceiver in her hands. She questioned aloud, "Is this it?" Meanwhile, the man in the winter coat, his face grim, checked the firearm at his hip, muttering to himself, "I hope I won't need to use this thing." The man in the winter coat, flashlight in hand, cautiously ascended the damaged staircase, the sounds of his boots echoing in the desolate building. Meanwhile, the young woman with purple hair, monitoring the situation from a distance, reported, 16th floor, safe. The drone's data revealed the perilous conditions outside, minus 49.8 degrees Celsius. Without protective gear, humans would freeze to death within 30 minutes. Brotherly's critical condition spurred the man in the winter coat into action. He knew he had to act quickly. One of his companions warned him about the dangers of going outside, emphasizing the need for caution. The man in the winter coat acknowledged the warning, expressing his gratitude for their assistance. As his companions prepared additional supplies, including thick clothing, for the rescue mission, the man in winter coat, his resolve hardening, checked his supplies. He muttered to himself, "I ought to." His companions, their faces etched with worry, offered their support. One of them expressed gratitude, "MHM. Thank you." Meanwhile, the young woman with purple hair, having received thanks from Mr. Jiang, approached him with a request, "Brother Jiang, can I join you guys now?" Mr. Jiang responded curtly, "No." He explained his reasons. "Firstly, we are unable to confirm this was the doing of your friend. Secondly, if not for Uncle Lu personally witnessing someone moving resources, I wouldn't believe you at all." Despite his skepticism, Mr. Jiang proposed a joint effort. "Let's go together to take a look at that floor." The young woman, accepting the terms, responded, "All right, Mr. Jiang." The team prepared for the rescue mission. The young woman with purple hair was instructed to pack up immediately, and to bring a tool for accessing the floor above. Another companion was told to bring an axe. Mr. Jiang addressed the young woman with purple hair, stating, "Whether your information is real or false, and whatever your goal is, during this upcoming operation, I hope you will be able to demonstrate your worth." The young woman with purple hair, now carrying a pipe, nodded in understanding. She then reminded the team, "As part of our team, please pay attention to your safety when we go up." The rescue team, led by the man in winter coat, descended a dimly lit staircase, their footsteps echoing in the confined space. The young woman with purple hair was among them, her determination unwavering. They moved with purpose, navigating the crowded stairwell as they made their way to Brotherly. One of the companions stumbled, momentarily disrupting their progress, but quickly recovered, the mission's urgency spurring them onward. They found Brotherly unconscious on the ground. One of the rescuers, a blond man, immediately reached for a thermos and attempted to give him a drink. The liquid was clearly hot, causing the man to wince and exclaim, "Hot, hot, hot." Brotherly stirred slightly, his eyes fluttering open. He looked confused. Brotherly, still recovering from unconsciousness, was addressed by the man in winter coat. The man in winter coat expressed his gratitude, but Brotherly retorted, "Even if I want to thank someone, it will be the people you stole the resources from. Stop pretending to be a hero." The man in winter coat's companions reacted with anger, shouting, "You bast!" The man in winter coat attempted to de-escalate the situation, sincerely inviting Brotherly to join their group, emphasizing the importance of collaboration to overcome the disaster. Brotherly, however, remained defiant, stating, "So annoying, I already said so many times that I will never join." The man in winter coat's frustration grew, urging Brotherly to stop refusing and being shameless. Brotherly, in response, questioned if they were trying to force him to join their group. Brotherly's suspicion intensified as he questioned their motives. The man in winter coat attempted to explain their intentions, stating that they simply wanted Brotherly's strength to help those weaker and give them higher hopes of survival. Brotherly, however, remained unconvinced, accusing the man in winter coat, whom he referred to as Bastard Jiang, of having ulterior motives in mistreating his followers, highlighting the meager rations provided to them. The scene ends with Brotherly's accusations against Jiang, highlighting the stark difference between the meager rations provided to his followers and the potential for death. Brotherly, defiant, rejected the recruitment attempt of the man in winter coat, stating that his methods wouldn't work on him. His suspicion grew as he reflected on the committee's practice of taking in the old, weak, and sick, implying a lack of genuine care for their well-being. Observing the scene, a companion of the man in winter coat voiced his concern that the committee's actions would eventually lead to internal conflicts. The man in winter coat, losing patience, pressed Brotherly to make a decision, join or leave. Brotherly's refusal escalated the tension, leading to a heated confrontation, resulting in a physical altercation. The man in winter coat, enraged, lunged at Brotherly. Despite the initial aggression, the man in winter coat's companions watched with apprehension as the situation spiraled out of control. The man in winter coat's group, outnumbered and outmatched, retreated, leaving Brotherly standing alone. The man in the winter coat, swaying slightly, defiantly declared, "I am not afraid of you guys." Observing Brotherly's perilous state from a distance, a companion of the man in winter coat worried, "This is bad, Brotherly's state feels like he will fall at any moment. I need to go help him." He reconsidered, muttering to himself, "No, they have too many people. Even if I go, there's nothing I can do." However, his resolve shifted as he reflected on Brotherly's past kindness. "But Brotherly helped me out so many times previously, I can't just watch him throw away his life." The scene shifted to show a handgun being drawn, the action implied but not explicitly shown. Brotherly, now armed, prepared himself for the confrontation. The man in the winter coat reappeared, taunting Brotherly and his companions, "Come on, let's get it going if you want to fight." The ensuing confrontation resulted in the man in the winter coat and his companions being swiftly defeated and forced into a hasty retreat. A gunshot echoed through the night. The sound was sharp and sudden, followed by the sickening thud of a baseball bat connecting with flesh. The man in winter coat's companion crumpled to the ground. Brotherly stood over his fallen attacker, his expression grim. The scene was chaotic, with the man in winter coat's group in disarray. Panic spread among the remaining members of the group. "Hey! What's that sound just now?" one of them shouted, fear evident in his voice. Another cried out, "Gun, it's a gun!" The man in winter coat, his face a mask of fury, attempted to rally his remaining men. Lil bro? You." But his words were cut short as Brotherly's group closed in, forcing a hasty retreat. The scene ended with the group fleeing, leaving behind their fallen comrade. Observing from a distance, the young woman with purple hair pondered, "Han Feng? Why did he leave his house? How does he have a gun?" The man in the winter coat, firearm drawn, offered Brotherly his house key, suggesting a slow retreat. His companions, apprehensive, echoed the retreat order as they began to leave. Brotherly's adversary, however, was not satisfied and ordered them to drop their weapons. The group, now clearly defeated, searched for the house key, their faces reflecting fear and desperation. Brotherly, victorious, prepared to leave with his companion, warning that he would shoot anyone who moved. The defeated group retreated down the stairs, their escape marked by a sense of urgency and defeat. Their hurried retreat continued, leaving behind the scene of their failed attempt. The man in the winter coat, observing from a distance, watched the retreating figures, his expression unreadable. A group, led by a man in a winter coat, huddled together in an alleyway. They spoke in hushed tones, their breath misting in the frigid air. identifying a figure in the distance as Han Feng. Concern rippled through the group as they realized Han Feng possessed a firearm, leading to an argument amongst the group members. The man in the red coat expressed frustration at the lack of prior warning about Han Feng's weapon, while the man in the winter coat attempted to reassure them, suggesting that Brother Lee, whom they were planning to visit, would not lie to them. The group continued their discussion, speculating about Han Feng's possible involvement in the recent price increases. The man in the winter coat considered the possibility that Uncle Lu's recent sighting of someone could have been Han Feng. The group debated whether to proceed with their original plan, weighing the risks of confronting Han Feng, who might be armed. The man in the winter coat ultimately dismissed the immediate threat, reasoning that if Han Feng were capable of murder, he would have already acted. He expressed doubt that Han Feng and his companions would remain hidden indefinitely. The man in winter coat addressed his companions, announcing a change of plans. They would return to prepare safety measures before resuming their mission to take down 1804. A wide shot of a city building, numbered 1804, is shown, emphasizing the scale of their target. Two figures, Brother Lee and another man, approached a building. Brother Lee's hands trembled slightly as they neared the entrance. His companion reassured him, noting that they did not appear to be followed. Brother Lee used a key to unlock the door, his expression one of surprise as he noted the warmth inside, urging his companion to enter quickly. Inside, they discovered a radiator and a generator, along with a room full of supplies. Brother Lee's surprise and relief were evident as he gestured towards the unexpected resources. The scene concludes with Brother Lee expressing astonishment at their unexpected find, highlighting the fortuitous discovery of a safe haven and resources. A young woman with purple hair asked the man in the orange scarf, "Where's the drone?" The man in the orange scarf replied sheepishly, "I forgot." 2 hours later, the man in the orange scarf, along with a blonde man and a girl with dark purple hair, were in a store. The blonde man asked, "What drone?" Later, the man in the orange scarf and the blonde man, Brother Lee, sat at a table, eating. The blonde man commented, "But isn't that way too awesome, to actually predict this disaster? And to even do this much preparation, looks like studying hard is indeed useful." The blonde man apologized, saying, "Sorry Brother Lee, previously I was worried about the information about my supplies being leaked, so I didn't tell you the truth." Brother Lee expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you lil bro. If not for you, I am afraid I would have starved to death. For you to already treat me in such a way is already extremely benevolent of you." The man in the orange scarf responded, "Bro, don't say that, you have also helped me a lot, continue eating, I have plenty of food here." Brother Lee, overcome with emotion, exclaimed, "Wha? Lil bro, you are such a good guy." He grasped the man in winter coat's hand, his gratitude palpable. As the unnamed woman with purple hair observed them from a distance, sipping her drink, the blonde man then turned to the man in winter coat, asking, "Do you remember the information I sent you before the power supply was cut off?" The blonde man explained that since the power outage, a man with the surname Jiang had been stealing supplies in the name of collectivism, and that those who followed him were met with disapproval from others, like himself. After some defections, Jiang seemed unconcerned. But secretly, he sent Jin Xinwo to take care of them, claiming it was to reduce the threat against them. The scene shifts to show a chaotic struggle, with Jin Xinwo and Jin Xinwen present. The man in winter coat and the blonde man discussed the situation, noting that the committee developed quickly and used underhanded tricks, and that this fellow wasn't easy to deal with. The man in winter coat then pointed out the irony, stating, "Heh, but as the saying goes, evil has its retribution. Guess who they tried to rob?" The man in winter coat's face hardened as he revealed the name of the target, Li Jianghao. The man in winter coat, a former middleweight boxing champion, moved with surprising speed and power. He launched a devastating blow. Brother Lee and the woman with purple hair discussed the aftermath of Zhang's attack. Brother Lee questioned the extent of the injuries sustained by the committee members, while the woman with purple hair explained that Zhang, despite his losses, refused to admit defeat. Under Zhang's continued encouragement, his remaining followers pressed their attack on Li Jianghao. but Li Jianghao, with the aid of two powerful allies, ultimately defeated them all. One ally, known as Zhenghuai, was described as a fan of Li Jianghao, renowned for his speed from years of underground boxing. While the other, Zhengzai, possessed incredible strength, described as godly. With these two powerful figures supporting Li Jianghao, they had quickly become a significant force in their neighborhood. Brother Li, observing the scene, mused that Jiang Shuiao's desperation to involve him suggested his own faction was struggling. Inside a warehouse, Brother Li, the woman with purple hair, and the man in the winter coat were gathered around a table. A sudden clack sound startled them. As the man in the winter coat prepared to electrify the door, anticipating an intrusion. The woman with purple hair, however, detected the smell of sulfur. The warehouse was suddenly rocked by a small explosion. Both the man in the winter coat and Brother Li were thrown backward. The man in the winter coat groaning in pain, realizing that the explosives used were far more powerful than expected. The woman with purple hair explained that the attackers were using demolition explosives, not something as simple as bombs. Brother Li, surprised, questioned her knowledge of such things. She simply stated that they were a bunch of beasts. A security camera feed showed a group of men approaching the warehouse, carrying a suspicious package. On a monitor, two individuals reviewed footage. One, a man with glasses, spoke, "Heh, so you are the one that brought Jiang Shuiao here." Elsewhere, Brother Li urgently warned the man in winter coat, "Bro, get further away from the door." The man in winter coat reacted with surprise as an explosion rocked the warehouse, sending him flying backward, injured and shocked. The unnamed woman with purple hair exclaimed, "What happened?" The scene shifted to a group of men, one of whom instructed, "Place the explosives on the border of the door connecting to the wall, try using 2 packets this time." Another explosion erupted, significantly larger than the first, shaking the warehouse violently. The aftermath showed a damaged door and debris scattered across the floor. A group of men in tactical gear cautiously advanced, shields raised, into the damaged area. Brother Li, overseeing the operation, confirmed the explosives were sound. He noted that the target had already prepared defensive measures and instructed his team to use 3 packets of explosives simultaneously, planning to increase the quantity if necessary. Their goal was to demolish the target's house that day. Brother Li's focus remained unwavering, the destruction of the house was paramount. The 2 men in winter coats, positioned near the target building, began to hear a growing rumble, the sound intensifying with each passing moment. One of them cried out in pain as the explosion rocked their position. The man in the winter coat shielded his ears, barely able to hear his companion's warning about the escalating explosion. The growing intensity of the sound was unmistakable, something was terribly wrong. As the wall began to crack, the men realized the full force of the explosion was about to hit them. Brother Li, assessing the growing cracks in the wall, urgently instructed his team, "Let's get more things to block the way." He worried aloud, "If this goes on, the cracks will get bigger and bigger." The blond man, witnessing the escalating situation, exclaimed, "It's useless to block it, move all the things away quickly." "I have an idea." The man in the winter coat anxiously questioned, How long is it going to take?" A young woman with purple hair, seemingly possessing magical abilities, appeared, causing the blond man and the man in the winter coat to react with shock and fear. "What a joke! A little doll like you should quickly find a place to hide in the bedroom," she scoffed, raising her hands. The blond man and the man in the winter coat cried out in unison, "What the hell? What's that?" The young woman with purple hair unleashed a powerful energy, drawing in the surrounding objects with a swirling vortex. The furniture and debris were sucked into the vortex. The man in the winter coat stared, wide-eyed, as the blond man stumbled back, clearly shaken. The woman with purple hair stood calmly amidst the chaos. A sudden, deafening boom rocked the room, sending all 3 sprawling to the ground as they instinctively covered their ears. Brother Li, his face a mask of frustration, examined the newly cracked wall. "I just strengthened it," he muttered, "why is it cracking again?" A small, brown package lay near a damaged section of the floor, its presence suggesting the source of the recent explosion. Brotherly addressed the others, a dangerous glint in his eyes. If that's really the case, then it will be useless no matter how we repair it. I have a dangerous idea. Are you guys willing to trust me once? The woman with purple hair simply responded with a quiet, "MHM." The blonde man, though still visibly shaken, urged Brotherly forward. Whatever it is, you just gotta say it. The aftermath of an explosion was evident in the damaged building. Debris littered the floor. As a group, including Brotherly, the man in the winter coat, and the blonde-haired man, began to search for supplies. The blonde-haired man urged caution, reminding them of the potential for ambush. While the woman with purple hair observed calmly. They checked the kitchen, finding only rubbish and seeds, leading to accusations against Brotherly of deception. The blonde-haired man, however, suggested the supplies might be hidden elsewhere. As the man in the winter coat cautiously opened a door, he was wary of potential gunfire and was immediately attacked, resulting in a brief but intense struggle. The blonde-haired man exclaimed in anger, "Damn you!" The man with blonde hair stumbled backward, his face contorted in a grimace of pain and surprise. Brotherly, his expression grim, aimed his pistol at the blonde-haired man's attacker. The blonde-haired man, trapped in a metal cage with several other terrified individuals, screamed in alarm as Brotherly and his accomplice moved to secure the area. Brotherly, gun still raised, moved to secure the area, his accomplice quickly subduing the injured man in a winter coat. Brotherly, addressing the captives, declared, "All of you should get out, or else I won't be polite." One of the captives retorted, "Polite? Were you polite before this?" Brotherly explained, "Were you hiding supplies, neglecting the collective, making so many residents suffer and starve? Today, we are here to demand justice." Brotherly continued, "Only working together will allow us to triumph over this apocalypse." Brotherly, his face a mask of controlled fury, accused the group of hiding supplies, stating, "Who says that I have supplies? You must have hidden it." The blonde woman countered, emphasizing the lack of heat and light emanating from his house as evidence of his deception. She threatened, "If you don't tell us the truth, then you can wait to die." Brotherly, unfazed, shot out a window, the glass shattering dramatically. He then retorted, "Lihuina, you are actually shameless enough to say such things." The blonde woman, along with the man in the blue hat, were shocked and exclaimed, "You were freaking toying with us?" Brotherly, maintaining his composure, announced his plan to avoid internal conflict. "Don't start an internal strife, I have a simple method." He then addressed Mr. Han, implying a collaboration. "Mr. Han, you wouldn't say no to that, right?" Brotherly revealed the contents of the room to Mr. Jiang, stating, "Mr. Jiang, there's only some rubbish and a little girl in the room." A young girl with purple hair, seemingly frightened, called out to her brother, "Brother, brother, I'm afraid, I'm hungry." Brotherly reassured her, "Don't be afraid, brother will go find food for you once." A group of men, their faces partially obscured by masks, held several captives. One man complained, "Damn it, we worked so hard for half a day, just for this?" The blonde woman, visibly terrified, sought an explanation from the man in glasses, who appeared apprehensive. Brotherly, having apprehended the captives, demanded an explanation from the blonde woman. He stated, "Now that things have developed this way, you have to explain yourself to everyone here." The blonde woman, increasingly distressed, insisted, I really did not lie. I personally witnessed it. Why is this happening? Where did it go wrong?" She suspected Han Peng's involvement, muttering, "That yellow Han Peng is playing tricks? I am in this state because of him." The man in the winter coat revealed a flashlight, its light flickering erratically. It was the source of the problem. Brotherly, noticing the flashlight, reacted with surprise, "Huh?" Brotherly aimed his gun at the blonde woman and the man in the winter coat, demanding, "Where exactly did you hide the supplies?" Brotherly, increasingly suspicious, interrogated the blonde-haired man, accusing him of deception. He warned, "You pulled some kind of trick, right? Tell everyone the truth, otherwise, I will shoot you." The blonde-haired man, terrified, responded, "The truth is, all my supplies were already scammed by you long ago." His denial was met with Brother Lee's raised gun. The blonde-haired man, eyes wide with fear, insisted, "I am not lying." Brother Lee disarmed the blonde-haired man, who cried out in fear as the gun flew from her grasp. The blonde-haired man was quickly restrained by Brother Lee and another man. She pleaded, "Let me go. I am not lying." Brother Lee, along with the woman with purple hair, moved to another room, leaving the blonde-haired man under guard. A discarded pistol lay on the floor. Brother Lee picked up the discarded pistol, his expression a mixture of surprise and suspicion. He then glanced towards the man in the winter coat, who observed the scene from behind a glass partition, his worry palpable. Brother Lee, his suspicion growing, confronted the blonde-haired man, accusing him of deceit. "You shrew, you actually lied to us," he exclaimed. The blonde-haired man, terrified, could only stammer in response. Brother Lee's anger escalated, "You freaking lied to us." Brother Lee, displaying his authority, swiftly disarmed the blonde-haired man, silencing his protests with a sharp, "Enough." The scene was tense, the committee's true nature was unclear, and this location was far from an execution ground. The man with glasses, observing the unfolding events, expressed his concern for the blonde-haired woman. "We should at least give her a chance to turn over a new leaf," he pleaded. Meanwhile, Brother Lee, seemingly softening, apologized to the man in the winter coat for the day's events. "Mr. Han, I am very sorry for what happened today," he stated, handing over a discarded pistol. He then explained that they were all victims, promising a proper explanation soon. Brother Lee extended an invitation to the man in the winter coat to join the committee. "I sincerely invite you to join the committee," he offered. The man in the winter coat, taken aback, simply responded with a questioning awe. Brother Lee gave the man in the winter coat time to consider the offer. "You don't have to answer right now, just think about it. When you come to collect supplies tomorrow, come tell me then." Brother Lee, the man in the winter coat, and the blonde-haired man were in a tense standoff. The blonde-haired man looked terrified. Brother Lee's expression shifted to one of weary satisfaction as he finally found a place to rest. He commented on the spaciousness and comfort of the purple-haired woman's home, which was far superior to his own. Brother Lee, reviewing a tablet, smirked, pleased with the success of their deception. He then instructed the others to proceed according to his plan. Brother Lee directed the blonde-haired man and the purple-haired woman to store items in the house, leaving behind some rubbish and wrappers to create the illusion of a long-term absence of supplies. He then ordered the blonde-haired man to open the windows to quickly lower the temperature inside, further enhancing the illusion of abandonment. Brother Lee explained his strategy, to make it appear as though they had run out of supplies, forcing Jiang Shui's group to turn on each other due to desperation and lack of resources. The scene shifts to show the blonde-haired woman and the man with glasses surrounded by a crowd of people, highlighting the growing tension and suspicion within Jiang Shui's group. Brother Lee explained his plan. Li Huina would take the blame for the gun. The blonde-haired man expressed concern about the safety of this plan. Brother Lee countered that Jiang Shuio would likely resolve the situation peacefully to maintain his image. He felt confident in his plan's success. Brother Lee revealed that only one bullet remained in the gun, and he had already fired it. The blonde-haired man, impressed, called him "awesome lil bro." Brother Lee stated that the gun's removal was a minor detail in the overall plan. Their main objective now was to bring down the committee. A group of men, including the man with glasses, walked down a corridor, their faces grim and determined. Their mission was clear. The blonde-haired woman thanked Jiang Shuio profusely, her words echoing in the dimly lit station. She was surrounded by a crowd. Brother Lee, overseeing a clandestine operation, stood before a table laden with supplies, a faint glow emanating from a box. A crowd of people milled around him, seemingly unaware of the significance of the scene. Meanwhile, two figures, the unnamed man with blonde hair and another man, moved through a dimly lit corridor, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. The blonde-haired man reassured his companion, stating that he had checked the supply room before leaving. They crouched, hidden in the shadows, their mission underway. The tension was palpable. Brother Lee revealed a diagram detailing the layout of the building, explaining that the 7th and 8th floors were likely where Jiang and his core members were staying, while the lower floors housed logistics and family members. the basement had already been cleared. The blonde-haired man, armed with a rod, urged his companion to avoid using firearms. They prepared to proceed. They stealthily moved through the building, checking each floor. Finding no one on the floors they initially suspected, they began to question their assumptions. Reaching the 7th floor, they paused, uncertainty clouding their faces. The blonde-haired man questioned whether the supplies were actually stored on these 2 floors, expressing doubt about the current situation. They continued their search, the blonde-haired man suggesting they split up to cover more ground. The lack of guards was unusual, but the complete absence of any personnel was even more unsettling. Brotherly, the blonde-haired man, and the dark-haired man found themselves in an unexpected situation. Brotherly, initially confident, voiced his concerns about the absence of personnel, explaining that they were here to scout the building, not engage in a fight. He revealed his plan. The committee's organization relied on supplies. By finding the warehouse and emptying it, they could cripple the committee. The blonde-haired man, however, remained cautious, questioning the feasibility of the plan given the number of people in the committee and the unknown location of their supplies. Brotherly and his companions proceeded cautiously through the building. Brotherly, using a flashlight, discovered a key in a door's keyhole. The blonde-haired man immediately noticed thin wires wrapped around the key and doorknob, identifying it as a typical trap. Brotherly, acknowledging the trap, expressed concern about the potential presence of bombs behind the door. The blonde-haired man agreed, emphasizing the need for caution. They continued their search, recalling a previous conversation about 2 men checking a door, possibly referring to this very trap. The blonde-haired man concluded that this made sense. Brotherly, leading the group, explained their strategy: we just need to know the location arbitrarily. Let's go up and take a look at the other floors. The blonde-haired man agreed, adding, as long as we have the location of the warehouse, we can take our time to discuss how to open it. The group, armed with flashlights, cautiously proceeded down a dimly lit corridor. Approaching a door, the blonde-haired man suddenly shouted, "Stop!" He had spotted a hidden ambush. Brotherly reacted swiftly, engaging the attackers with his staff. The blonde-haired man joined the fray. A fierce melee ensued. One attacker yelled, "Damn you!" as the blonde-haired man, taking a blow, urged his companion, "Lil bro, run!" Brotherly and the blonde-haired man cautiously approached a metal door, their flashlights cutting through the dim corridor. "Didn't you say there won't be anyone here when they are distributing supplies?" the blonde-haired man questioned, his voice laced with apprehension. As they attempted to open the heavy door, the blonde-haired man struggled with the mechanism, muttering, "I don't know. I wasn't able to enter this floor previously." Suddenly, the blonde-haired man froze, his eyes widening in alarm. "Crap, someone's coming," he exclaimed, his voice sharp with urgency. Brotherly and the blonde-haired man peered down the dimly lit stairwell. Brotherly observed, there should be less people. They descended the stairs cautiously, their flashlights illuminating the decaying environment. Reaching the bottom, the blonde-haired man winced in pain. Brotherly noticed his injury. "Lil bro, your arm." The blonde-haired man examined his arm, confirming his suspicions. "TSSST, it's probably fractured," he stated grimly. He then urged, "We need to find a place to hide first." As he spoke, the blonde-haired man's eyes darted around nervously, his face contorted in fear. He pointed behind Brotherly, whispering urgently, "Behind you." Brotherly reacted instantly, but he was too late. A sudden blow struck him, causing him to cry out in pain, "Ugh!" A man with blonde hair, already injured, cried out, "Lil bro," as Brotherly tumbled headfirst into a dark, shadowy doorway. The title card for the manhwa appeared. Brotherly, while attempting to enter a building, lost his footing and tumbled down a shaft, his cry echoing through the structure. The unnamed man with blonde hair, witnessing the fall, rushed to his aid, shouting, "Lil bro, are you alright? Wait, I will come save you right now. Hold on, Lil bro." Meanwhile, another figure appeared, questioning their presence. "What are you guys doing here?" The blonde-haired man explained that they were collecting supplies, a statement met with skepticism. The newcomer, unimpressed, observed Brother Lee's condition, commenting, "Do I look like I just fell off the turnip truck?" He then revealed his suspicion that the two were aware of the committee's activities, noting their avoidance of the 5th and 6th floors. Brother Lee, struggling to catch his breath, glared at the newcomer, questioning if he was being followed and if there were no guards present. A man with blonde hair frantically searched for Brother Lee, shouting, "Get him!" While the dark-haired man, observing from a distance, questioned, "Where's the other one?" He then ordered a search of every house. The blonde-haired man, finding Brother Lee injured, exclaimed, "Crap! Brother Lee!" The dark-haired man, entering a building, was confronted by Brother Lee, who questioned his actions. "This is the 8th floor. What are you trying to do?" The dark-haired man calmly explained, "Technically, it's only 4 stories, the piled-up snow has already reached between the 3rd and 4th floor now. With all that snow to cushion the landing, this height is no big deal." He then offered Brother Lee a choice, to jump down or to be beaten to death. "Make your choice." Brother Lee, clearly worried, asked, "Will we really not fall to death?" The dark-haired man opened a door, seemingly escaping. Brother Lee was pursued, the shout of "There he is," echoing as several figures gave chase. He was cornered. And, using a burst of purple energy, he launched himself from the building, crashing through the ice below. The blonde-haired man watched in alarm, his expression one of concern and confusion as he witnessed the scene unfold. He seemed uncertain of what had just happened. Brother Lee, miraculously still alive, emerged from the ice, shouting, "He's still alive," as he pointed to another figure. The blonde-haired man, reacting swiftly, moved to assist Brother Lee, breaking through a nearby window. The two men found themselves in a precarious situation. Brother Lee, exhausted and frustrated, muttered "Damn," as he looked up at the vast expanse of the snowy cityscape above. He had barely escaped, only to find himself in another perilous situation, precariously clinging to the side of a building, the ice cracking beneath him. 3 figures, their faces obscured, burst through a doorway, their hurried movements suggesting a desperate flight. They were pursued, as evidenced by the shouts echoing in their wake. One of the pursuers, observing the scene from above, noted their escape route and immediately ordered a pursuit. Brother Lee, the man with blonde hair, and another man huddled around a small fire, seeking warmth and respite from the harsh conditions. The scene suggests a temporary refuge from their pursuers. The man with dark hair, observing the scene, silently contemplates the intelligence of Brother Lee's actions. Brother Lee and the blonde-haired man strategize their next move, anticipating a trap on the lower floors. Their plan involves heading to the 5th floor to avoid capture. Brother Lee, breathless and exhausted, expresses relief at their successful evasion. The blonde-haired man acknowledges Brother Lee's clever strategy, initially doubting its feasibility. The two men, along with a third, sit by the fire, the atmosphere tense but relieved. The blonde-haired man dismisses the situation as merely dealing with a dead man. The blonde-haired man questions Brother Lee's knowledge of the committee, prompting Brother Lee to reveal what he knows. Brother Lee, exhausted but possessing key information about the committee, sought refuge in a dilapidated building. He was accompanied by the man with blonde hair, who remained relieved and impressed by Brother Lee's escape strategy. The blonde-haired man pondered aloud, noting that Brother Lee's actions suggested either a desperate attempt to steal supplies or a pre-existing conflict with the committee itself. Their unexpected arrival had disrupted Brother Lee's plans. Brother Lee, his face etched with worry, contemplated the implications of his actions and the potential consequences. The older man, seemingly unfazed, calmly acknowledged the possibility of Brother Lee's actions being motivated by a secret Jiang Shuiao was hiding. Brother Lee, startled, demanded to know what secret the older man was referring to. The older man, with a knowing smirk, presented Brother Lee with an ultimatum: reveal what he knew about the committee or face the consequences. The tension escalated as 2 imposing figures emerged, adding to the pressure on Brother Lee, who was now faced with a stark choice. The older man, his expression unwavering, delivered a final, chilling statement: make your choice. Brother Lee, his face etched with fury, recounted how Jiang Shuiao had brought explosives to his home, stealing his supplies and endangering his family. He explained that, driven by revenge, he had even pulled out all the stops, but acknowledged that a pistol wouldn't be enough to trade for his life. He then revealed his plan to mix a little truth with lies to make his story more believable. The unnamed man with blonde hair observed, noting that the fact the other man hadn't taken his pistol was telling. Brother Lee pondered this, questioning why the pistol was left behind. The blonde-haired man theorized it was one of two things: to maintain his position as a leader, or because he had more powerful weapons. The conversation shifted to Brother Lee's motives for bringing his brother to eliminate Jiang Shuiao. He explained that without him, the committee wouldn't go too far. The blonde-haired man reflected on the committee's original intention, which was to help people survive, but Jiang Shuiao's philosophy had twisted things, making everyone believe that comfortable living was the only way. Brother Lee, the man with dark hair, and another man sat around a fire, discussing the unfolding events. Brother Lee's plan to eliminate Jiang Shuiao was met with skepticism. The older man scoffed at the idea, arguing that the strong prey on the weak and that Brother Lee's plan was ridiculous. He pointed out the inevitable consequences of inaction, predicting plunder and slaughter in their neighborhood. Brother Lee pressed his point, challenging the older man's opinion and emphasizing the potential consequences of ignoring the situation. The older man, irritated, stood up abruptly. He seemed ready to leave the discussion. But then, unexpectedly, the man with dark hair intervened, grabbing the older man's arm. A struggle ensued, ending with the older man being thrown to the ground. The man with dark hair then quickly restrained the older man, seemingly preventing him from further action. The older man, surprised and disoriented, looked at the man with dark hair with a mixture of confusion and suspicion. Two men, one with gray hair and a beard, the other with dark hair, confronted a young man and a young woman. The gray-haired man asked if the young woman was Nurse Jean. The young woman, startled, responded with a questioning "Han?" The young woman apologized for eavesdropping, explaining that she had come for a re-examination after receiving her grandfather's supplies and discovering his death. She had hidden in the bedroom after hearing someone open the door. The gray-haired man accused the young woman of involvement in her grandfather's death. The young woman, unfazed, defended her actions, stating that while she may be seen as cruel or heartless, her actions were necessary to save more people. The gray-haired man remained silent, his expression unreadable. The young woman further explained that her grandfather had given her a pass and many supplies, leaving her no reason to reject him. Nurse Jean, calmly but firmly, explained that Jiang Shuiao had been forced to make difficult choices due to a recent influx of sick elderly people in the neighborhood, including Grandpa Lee. She was already overwhelmed. And it was only when she found Grandpa Lee that it was too late to save him. The gray-haired man remained unconvinced, his suspicion hardening. The dark-haired man listened intently as the gray-haired man voiced his suspicions, noting that Brother Lee had mentioned a new faction emerging in the neighborhood, and that this faction was at odds with the committee. He surmised that Jiang Shuiao, in an attempt to secure resources for the healthy and young, had abandoned the sick and elderly, even resorting to explosives to acquire more supplies. The young man, observing the unfolding events, considered the possibility that if Jiang Shuiao's actions were indeed motivated by the emergence of this new faction, he might need to locate Jiang Shuiao's hidden cache of weapons. The gray-haired man scoffed at the young man's resolve, questioning his ability to make a difference. Undeterred, the young man declared his refusal to passively accept his fate, stating that if he found the armory, he would find a way to act. The gray-haired man, exasperated, challenged him to go ahead and jump into his own grave if he wished. A grim declaration appeared on screen: in this world, where the strong prey on the weak, the one that survives till the end is the winner. Meanwhile, a young woman with pink hair approached a dark-haired man, offering her assistance. "Mr. Han, is there anything I can do to help?" she asked anxiously. He declined her offer, stating, "There's no need, I don't want to drag you down with me." The young woman, however, was insistent. "Don't say that. If you're right, this whole neighborhood is in danger. And those guys took your stuff and your girl. I got furious just listening to it," she exclaimed, her anger evident. Her intense worry was palpable as she stared at him, her eyes wide with concern. The dark-haired man remained silent, his expression unreadable, seemingly lost in thought. Later, a group of men were discussing Han Feng, confirming that they had indeed encountered him the previous day. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the crowd, identified as Han Feng. Han Feng, his arm in a sling, stood amidst a swirling, ethereal glow, his expression one of weariness and pain. Han Feng coughed violently, his body racked with pain as he lay on the cold, hard floor. A blond man loomed over him, seething with rage. "I am going to cripple your other arm too. Let's see if you dare steal from us again." Meanwhile, two other men rushed into the scene, one wielding a baseball bat. "Bro, something happened, Mr. Jiang is asking us to gather." Han Feng, bound and helpless, was left alone in the dimly lit corridor. But a green energy pulsed from within him, freeing him from his bonds. Finally breaking free, he let out a relieved sigh. Phew. Han Feng, despite his injuries, resolved to seek help. "I will go look for the armory once I heal my injuries, I can't drag this on any longer." Bound and helpless, Han Feng lay on the cold floor, his escape seemingly impossible. Two men stood over him, their faces etched with concern. One of them questioned, "Do we just leave him here?" The other man responded, They said we should consult with Mr. Jiang before deciding what to do with him." Han Feng, despite his predicament, remained alert. He thought, caught. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Brotherly." The blond man, Brotherly, winced in pain. Han Feng, seizing the opportunity, delivered a swift slap to Li's face. Li coughed, cough, "Thanks lil bro, your slap is indeed effective." Li, rubbing his cheek, complained, "But next time, could you slap the side that isn't swollen? I can't feel anything on the left side of my face now." Han Feng simply replied, "Alright." Li then explained, "After they dragged you away, there was a guard in the room. The one behind us was about to be breached, so I unlocked the power distribution room and hid inside." The blond man, recovering from his injuries, recounted his experience. He had opened several containers, discovering them to be filled with sausages of extraordinary size, each was as thick as his arm. Just as he was about to examine them more closely, he heard a noise from behind him. The next thing he remembered was Han Feng slapping him awake. The blond man explained that he finally understood why the committee was so arrogant, they possessed a vast supply of these enormous sausages. Han Feng, observing the scene, questioned whether the committee had truly been concealing sausages, and if so, why they had used explosives to try and steal his supplies. The blond man confirmed that there was nothing written on the containers, only their sausage-like shape. He added that he had never seen such large sausages before. Han Feng, pondering the situation, felt something was amiss. He suspected this might be Jiang Shuiao's secret warehouse. Prompting the blond man to ask what Han Feng thought those things actually were. The blond man voiced his concern about Mr. Zhang's sudden urgency in disposing of Li Ziyi, a change from his previous attempts to recruit him. Two figures, their eyes glowing red, peered from behind a door as they urged another man to check under the bed. Meanwhile, the blond man, his eyes also glowing red, dashed away, leaving a trail of motion blur in his wake. The blond man and Han Feng, bound and surrounded by boxes, discussed their next move. Jiang Shuiao's orders to kill them and investigate the contents of the boxes were revealed. They decided to prioritize rescuing Evil King before dealing with the supplies. The blond man questioned Han Feng about a previous incident where a woman tried to kill him with a gun. Han Feng seemed unconcerned. The blond man reacted with shock and fear upon realizing that Li Huina was the one who had escaped. Han Feng's earpiece malfunctioned, causing static interference, prompting the blond man to urge him to focus on rescuing Evil King. They found a door and entered a room, only to find it empty. A crash was heard from further down the hallway, causing them to investigate. Amidst the chaos of a crowded, noisy corridor, a blond man urgently addressed the crowd. He explained that if they let the approaching group fight their way through, they would lose all their supplies, leaving everyone to starve. The injured, elderly, and women were to be kept in the basement while the others proceeded to the stairs, bringing their weapons with them to gather in the basement. He continued, speculating that Li Jianghao might be fighting his way through the crowd. He instructed Han Feng to wear his mask properly and blend into the crowd. The blond man expressed uncertainty but believed the situation was beneficial to them. Han Feng, following instructions, moved through the dense crowd, attempting to remain inconspicuous. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as two men in winter jackets were violently shoved to the ground by an unseen force. A muffled cry of pain could be heard. The blond man and Han Feng watched in alarm as the crowd surged forward, pushing the two men down a flight of stairs. The blond man's face registered shock and concern. In the ensuing chaos, Han Feng found himself pressed against a wall, surrounded by the panicked crowd. He was able to observe a man with a grim expression, seemingly unfazed by the commotion, moving through the crowd. The blond man, noticing Han Feng's predicament, shouted, "Crap! Lil bro," his voice filled with worry. The blond man, worried, approached a door, flashlight in hand. He whispered to himself, questioning if Han Feng had truly moved there. He then spotted a medical kit nearby and muttered Li Huina's name in surprise. A young woman, appearing injured and carrying a medical kit, emerged from the darkness. She explained that she was searching for food. Another woman, with pink hair, questioned the wisdom of searching for food with so many people around. The blond man questioned a pink-haired woman, "That's right, can't we? What are you doing here?" She responded, "I am here to treat someone, what about it?" A man carrying a gift box appeared. The blonde woman, observing, thought, Han Feng is sick? No. They seem to know each other. The pink-haired woman, attempting to leave, was stopped by the group. The blonde woman warned, "What are you trying to do? Zhang Shueyo told you earlier that you are not allowed to disturb my work." The pink-haired woman, now restrained, pleaded, "Nurse Jean, I am sorry. Release me. Or else I will." Suddenly, the pink-haired woman used a swift kick to escape her captors. She yelled, "Hiya!" The group watched in surprise as she escaped. The blonde woman stated, "I don't care what you guys are doing, but please don't disturb my work." The blonde woman angrily confronted the pink-haired woman, shouting, "You monster!" A group of survivors cautiously advanced through a dimly lit corridor, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. The blonde man, observing Li Huina, warned the others, "This girl is very strong, everyone be careful." As Li Huina, desperate and defiant, attempted to flee. The survivors reacted with alarm, their questions echoing in the confined space, "Ugh, what's going on, and what's happening?" A sudden, powerful energy erupted from Li Huina, causing a wave of shock and fear among the survivors. "You ga!" The source of the energy was revealed to be a dark, swirling vortex emanating from Li Huina's hands. The force of the energy began to pull at the survivors' clothing. The vortex intensified, its power overwhelming the survivors. One of them cried out in terror, "My clothes are getting sucked in? Hot hhhhhhhh." The blond man, caught in the vortex's pull, struggled against the force. Another survivor shouted, "There's a ghost." Meanwhile, another scene unfolded. A hooded figure, seemingly unaffected by the chaos, delivered a swift blow to an unsuspecting man, muttering, "Noisy." The hooded figure's attack left the man incapacitated. Two other survivors, having witnessed the event, fled the scene, one of them commenting, "I just punched him once, is there really a need to keep chasing after us?" A large, angry man, his face bruised and bloodied, roared, "Bastard! I am going to kill you rascals." Meanwhile, a young man with dark hair reflected, to think reinforced gloves would actually be so powerful in a desperate situation. He then exclaimed, "Hey! Han Feng and Li Ziyi escaped." Another man responded with frustration, "Damn it." The dark-haired young man strategized, "Brotherly, you go pick up Evil King. I will distract them. Let's meet again at the arranged location later." A concerned man questioned, "How are you going to pull it off alone?" The young man confidently replied, "Don't worry, I know what I am doing." He then leaped, narrowly avoiding a flashlight beam, shouting, "Damn you! Stop!" Han Feng, his breath misting in the frigid air, cautiously investigated the basement car park entrance. He noted that the metal gate was sealed, but considered the possibility that the pressure from accumulated snow might cause it to release. Suddenly, a surge of pressure erupted, blasting him backward with a powerful gust of wind and snow. He coughed, disoriented and struggling to regain his footing. He scrambled away as a group of survivors gave chase, their shouts echoing through the car park. One of them yelled, "He can't escape now. Catch him. I am going to slice him bit by bit." Han Feng, cursing under his breath, "Damned bastards," pressed himself against a wall, desperately seeking cover. He spotted a glimmer of light emanating from the exit gate. The survivors, equally surprised, exclaimed, "Hey! What's that? The gate is shining? What the hell is that?" The strange light pulsed and then vanished, leaving the gate open. One survivor simply stated, "It's gone?" Han Feng, seizing the opportunity, shouted defiantly, "Come at me again, you bastards," before disappearing through the opening. A massive surge of snow and ice erupted from the car park, engulfing the pursuing survivors. A snow avalanche roared down upon a group of survivors, who were desperately trying to escape in a vehicle, the force of the snowstorm throwing them to the ground. One man shouted, "Damn it! Quick! Get inside," as he urged others to seek shelter. Han Feng, coughing violently from the cold and the impact, struggled to his feet in the snow. He noticed a man watching him from a distance. The man said, "Waiting for your death?" Han Feng, suspicious, thought to himself, "Why do I feel like this fellow has been watching me all this time?" Then, the man called out, "Hey!" The avalanche stopped. "Over here," and rushed to help Han Feng. The man helped Han Feng to his feet, and together they looked towards a certain corner at -1F. Han Feng, still recovering from the avalanche, questioned the mysterious man's motives. "Who exactly are you? Why are you helping me?" The man simply replied, "Li Jianghao." Han Feng, surprised, echoed the name, "Li Jianghao?" He recognized Li Jianghao as the man who had fought alongside Jiang Shuiao. Li Jianghao offered Han Feng a proposition, cooperation. Han Feng, wary, pointed out that Li Jianghao had previously rejected him. Li Jianghao responded, "I changed my mind." Han Feng remained skeptical, questioning if this was a scam. Li Jianghao insisted it was a simple matter of mutual benefit, it's just two parties getting what they both need. Be straightforward, yes or no. In a bustling underground garage, Mr. Jiang oversaw the preparations for a mass relocation. He instructed Jean Ballwright to inform the families that it was time to come down, while noting that the blizzard had blown the doors open on the first underground level. Meanwhile, two men discussed the absence of two individuals. One expressed concern, but the other dismissed it as inconsequential to their overall plan. Outside, a group of people prepared to depart, unaware of the unfolding events. Han Feng and another individual observed the scene, noting the relocation efforts and the cold wasteland outside. Han Feng suggested simply asking the people involved, but his companion, seemingly impatient, decided to leave Jiang Shuiao to him. The man, seemingly in a hurry, sped off, leaving Han Feng to deal with Jiang Shuiao. Jiang Shuiao, surprised by the sudden departure, questioned the urgency. As the situation escalated, Mr. Jiang ordered everyone to prepare to head upstairs and pick up the others, only to be interrupted by the sound of gunshots and the announcement of intruders. Panic ensued, with a warning to stay alert and avoid separation. A chaotic scene unfolded as armed figures clashed in a dimly lit, industrial setting. One man cried out in pain, "Arg," as he was thrown to the ground. Another shouted, "Over there! Open fire," as gunfire erupted. A fierce struggle ensued, with one man managing to subdue his attacker. Meanwhile, another individual urgently called out, "Hey! Don't go too far. Protect Mr. Jiang." The scene shifted to Han Feng, who, gun drawn, confronted Mr. Jiang. He commanded, "Freeze." Han Feng's expression was grim as he held Mr. Jiang at gunpoint, muttering, "For you." Han Feng aimed his pistol at Mr. Jiang, the tension palpable. Mr. Jiang, startled, exclaimed, "Mr. Jiang." Mr. Jiang, though clearly shaken, calmly replied, "I'm fine. Han Feng, however, remained suspicious, noting, "You stockpiled a mountain of supplies before this whole frost apocalypse hit. I thought you were one of their contacts at first, but it turns out, I was wrong." Han Feng returned Mr. Zhang's gun, but not before revealing a hidden listening device attached to it. He questioned Mr. Jiang about its purpose. Wondering about the meaning of their contacts and who Mr. Jiang was contacting, and why. Mr. Jiang, seemingly unfazed, calmly responded that if he wanted to harm Han Feng, he would have already done so. Then proposed that Han Feng join forces to survive by sending people to them. Han Feng, however, immediately rejected the offer, calling Mr. Jiang a pawn and refusing his proposal. Mr. Jiang expressed disappointment at this turn of events. As suddenly, a group of Special Forces soldiers emerged from behind a nearby vehicle, surprising Han Feng, forcing him to take evasive action as they opened fire. Han Feng skillfully dodged the initial volley, but was quickly confronted by another, older man who delivered a powerful blow. The older man then urged Han Feng to escape, as the soldiers continued their pursuit. Han Feng, though surprised by the sudden attack, complied with the older man's instructions. 3 Special Forces operatives cornered Han Feng in a dimly lit parking garage. The older man, acting as a diversion, told Han Feng to find an opening while he distracted the soldiers. Han Feng, however, was hesitant, voicing his concern about the soldiers' rifles. Seizing the opportunity created by the older man's distraction, Han Feng made a daring escape, sprinting past the soldiers, dodging a hail of bullets with surprising agility, and continuing his desperate flight through the parking garage. One soldier was momentarily stunned by Han Feng's speed and skill, as Han Feng used a swift kick to disarm him. Observing the fight from a distance, another individual remarked on Han Feng's extraordinary abilities. With no time to waste, Mr. Jiang and his associate rushed to a waiting armored vehicle, determined to apprehend their targets. Han Feng, crouching low to the ground, manipulated a glowing purple orb in his hands, causing a section of the ground beneath a military vehicle to sink rapidly. "Not so fast," he muttered, as the vehicle began to tilt precariously. Soldiers inside the vehicle reacted with alarm, shouting, "What's wrong? The right side looks like it's sinking into the ground. The ground's collapsing?" Han Feng observed the effect of his power, commenting to himself, "Looks like using purple light too much shrinks the area." It couldn't sink both sides of the wheels, though. As a soldier leaped from the vehicle, attempting to apprehend him, Han Feng prepared to defend himself. A soldier, grinning menacingly, watched Han Feng from the shadows. Han Feng, anticipating the attack, used his power to launch a small explosive device at the vehicle, causing a small explosion. The resulting shockwave sent the soldier flying backward. Han Feng, escaping the pursuing Special Forces operatives, unleashed a burst of energy, creating a blinding flash and a wave of concussive force. The intense energy momentarily disoriented his pursuers, allowing him to escape into a nearby field. He collapsed, exhausted, onto the soft earth, muttering, "That tickles, it feels so nice." Suddenly, a flock of white goats surrounded him. One of them approached, its tongue extending towards Han Feng. "Cool and refreshing, feels great. Keep going, don't stop," he thought, as the goats' tongues enveloped him, a strange sensation washing over him. "This is amazing," he exclaimed, as the goats' tongues continued their strange, invigorating ministrations. But then, a sudden jolt of pain shot through him as a particularly large tongue wrapped around his torso. "Whoa," he cried out, as a powerful, green energy surged through his body, emanating from the goats' tongues. He felt a transformation occurring within him. Han Feng's eyes glowed an eerie green as a strange energy pulsed through him. The vehicle carrying the Special Forces operatives plunged into the water, narrowly avoiding a collision with Han Feng. One operative, seemingly uninjured, muttered in relief, "Good thing this car has enough horsepower, or we really might have been stuck." Han Feng, empowered by the red energy, faced a Special Forces operative who aimed his pistol. The operative fired, but Han Feng deflected the shot with a burst of red energy. The energy overwhelmed the operative, causing him intense pain and disorientation. The red energy emanating from Han Feng continued to spread, engulfing the operative's vehicle, causing it to explode in a fiery burst. Another operative, witnessing his comrade's demise, cried out in shock and fear. He desperately called for help as Han Feng approached. Special Forces operatives pursued Han Feng, shouting, "He's coming right at us! Run him down!" Han Feng, empowered by the red energy, unleashed a wave of pink energy that engulfed the lead vehicle, causing the vehicle to melt and its occupants to flee in terror, shouting, "The car is melting? Get out now!" Han Feng continued his escape, leaving a trail of pink energy as he moved, with operatives shouting for help. One operative, running out of bullets, watched in disbelief as Han Feng effortlessly evaded his attacks. Han Feng used his newfound abilities to swiftly incapacitate the remaining operatives, forcing them to flee in panic as he escaped. Meanwhile, other operatives prioritized protecting Mr. Jiang's men, firing their weapons. Observing the scene from a distance, Mr. Jiang seemed surprised by Han Feng's escape. Han Feng, empowered by a surge of red energy, unleashed a swift, powerful strike against a pursuing operative. His thoughts turning to Jiang Shueyo. What exactly is Jiang Shueyo up to, he wondered. Meanwhile, Han Feng continued his escape, dodging a hail of bullets fired by the Special Forces operatives. He unleashed a wave of crimson energy, incapacitating two more operatives with a cry of "What in the world is happening?" The force of the blast sent debris flying as Han Feng continued his assault. He unleashed another wave of energy, this time a vibrant green, striking down two more operatives. With a final, powerful blow, he incapacitated the last two operatives, leaving them stunned and disoriented. Han Feng, empowered by the red and green energy, stood amidst the fallen Special Forces operatives. Their bodies lay scattered across the floor, incapacitated by his newfound abilities. He moved with a newfound grace, his steps silent and deliberate as he made his escape. One operative, still conscious, stammered, "Jigotu," before Han Feng swiftly incapacitated him with a single blow. The operative's final words trailed off into a terrified whisper, "Hell?" Another operative attempted to attack Han Feng, but he was quickly subdued. Han Feng, with a chilling smirk, delivered a final blow, muttering, "You reap what you sow, as they say." He then sent the operative flying with a powerful strike, shouting, "Now go to hell, you monster." Mr. Jiang, observing from a distance, watched Han Feng's escape with a mixture of surprise and apprehension. A squad of Special Forces operatives advanced cautiously, their leader instructing them to group up with the three soldiers at the front. But moments later, the leader's shocked expression revealed a grim truth: the soldiers lay dead. Mr. Jiang, observing the scene from a distance, questioned the whereabouts of the remaining soldiers and the overall mission's failure. Jin Qinwu, along with a few others, were trapped inside a vehicle, but the rest were unaccounted for. The leader, confirming the grim reality, declared the mission a failure and ordered a retreat. The operatives retreated, leaving behind the scene of their failed operation. Elsewhere, documents were being destroyed by fire. Han Feng, startled awake by a grenade blast, found himself in an unfamiliar location, questioning his surroundings and his unexpected survival. An unseen individual questioned his state of mind and his lack of injuries. The older man, seemingly unfazed by the recent events, calmly explained to a subordinate that while he didn't have all the details of Jiang Shueyo's plan, he had a general understanding of it. Mr. Jiang interrogated a captured operative, revealing that the base had sent them on a mission with Jiang Shueyo to exchange weapons and food for the residents of the area. The operative explained that this was to help build the base. Mr. Jiang, skeptical, questioned the operatives' motives, pointing out that instead of reducing the population, they were expanding their forces. The operative, in a desperate attempt to justify their actions, claimed it was for the sake of rebuilding civilization and saving humanity. Mr. Jiang pressed further, questioning the consequences of mission failure. The operative, terrified, revealed that the base would send more people if the mission failed, and that there might be superhumans among them. Han Feng, still disoriented from the explosion, reflected on the events. Based on Mr. Jiang's reaction, he deduced that the base likely harbored superhuman operatives, and that, given the base's actions, these individuals were most likely enemies. Mr. Jiang questioned his subordinate about the unnecessary killing of Han Feng, expressing skepticism about Han Feng's claims of saving people, and advising him to abandon any illusions about Han Feng's intentions. He proposed either eliminating Han Feng or relocating to a new base. Han Feng, still recovering, contemplated the situation. He considered Li Jianghao's actions to be unpredictable and the motives of his allies unknown. Considering the soldier's warning, Han Feng decided that seeking a new, safer location outside was the best course of action. Han Feng, now in an underground parking garage, recalled the presence of military vehicles in the area, and, as he searched, sensed someone approaching. Han Feng, crouched low, scanned his surroundings, a question forming in his mind: a bait? He reacted instantly, a burst of green and purple energy erupting from his fingertips as he deflected an incoming attack. The combined energy creating a dazzling display that momentarily blinded his opponent. Han Feng, surprised, exclaimed, "I didn't expect there to be such an effect when combining the green and purple light." His attacker, Nurse Jean, shouted, "Stop! It's one of our own." Han Feng, recognizing the voice, responded, "Nurse Jean? Am Mr. Han?" Han Feng explained, "That's what happened. That's why I am here to search for a path out of the neighborhood." He continued, venting his frustration, "That bastard Jiang Shuio. To think he's using people to exchange for supplies." Han Feng, having evaded capture, found himself in a vehicle, muttering to himself as he noticed the keys were missing. A frantic call from his associate urged him to hurry. Discovering a large cache of weapons, Han Feng's associate suggested they retrieve them for future use. Han Feng pondered over a damaged vehicle, questioning if he was responsible for its destruction. The pair investigated a suspicious area, noticing unusual activity. They discovered a large cloth concealing something, with sounds emanating from behind it. Nurse Jean, who had joined them, asked if anyone had a flashlight, and they prepared to investigate further. Counting down from 3, they pulled down the cloth together, revealing a hidden entrance. Han Feng, his face etched with concern, shone his flashlight into a gaping hole in the ground. He voiced his apprehension to Nurse Jean, remarking on the scale of the tunnel and the unsettling implications of such a discovery. Nurse Jean, equally disturbed, agreed, stating that if the soldier's report was accurate, their neighborhood was no longer safe. Han Feng, along with Nurse Jean and 2 other associates, continued their exploration, following the tunnel deeper into the earth. One associate called out, urging the others to investigate a particular area. They discovered what appeared to be the neighborhood's drainage pipes, but something was clearly amiss. Nurse Jean warned Han Feng against proceeding further, citing the danger, but he pressed on, revealing a hidden base at the end of a long, dark tunnel. The discovery was unexpected and unsettling. Back at their temporary shelter, the group discussed preparations for their next steps, gathering supplies and weapons. Han Feng, Nurse Jean, and Jean Ballright prepared for their mission. Han Feng confirmed their equipment, asking, "Anything else?" Jean Ballright responded, assuring him that they had enough for a scouting mission, adding, "That should be enough. We are just going there to scout this time. If any emergency situation were to arise, we will return right away." Han Feng observed Jean Ballright, impressed by her growing proficiency with her storage dimension abilities. He mused to himself, "This middle school girl is getting more proficient in using her ability. She can now easily pick out the right items from her storage dimension." Nurse Jean explained their location to the others, emphasizing its secrecy. She stated, "Quite hidden from others. No one should be coming here for a while, you guys can wait for us here. I have strengthened the walls and the door, even if you get discovered, they wouldn't be able to break it quickly." Han Feng and the others quickly retreated back to the room, as Nurse Jean warned them that it was unsafe to stay outside for too long. She urged, "It's not safe to stay outside for too long, you guys should go back to the room quickly, don't worry." Jean Ballright reacted with surprise to a cryptic statement made by Nurse Jean. Nurse Jean said, "The true eye of the evil king will bless his apostles." Jean Ballright exclaimed, "And?" Han Feng and Jean Ballright began their exploration of the tunnel, acknowledging the potential threat from Jiang Shuio. Jean Ballwright stated, with the current situation, Zhang Shuiao isn't the only threat we are facing. He might also come from that tunnel. Han Feng and Jean Ballwright proceeded to scout the tunnel, deciding to postpone further discussion until after their investigation. Han Feng said, "Let's think about it after scouting the tunnel." Han Feng and Jean Ballwright ventured deeper into the icy tunnel, surprised by the unexpected temperature. Han Feng commented, "I thought it would be warmer underground, but it's just as cold as above." Han Feng and Jean Ballwright continued deeper into the tunnel, their headlamps cutting through the darkness. "Let's go further and take a look," Han Feng suggested, his voice echoing in the confined space. 15 minutes passed, the tunnel's icy walls closing in around them. 30 minutes later, they found the tunnel extended in all directions. "This tunnel really extends in all directions," Jean Ballwright exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise. An hour into their exploration, disorientation set in. "We have been walking around in the underground for so long. I don't even recognize where we came from and which direction we should go," Han Feng stated, his brow furrowed in concern. Jean Ballwright, however, noticed a pattern in the distribution of drain pipes. "Look at the distribution of drain pipes, this side seems to be a residential area. Come over here," she said, pointing towards a specific section of the tunnel. Following her lead, they discovered a map etched into the wall. Han Feng's eyes widened in recognition. "Look, it's a map of the sewer," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the dripping water. Even after a day of exploration, they were still near the stadium neighborhood. "Even after moving for half a day, it turns out we are still just next to the stadium neighborhood. We'll see the stadium if we go a little further," Han Feng observed, studying the map carefully. Suddenly, Han Feng urgently signaled Jean Ballwright to turn off her headlamp. "Quickly turn off your headlight," he hissed, his voice sharp with urgency. Jean Ballwright, startled, quickly complied. She questioned, confused. Military trucks rumbled through the city's underbelly, their headlights cutting through the gloom. Their presence a stark contrast to the quiet desperation of the sewer system below. Han Feng and Jean Ballwright, having just discovered a map in the sewers, observed the trucks from a hidden vantage point. "They look like military trucks," Jean Ballwright observed. "It's probably the companions of those 3 soldiers that came to our neighborhood." Han Feng nodded, his gaze following the vehicles. "Which means these trucks are going to ferry people to construct that base," Jean Ballwright pondered aloud. Jean Ballwright, ever resourceful, pointed towards a sewer access point. "We don't have to follow those cars, there's a back door," he exclaimed, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Han Feng, remembering a past event, recalled a specific location. "1 year ago, I saved an old lady from Han City's neighborhood that fell into the sewer. This is the place where we climbed back up." He pointed to a ladder leading upwards. Jean Ballwright, ever confident, responded, "This is a location that's from 1 year ago, and you remembered it so clearly?" "Of course. My memory is pretty good. I am even a straight-A student in high school." They attempted to use a manhole cover, but it was frozen shut. "Why don't we try the one in front?" Jean Ballwright suggested, undeterred. Jean Ballwright, with a determined grunt, proceeded to try several manhole covers before finding one that worked. "Bro, you have already tried quite a few different ones, can you do it or not?" Han Feng asked, slightly exasperated. Han Feng shone his light into a sewer grate, confirming that it was open. Jean Ballwright, crouching nearby, muttered that he was familiar with the area and would find their target soon. He cautioned Han Feng to lower his voice. As they moved through the Han City's neighborhood basement car park, which was largely empty except for a few vehicles, they discovered signs of a recent struggle. A wounded man lay near a damaged vehicle. And further down, a group of soldiers were working to reinforce a damaged section of the wall. Overhearing the soldiers' conversation, Jean Ballwright learned that they were part of the assault squad, stationed there due to the unfinished tunnel and lack of food. Jean Ballwright noted that the people in this neighborhood were also under the soldiers' control. Suddenly, he felt the ground shake, alerting Han Feng. Han Feng and Jean Ballwright observed soldiers struggling amidst a chaotic scene on a crumbling overpass. as the ground shook violently, causing further destruction. A sudden, powerful energy blast sent debris flying, injuring several soldiers. Han Feng and Jean Ballright observed a scene of chaos. Han Feng, his eyes wide, questioned aloud whether the hulking figure emerging from the tunnel was even human. Jean Ballright, equally astonished, noted the appearance of a massive tunnel beneath their neighborhood, unnoticed until now. Jean Ballright's concern deepened as he assessed the situation, emphasizing the danger of their current position. A massive, hulking figure emerged from a newly revealed tunnel, surrounded by injured and disoriented soldiers. The hulking figure, seemingly oblivious to the soldiers' plight, demanded snacks, prompting a soldier to explain that the tunnel was still uncleared. The figure's frustration grew and unleashed a powerful energy blast, sending a shockwave through the area. Han Feng and Jean Ballright watched in disbelief as the blast decimated the soldiers nearby. Han Feng yelled at the hulking figure, calling him a damned fatty. Realizing the immediate danger, Han Feng and Jean Ballright initiated a hasty retreat, running for their lives as the ground continued to shake from the aftereffects of the blast. Their escape was fraught with peril. Jean Ballright, amidst the chaos, sneezed violently, adding another layer of unexpected complication to their desperate flight. Han Feng's eyes widened in terror, his mouth agape as he muttered, "OMG." He and Jean Ballright scrambled across the parking lot, dodging debris and fleeing the scene of the cataclysmic energy blast. Jean Ballright, panicked, complained, "Sorry, I'm bro. I just couldn't hold it in." Han Feng, equally distressed, snapped back, "Quit whining, just run." They continued their desperate flight, their pursuer gaining ground. Jean Ballright exclaimed, "That big guy is catching up to us." As they plunged into a dark chasm, a massive energy wave slammed into the ground behind them, causing a cave-in. Han Feng, seeing an opportunity, yelled, "Damn it! Go on ahead. I'll stall him." Jean Ballright, though hesitant, replied, all right." Han Feng prepared himself, a determined glint in his eyes as he muttered, "Now's the time." He unleashed a wave of purple energy, engulfing their pursuer. Their pursuer, a powerful soldier, revealed his knowledge of Han Feng's superhuman abilities, stating, "You're actually a superhuman, too. If I can capture you." Han Feng unleashed a wave of purple energy, ensnaring the soldier's legs and causing him to cry out in pain, "My legs!" The energy continued to constrict, the soldier's struggles growing weaker as the purple energy solidified, seemingly restoring itself with each pulse of green energy. Meanwhile, Jean Ballright, witnessing the scene, felt a surge of fear and shouted, "You bastard! I am going to kill you." Han Feng, observing the soldier's weakening state, muttered to himself, "This is bad. He's about to break free." Jean Ballright, seeing his friend in danger, rushed towards them, shouting, "I've come to help you." Jean Ballright, using his own abilities, struck the soldier with a powerful blow, creating a blinding flash of light, giving Han Feng the opportunity to escape with Jean Ballright as the soldier roared in rage. Their pursuer, a massive figure, roared, "Here!" Han Feng, with Jean Ballright close behind, used a new energy ability. A wave of energy erupted, trapping their pursuer in a crystalline prison, allowing them to escape. Jean Ballright urged, "Run," as they fled. Jean Ballright, concerned, shouted, "Didn't I tell you to run? You were fighting, your brother can't be a deserter." The ground trembled as the pursuer struggled against the energy constraint. Dust and debris rained down, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Han Feng and Jean Ballright coughed, the air thick with dust. Jean Ballright, concerned for his brother's well-being, asked, "Bro, are you alright?" Han Feng, relieved, stated, finally, shook that oversized meatball off." 10 minutes after their escape, Han Feng and Jean Ballright found themselves in a dimly lit sewer system. Jean, using his light, pointed towards a potential exit. "See? These are our neighborhood sewers. Exit's gotta be this way." 40 minutes later, their progress was stalled. Jean Ballright, puzzled, commented on their lack of progress, "Strange. We should have hit the exit by now." He then noticed a draft, "There's wind?" Han Feng, investigating the source of the wind, shone his light down a narrow passage. Jean Ballright called out from behind, "Eh? Lil bro, where are you going?" Han Feng discovered the source of the draft and a glimmer of hope. He explained to Jean, "It seems the wind just blew in from above here, and there's also light, we might be able to get out of here." Jean Ballright, energized by the prospect of escape, exclaimed, "If that's the case, then what are we waiting for?" They began to climb, but the surface was treacherous. Jean Ballright warned his companion, "Lil bro, be careful. It's really slippery." They continued their ascent, and as they neared the top, Jean Ballright noticed a change in the weather. "Lil bro, look. It's not snowing as heavily anymore." Emerging from the sewer, they saw the devastated landscape of the outside world. Jean Ballright marveled, "So this is what the outside world looks like now." The final panel shows a wide shot of a snow-covered, ruined cityscape. Han Feng, noticing the hardened snow, urgently called to his younger brother, Jean Ballright, "The snow on the floor has already hardened. Lil bro, get down here." Jean Ballright, following his brother's instructions, descended to the lower level. While Han Feng, using his flashlight, pointed out a crucial detail, the Ding Feng building is the tallest structure within 5 kilometers northward of our neighborhood. "We've been heading in the wrong direction." Han Feng and Jean Ballright's current location was revealed to be near the northern fourth ring of Hanchuan City, far from their intended destination in the Xingfu district of the southern third ring. They realized that returning to their district would be difficult due to the current conditions, requiring travel through the Jingshan district on higher ground. Han Feng reassured Jean Ballright, mentioning contacts in Jingshan district who could provide rest and assistance before continuing their journey. He also downplayed the difficulty of traversing the snow-covered roads. As they continued, the brothers noted the increasingly slippery conditions and heavier snowfall, deciding to seek shelter for the night. And found themselves in a snow-covered, ruined cityscape, where they pressed onward, with Han Feng encouraging his brother to persevere for another hour until they reached their destination. The snow intensified, and Jean Ballright, shivering, expressed concern that they might freeze to death if they didn't increase their pace. Han Feng, however, remained confident, assuring his brother that they had made sufficient preparations for this journey, and continued to guide his brother through the harsh, snowy landscape. Jean Ballright, trusting in his brother's judgment, followed closely behind. They came across the remains of other travelers, bodies frozen solid, their supplies scattered around them. The harsh reality of their situation became starkly clear. Han Feng suggested they rest for the night at the Jingshan Villa district to avoid a similar fate. Jean Ballright readily agreed. And the brothers continued their trek, their determination unwavering despite the perilous conditions. The landscape was desolate, marked only by their footprints in the snow. They approached the Jingshan Villa district, a cluster of buildings surprisingly untouched by the heavy snowfall. Hope flickered in their hearts. As they neared, Han Feng noted that the district had been spared from the snow's destructive force, prompting him to wonder about the well-being of its inhabitants. And then, sensing an approaching presence, he alerted his brother to the possibility of other survivors nearby. Han Feng, cautiously optimistic despite the harsh environment, questioned whether the figures approaching were his long-shot connections. While his brother, Jean Ballright, remained hopeful, trusting in Han Feng's judgment. Han Feng instructed his brother to stay put as he approached the strangers alone. Suspecting their sudden appearance was not a good sign. As Han Feng approached, he found himself confronted by a group of armed men, who immediately apprehended him, their leader noting Han Feng's attempt to conceal something. Han Feng weighed his options, realizing that any attempt to fight back would endanger his brother. Concluding that his brother's safety was paramount, Han Feng and his brother, Jean Ballright, found themselves surrounded by armed strangers. One of the captors expressed surprise at their audacity, noting their possession of a gun in such a dangerous situation. While Han Feng attempted to reason with them, questioning the purpose of their capture, suggesting that they had taken all their supplies and there was no point in keeping them. But the captors dismissed his pleas, stating that they had reasons for capturing them. Jean Ballright, confused, asked his brother what the captors meant. Han Feng, though captured, couldn't help but notice the strategic location, commenting on the excellent view of the entire city from their position. As they were led away, Han Feng observed a small, seemingly insignificant detail, a functioning generator, a surprising discovery given the city's power outage. This observation led him to deduce that their captors were likely using the generator to power the recently built villas in the area. Han Feng and Jean Ballwright continued to be escorted, passing by well-constructed defensive structures, further fueling Han Feng's suspicions about the captors' resources and capabilities. Han Feng, despite his predicament, began formulating a plan, secretly amused by the prospect of turning the situation to his advantage, much to his brother's bewilderment. Han Feng and Jean Ballwright, their hands bound, were led to a desolate, snowy expanse. Their captors, 3 heavily armed men, assured them that upon completion of their task, they would be released and their supplies returned. A promise met with skepticism by Han Feng, though Jean Ballwright seemed more readily accepting. One of the captors, Chaos, remained to guard them while the others went to rest. The remaining guard, impatient and aggressive, urged them to begin their work immediately, threatening violence if they delayed. Han Feng and Jean Ballwright were forced to dig a hole in the frozen ground. Han Feng, despite his outward compliance, secretly observed their surroundings, his gaze falling upon a partially buried vehicle in the distance. He subtly communicated his discovery to his brother. The vehicle, half submerged in the snow, offered a potential escape route, a glimmer of hope in their dire situation. Han Feng, noticing something partially buried in the snow, urged his apprehensive brother, Jean Ballwright, to look. Jean, initially hesitant, peered closer. Recognizing the corpses as victims of the corp, a chilling realization washed over him. Han Feng, however, remained focused, whispering to his brother to keep quiet. While Jean Ballwright continued to shovel snow, seemingly oblivious to his brother's plan, Han Feng silently observed their surroundings. A growing tension between the brothers simmered beneath the surface. Jean, annoyed by his brother's quiet intensity, questioned his actions. But Han Feng remained resolute, his focus unwavering. He knew they needed to escape before sunset, and he had a plan. Their captor, a gruff man, approached, threatening to end their lives if they didn't finish shoveling before sunset. Han Feng and Jean Ballwright knelt, bound in chains, their breath misting in the frigid air. Their captors, armed and suspicious, questioned them about the corpses outside the building. "So you are saying, you guys are here to collect debts?" one of the captors asked. Han Feng and Jean Ballwright vehemently denied any involvement, claiming ignorance of the situation. "Heavens, no, it's got nothing to do with us," Jean Ballwright insisted. Satisfied with their denials, the captors, seemingly convinced of their innocence, released them. "I see, so you weren't the ones who killed those people outside," the captor stated. Jean Ballwright, surprised by their sudden release, looked at his brother, Han Feng, in disbelief. "Lil bro, don't tell me you really believe they are really going to let them go," he whispered. As they stumbled out into the freezing cold, Han Feng smirked, his escape plan having worked perfectly. "SS so cold." Jean Ballwright shivered, unaware of his brother's cunning scheme. Han Feng, already formulating their next move, addressed his brother. "You are the real devil. So, what do we do next?" he asked. Han Feng explained his original plan, which involved a tunnel, but was altered due to unforeseen circumstances. "I originally only planned for a bit, but I didn't expect to spend so much time due to these accidents," he said. A group, huddled together in a dimly lit room, discusses the prolonged absence of Han Feng and Jean Ballwright. One member expresses concern, questioning if something untoward has befallen them. Another dismisses their worries, confidently asserting that Han Feng, an apostle chosen by the true eye of the evil king, is too powerful to die easily. The scene shifts to Han Feng emerging from a tunnel, followed by an army. A chilling detail is revealed: a terrifying individual capable of controlling earth elements is among them. This individual, Jiang Shueyo, is now in command of the entire district, making the group public enemies. The group's apprehension grows as they realize the gravity of their situation. One member cynically observes the naivete of the residents who believe the army is there to save them. He predicts they won't realize they've been betrayed until it's too late. A young woman, Keka, expresses concern for another member's lack of a blanket, highlighting the harsh conditions they face. The man sighs, lamenting the burden of their current predicament. A final panel shows the man, alone, staring into a mirror, his expression revealing a decision to obey. A boxer, his face bruised and bloodied, takes a brutal blow to the face. His trainer yells from the sidelines, "Dodge! What the hell did I teach you to do? I didn't teach you to stand there and take hits." The boxer staggers, barely conscious, as another blow sends him crashing to the canvas. His trainer, exasperated, shouts, "Stand up and fight! How much effort do you think I've put into training you? Do you want to go back to how your life used to be? Stand up! You have no right to stay down." Elsewhere, a group huddles together in a dimly lit room. One of them warns, "Hey, get ready to move," they're checking each unit one by one. It's dangerous to stay in one place for too long. They prepare to leave, their movements hurried and tense. A door is violently smashed open, revealing a chaotic scene beyond. The group reacts to the sudden noise, their faces a mixture of fear and surprise. Han Feng and another individual, presumably his ally, huddled together in a dimly lit room. The air was thick with tension as the individual voiced their concern, "Did we get discovered that quickly?" Meanwhile, in a different location, a gruff-looking man with a keen sense of smell sniffed the air, a sinister glint in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "I can smell living people, there's definitely someone in here." A superior officer oversaw the loading of supplies, instructing his subordinates to pack the remaining items into boxes. A report was given, 97 refugees and 126 boxes of food supplies were ready for transport. The officer ordered the supplies loaded onto vehicles for transport back to base. The officer then turned his attention to another matter, inquiring about the 3-member advance party sent earlier and their current whereabouts. He expressed skepticism, stating that a credible explanation was needed, even if a lie, for the disappearance of 3 Special Forces members. A witness recounted seeing someone using purple light to melt metal, describing it as a superpower. The officer silenced the discussion, suggesting that some things are best left unsaid. Han Feng, in hiding, declared that he had no reason to lie, as he was out of options. He had already provided food supplies. His captors, however, remained suspicious, noting that he had also sheltered one of their own. One of the captors, possessing a keen sense of smell, detected the presence of others within the building, confirming their suspicions. Elsewhere, a group of people were warned to stay away from a particular individual, described as dangerous and not human. The man in question had not only effortlessly destroyed a reinforced door built by Han Feng, but also emitted a stench reminiscent of wild beasts, further solidifying his inhuman nature. Recognizing the extreme danger, the group decided to flee immediately. Han Feng, still in hiding, braced himself against a sudden impact. A sharp blow that sent a jolt through his arm. He winced, assessing the damage. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers, led by a burly man, investigated a room. The man questioned the strength of the reinforced glass, noting Han Feng's handiwork. The soldiers, initially believing they had found Han Feng, realized their mistake and apologized for the intrusion. The burly leader confirmed the room number, 1804, was incorrect. Suddenly, the leader's eyes flashed red with fury. He realized he'd been misled and shouted, "You guys are liars." Han Feng, having witnessed the scene from above, unleashed a powerful energy blast from his hiding spot, sending the soldiers sprawling as he declared, "If Han Feng doesn't show himself, all of you can go to hell." Han Feng, cornered by soldiers, unleashed a powerful energy blast, sending 2 soldiers flying through a window, while another soldier shouted, "Brotherly," as he and a female companion fell from the building. Han Feng, facing a larger soldier, muttered, "I hate dishonest people the most," before engaging in combat. The remaining soldiers were seen falling from the building as Han Feng escaped. Elsewhere, 2 figures were shown snowboarding down a snowy slope. One of them shouted, "Woohoo!" as they continued their descent, one commenting, "Lee, you coming up with a snowboard idea really surprised me. I've got a whole new level of respect for you. Han Feng, reflecting on his past, chuckled, I used to negotiate billion-dollar deals and often accompanied clients to ski resorts. The scene shifted to the Xingfu district, a snowy landscape with a damaged building in the foreground. Two figures approached cautiously. The two figures, Han Feng and an unidentified companion, spoke. We are finally back, let's find a window to sneak back in. Suddenly, a woman's voice cut through the air, I hate dishonest people the most. A large, monstrous creature burst from the building, causing chaos. Han Feng and his companion were caught off guard by the sudden attack. They were bombarded by a flurry of objects, narrowly avoiding being crushed. As the creature unleashed a barrage of attacks, one of them yelled, Dodge quickly! Mummy! Han Feng's companion was buried under the debris, while Han Feng looked on, concerned. He explained, a huge monster suddenly broke into the house, he was trying to capture you. Han Feng's companion, eyes wide with fear, whispered, he's here. A monstrous figure emerged from the icy depths, its presence causing a surge of freezing energy. The monster's arrival sent the group scattering, the unidentified woman slipping on the ice as she fled. The monster, a grotesque, green-eyed figure, roared, Baby! You are the monster! Han Feng urged his companion, Nurse Jean, to escape, shouting, Come on, Nurse Jean, you can do it. He's catching up. Another companion encouraged her, saying, You can do it, sis. The unidentified woman, frustrated, yelled at the others, Why don't you guys try running by yourselves? Han Feng's companion pleaded with him, Mr. Han. Think of something quickly. Han Feng, while fleeing, hurled a small, green projectile at the pursuing monster. The projectile struck the monster's chest, causing a brief distraction, giving Han Feng a precious moment to escape further. But the monster quickly recovered, its hunger overriding any momentary discomfort. It roared, Soybeans, delicious, as it consumed the projectile. The monster's body convulsed violently as the projectile's effects took hold, its form twisting and contorting in agony before exploding in a shower of dark matter. Han Feng watched, a slight smile playing on his lips as he muttered, For the poor hospitality. Han Feng, amidst a blizzard, engaged a monstrous creature. The monster roared in pain as a projectile impacted its body. The impact caused a violent reaction within the monster, resulting in a grotesque, plant-like growth erupting from its mouth. The creature's form convulsed violently, before finally collapsing, lifeless, in the snow. Han Feng watched, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The monster, defeated, lay still in the snow. Han Feng's team arrived, ready to secure the area. Team 1, go chase after them. The rest will lock down the surroundings, a commander ordered. The landscape was a frozen wasteland, limiting the monster's escape routes. It's a world filled with ice and snow, so they won't be able to get far. The only thing they can do is hide in the nearby buildings, the commander explained. Later, a soldier reported on his injuries. I ate the bean that he threw, and this thing grew out of my mouth, he stated, showing the plant-like growth. A high-ranking officer, cigar in hand, examined a bundle of vegetation. With this ability, he mused, we might be able to solve our food shortage problem. He then issued a curt order, bring down the captive from upstairs. A soldier, responding to the order, simply stated, Roger, leader. A group of soldiers huddled together in a frigid, damaged room. One soldier questioned, what exactly happened? Why isn't Li Jianghao together with you guys? Another soldier explained, after you guys left, a group of soldiers came, Jiang Shueyo brought the residents and went over to their side. A female soldier added, they must have heard about you from Jiang Shueyo, that's why they sent a monster to come after you. Amidst a harsh, snowy landscape, a group huddled together, their breath misting in the frigid air. One, with dark hair, voiced his concern, they are right, as brothers, we need to be loyal to each other. He continued, his voice laced with reluctance, but if we face that monster, there's no guarantee that we'll survive. Elsewhere, soldiers brought a wounded man before their commander. Leader, we brought him here, they announced. The injured man was identified as Mr. Han Fong. The soldiers explained, "We found an injured person, he seems to be your friend. We have already treated and bandaged his injuries." Approaching the group, another soldier attempted to calm the situation. "I know you are nearby, we don't have any malice towards you. What happened previously was a misunderstanding." A female soldier, resolute, declared, "Uncle is indeed alive, I am going to save him." Another warned, "Calm down. He's lying to you, going out now means sending yourself to death." The female soldier, displaying unexpected strength, impressed an onlooker, who exclaimed, "How is a girl like you so strong?" She pointed to a distance, "But that person over there, it's really Uncle." Han Fong, his face partially obscured by earmuffs, flatly rejected an offer. The commander, a stern figure in military garb, questioned Han Feng's actions, highlighting his reckless endangerment of a woman and child he'd only recently met. Han Fong, though injured, explained that he had only met them a few days prior, yet still risked his life to protect them. The commander, unimpressed, pointed out that the woman and child were not even related to Han Fong, further emphasizing the apparent futility of his actions. A soldier expressed frustration at the apparent waste of effort, as Han Fong was dragged away, injured. The commander, addressing Han Fong directly, stated that there was no reason to risk his life for strangers and offered him a position within their organization, suggesting he could choose any woman from their base. Two soldiers attempted to restrain Han Fong, who resisted, arguing against their lecherous proposition. Another soldier warned him that his defiance would lead to his death, highlighting the unreliability of the group. A group, consisting of a young man with dark hair and two others bundled in winter wear, observed Han Feng's injured state from a distance. The commander, a stern figure in military attire, approached Han Fong, his words laced with a proposition. He questioned Han Feng's ability to remain silent under such circumstances, highlighting the young man's caution. Han Fong, defiant despite his injuries, retorted that his silence stemmed from the commander's intimidating appearance. The commander pressed Han Fong, questioning their intentions in gathering residents amidst a food shortage. Han Fong, unwavering, declared that saving people was their responsibility, a sentiment the commander dismissed as a lie. The commander, revealing his true intentions, stated that only the living consume food, the dead becoming sustenance. He then threatened Han Fong, who spat in defiance. Amidst the frozen wasteland, scattered debris revealed a glimpse of the past: cigarettes, alcohol, and surprisingly, vegetables and meat. One survivor exclaimed, "I haven't seen these since the world froze." A group of soldiers rushed towards the supplies, their leader declaring, "They are all mine. Nobody tries to steal them from me." More soldiers arrived, their commander shouting, "Don't cause any disorder. Come back here right now." Observing the chaos, a lone soldier noted, "Once the team is in disorder, they will definitely launch an ambush." Suddenly, a large object crashed down from above, sending snow and debris flying. Han Fong, despite his injuries, charged forward, shouting, "Come, let's fight." A woman with purple hair explained her plan: to lure soldiers with food and supplies, creating chaos. Han Fong would then attack, breaking through the soldiers' ranks, while simultaneously rescuing Li Zhenghao and escaping. Another member of the group questioned the feasibility of understanding the woman's plan, but Han Fong confidently stated that practice makes perfect. The group prepared to move according to the plan, initiating their carefully orchestrated maneuver. But Han Fong questioned the simplicity and crudeness of the plan, wondering if the soldiers would be attracted to the bait. The woman revealed that she had previously acquired a metal beast, which turned out to be a bulldozer. Despite its unexpected nature, Han Fong found the bulldozer surprisingly enjoyable to drive. He then declared, "Come, let's fight." A military vehicle plowed through a snow-covered landscape, its headlights cutting through the blizzard. Soldiers tumbled from the vehicle's path, one crying out in pain as he was thrown into the snow. Another soldier, his face contorted in fear, shouted, "My rice," as a large, bulky soldier charged towards him. A fellow soldier yelled, "Block him quickly," attempting to intercept the charging man. The large soldier, brimming with confidence, declared, "There's no one here that's stronger than me," as he continued his advance. A younger soldier, observing from the vehicle, retorted, "You'd be think to competing in strength with a machine, is there something wrong with your brain?" The large soldier was thrown into the air by a powerful force, his body spinning wildly. He crashed into the ice, the impact sending shards flying. A soldier, injured and lying in the snow, strained to hear. He mumbled something unintelligible. As a vehicle sped past, its driver, a man with dark hair, shouting, "What did you say? I didn't hear you." The vehicle's wake washed over a fallen soldier, a powerful wave of snow and ice. And then, another soldier, ruthless and unforgiving, appeared, kicking the fallen man. The impact sending the injured soldier sprawling into the snow. "You really are ruthless," the victim cried out. As a large, mechanical vehicle, seemingly out of control, hurtled towards him. The soldier braced himself for impact. The vehicle's momentum causing a massive splash of snow and ice as it struck the ground near him. He groaned, "Ugh." A pink, glowing substance erupted from the vehicle's impact point, softening the ground around the soldier. A large bulldozer, driven by a lone figure, barrels through a snowy landscape. The driver shouts, "I am here to fetch you guys." Two figures, perched atop a smaller vehicle, respond, "We are coming." One of them leaps from the vehicle, performing a swift acrobatic maneuver. As the bulldozer continues its relentless advance, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. From behind, several military vehicles pursue the bulldozer. A soldier shouts, "They are chasing after us." The military vehicles open fire, unleashing a barrage of bullets upon the fleeing bulldozer. Inside one of the pursuing vehicles, a soldier reports to his captain, "Captain, the snow that's been piled up is too thick and the tires are losing their grip. We can't speed up anymore." The captain, a stern-faced man, reacts with frustration. "Damn it! Where did they get that gigantic bulldozer? Even our gigantic base only has a few of those." Another soldier adds, "Captain, that bulldozer seems to be the one used by our advance party." The commander, his face grim, gestured urgently towards the snowy landscape from inside their vehicle. A soldier beside him muttered "damn" as the vehicle struggled for traction in the heavy snow. The bulldozer, pursued relentlessly, plowed through the snow, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Its powerful engine roaring as it continued its escape. Military vehicles, struggling through the deep snow, pursued the bulldozer from behind. Their progress hampered by the treacherous conditions. Mr. Han Feng, observing the scene from a distance, witnessed the chaotic pursuit. His expression unreadable as he watched the bulldozer's destructive path. In the aftermath of the chaotic pursuit, the bulldozer, still emitting a faint blue glow, came to a stop in a snow-covered wasteland. Meanwhile, Mr. Han Feng, along with several others, found themselves crammed into the stolen bulldozer's cabin. One passenger complained, "Your snot is dripping on my head." Another passenger, seemingly unfazed by the cramped conditions, quipped, "My snot froze, I can't sniff it back in. Thank you for the life-saving grace." Amidst the chaos, a discussion ensued regarding their next move. One suggested, "Lil bro, let me enjoy driving a big car too." Han Feng, however, was focused on the immediate problem, asking, "Where are we going to go now?" Han Feng, having spotted a potential shelter, proposed, "Brother Lee and I found a pretty good hillside villa earlier. I am preparing to move there. What do you guys think?" His companions readily agreed, "Do as you see fit, and agree." As they prepared to depart, a warning light illuminated on the dashboard. One passenger noted, "There's a warning on the meter, it seems like we ran out of fuel." The news was met with a collective "what?" Mr. Han Feng, exasperated, addressed his companions. He had instructed them to retrieve the stored fuel, not the containers currently in the vehicle. One of them responded with a simple "oh," highlighting their misunderstanding. Mr. Han Feng questioned the situation, noting the difficulty in retrieving the fuel and the generator. The companion explained that they had accidentally discarded the fuel while cleaning, expressing their inability to locate the generator as well. Mr. Han Feng reacted with disbelief and anger to the news that a year's worth of stored fuel had been thrown away. Despite the setback, he noted that some natural gas remained and instructed his companion to use it to start the vehicle. Mr. Han Feng, surrounded by his companions, contemplated the challenges of converting meat into fuel. It was difficult, he mused. But intentionally failing was much easier. With a focused expression, he manipulated a viscous, green substance, transforming it into a foul-smelling, dark liquid that he carefully collected in a metal bucket retrieved earlier by a soldier. "Lil bro, what's this thing that you created?" "It stinks," one of the group exclaimed, fumbling with their gear. Mr. Han Feng simply responded, "A small experiment." He then ignited a small sample of the substance. The dark liquid burst into bright, intense flames. "Ha, this stuff is flammable," he declared, a grin spreading across his face as he watched the flames grow. An older man, likely the group's leader, observed the burning liquid with a thoughtful expression. "Are you perhaps trying to replace the fuel with this?" Mr. Han Feng, the weary, nodded. "We have no other choice now. If we don't try, we can only get off this vehicle and travel on foot." Mr. Han Feng expertly poured a liquid into a machine, his movements precise and confident. The machine sputtered, then roared to life, emitting a bright blue energy. A nearby soldier exclaimed, "Lil bro, it works. You are awesome." Other soldiers watched with a mix of awe and suspicion. One muttered, "That worked? What other secrets is this kid hiding?" The newly created vehicle sped across the snowy landscape, leaving a trail of blue energy in its wake. The mysterious girl offered snacks to her companions. "Sister, do you want some snacks?" Her sister happily accepted, "Yes, yes." A powerful explosion rocked the snowy landscape, the vehicle's engine failing catastrophically, sending a shockwave that sent debris flying through the air, leaving the soldiers stranded and exposed to the harsh elements. The engine exploded, one of them exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief. Despite their perilous situation, they pressed on, determined to reach shelter, their bodies slowly freezing as they trudged through the deep snow, each step a struggle against the biting cold. "I am freezing to death right now," one soldier cried out, his breath clouding in the frigid air. Finally, they stumbled upon a refuge, collapsing in exhaustion near a warm fire, their relief palpable as they huddled together, sharing warmth and gratitude. "We survived," one of them whispered, a sense of shared triumph washing over them. Mr. Han Feng, surveying the snow-covered villa district from a vantage point, reflected on his life, stating that he had no regrets. He observed that the location was well suited as a base, noting the wind's direction would prevent snow accumulation on the hilltop and the difficulty of access would provide natural defense. He further explained that the houses were protected from snow submersion and difficult to approach, making them less vulnerable to attack. Questioning whether they intended to use this place as a long-term base, he watched as the soldier and the other members of his group settled into the villa. The soldier directed the others to place items in their designated spots, while Mr. Han Feng commented on the need to move further into the villa. Mr. Han Feng then announced he would start the generator. A young woman, unexpectedly, quickly started the generator, surprising Mr. Han Feng, who feigned ignorance. The soldier, impressed by the quick work, noted that without prior preparation of a generator and fuel, they would have faced significant difficulties. With the generator running, electricity was restored to the villa, prompting a celebration among the group. A snowstorm began, and inside the temporary base, a pink-haired woman shivered in a light jacket, while a dark-haired man watched her with concern. She commented on the cold, as the man's gaze lingered on her briefly before shifting away. The woman was shown partially obscured by soap suds in what appeared to be a shower. He then declared, "I'll set it up." In a dimly lit, icy cavern, a man and a young woman in a witch's hat huddled together. The man, concerned, asked about a water heater, but the woman explained that the water pipes were frozen and the heater was broken. They investigated the bathroom, finding the water pipes there also broken, but still having access to the bathtub. The man then suggested setting up space heaters and bringing in snow to melt, creating a makeshift hot spring. They set up the heaters and added snow to the bathtub. The woman, impressed, exclaimed, "Tada, high power. However, the man noticed the water was heating up too slowly. He explained that it would take a long time to heat up such a large volume of cold water. Suddenly, the man detected an electricity leak. Mr. Han Feng, noticing a red glow emanating from the makeshift heating device he'd constructed, observed the water in the tub. As the water noticeably warmed, he expressed surprise at this unexpected development. Mr. Han Feng pondered the possibility that the red glow was responsible for heating the water. The pink-haired woman, overjoyed, exclaimed that she could finally take a bath. Sister Jean, the purple-haired woman, offered the pink-haired woman a selection of bath salts and other bath products. Sister Jean offered a wide variety of bath products, including shampoo, conditioner, shower gel, skincare essential oil, and moisturizer. The pink-haired woman enthusiastically expressed her appreciation for Sister Jin's generosity. Relaxing in the warm bath, both women expressed their contentment and comfort. In a luxurious bathroom, a pink-haired woman luxuriated in a bath. She was addressed as petite and cute, but quickly corrected the speaker, stating that she is 21 years old, not a child. The woman's youthful appearance was attributed to the power of the evil king, which preserves her youthfulness. Later, a young man with spiky black hair peered into the bathroom, prompting a comment about his inappropriate behavior. He denied any such intentions, claiming he was merely passing by. His older brother, however, insisted that a true man would openly look without fear, challenging him to prove his courage. The scene shifts to the three men playing video games together. The younger brother is asked to provide cover, while the older brother comments on their unusual choice of activity given the circumstances. Mr. Han Feng, engrossed in a video game, was casually questioned by his brother about his extended stay. He was asked if he was there to look for his subordinates. Mr. Han Feng responded that he simply wanted to live a normal life, as long as he wasn't dragged into any trouble. But his brother, Lil Bro, urgently interrupted, claiming he was about to be beaten to death. Mr. Han Feng rushed to his brother's aid, promising to save him. Mr. Han Feng revealed that he was actually there to investigate superhumans, sensing something about his brother. Lil Bro, however, insisted he didn't want to know his brother's identity and didn't want to be dragged into trouble. Lil Bro pleaded for help, prompting Mr. Han Feng to express understanding. Mr. Han Feng stated he would leave once his arm healed. Following a harrowing ordeal, Mr. Han Feng and his brother, Lil Bro, were forced to share a bath. Afterwards, everyone enjoyed a long-awaited feast, a moment of much-needed respite. The soldier, finally able to relax, enjoyed a well-deserved sleep. Meanwhile, the pink-haired woman also slept soundly. Over the next few days, Mr. Han Feng reinforced the villa's walls, roof, and fences. He also converted the top floor into a sauna, a luxurious addition to their fortified home. Relaxing in the sauna, Mr. Han Feng used the opportunity to survey the area below the hill using binoculars. He spotted someone approaching. Mr. Han Feng calmly addressed Brother Chang, urging him to remain composed. He then revealed that Brother Chang was the young man who had recently visited to purchase a firearm. Brother Chang, visibly distressed, recounted a recent ambush on their office by a group of soldiers. Many of his colleagues were either severely injured or killed in the attack, including Director Liu. This news elicited a shocked and anguished reaction from Brother Chang, who demanded further details about Director Liu's fate. Mr. Han Feng briefed Brother Chang on the recent attack. He explained that following Brother Feng's advice, they had stockpiled a large quantity of supplies, sufficient not only to weather the immediate crisis but also to aid hundreds of residents. However, a few days prior, a group of soldiers had launched a surprise attack, stealing supplies and killing civilians. To protect everyone, Director Liu led a defense, resulting in many casualties among their group. Most were injured or dead. Director Liu was shot in the leg and captured by the soldiers. But the survivors dispersed and agreed to regroup at a hidden supply depot in a nearby village. Mr. Han Feng, observing from afar, surmised that a mysterious figure was planning to rendezvous with his accomplices. Brother Chang, relieved to hear that Director Liu was still alive, expressed his gratitude. Brother Chang, overcome with relief at learning of Director Lu's survival, confesses that without him, he would have been dead long ago. He implores Brother Chang to take him along to save Director Lu together. Brother Chang is initially hesitant, pointing out the overwhelming odds against them. They are only two against many heavily armed opponents. But Li Zi's unwavering resolve and determination to fight alongside Brother Chang, no matter the cost, persuades him. Suddenly, Brother Zhang Hao, a man with a bandaged arm, enters the scene. He is recognized by Brother Chang and reveals that he knew Director Lu from their time together in the underground boxing arena, where Director Lu helped him regain his freedom. Brother Zhang Hao, moved by their cause, pledges his support, stating that if they are going to save Director Lu, he is in. He also mentions having several brothers in the city who can assist them. Lil Bro, having witnessed the dangers firsthand, declared that his own life was paramount, and he wouldn't be joining any more missions this time. However, Brother Chang and Li Zi urged him to join their mission to rescue Director Lu. Brother Chang explained that he needed to remind them to protect the middle school and his secret. Meanwhile, Lil Bro gratefully accepted the food provided, but cautioned against overindulgence to avoid suspicion. Brother Chang then led Lil Bro to a room prepared for him, stocked with basic supplies. Brother Han Feng, impressed by the extensive supplies gathered, questioned the abundance of cigarettes. Lil Bro explained that in the current climate, cigarettes served as a reliable form of currency for exchanging supplies. After their preparations, Brother Han Feng and Lil Bro parted ways, with Lil Bro promising to return. Sister Jean, seemingly flustered, explained that the previous interaction was a misunderstanding. Lil Bro, observing the scene, questioned her unusual behavior. While Brother Chang, ever vigilant, had installed security cameras around the villa and on the path leading up to it after a previous incident, ensuring better surveillance. Hoping to return to their normal lives. This peace, however, was short-lived. As a sudden crisis erupted, jolting Brother Chang from his relaxed state. Lil Bro, equally startled, cried out in alarm. Discovering that Chichio had used their last cabbage. The gravity of the situation was immediately apparent. As Brother Chang lamented the dire state of their supplies, he questioned Chichio about the remaining vegetables and fruits, revealing a shocking abundance of cucumbers, a fact that both surprised and frustrated Brother Chang. The dwindling supplies were a serious concern. As Brother Chang explained his limited ability to produce food, highlighting the scarcity of their remaining provisions and the failure of other crops. Lil Bro, alarmed by the dwindling food supplies, announced, "We only have one last cabbage left. We need to figure out how to produce more cabbage." Brother Chang, concerned, held the last cabbage. Xiuqiu, oblivious to the crisis, had just used the last of their cabbage. Brother Chang, desperate to solve the food shortage, attempted to magically produce more cabbage. But his attempt resulted in the cabbage disintegrating into dust. He muttered, "Damn it, again." Brother Chang continued to try, repeatedly failing to produce more cabbage. Lil Bro and Xiuqiu suggested other vegetables. Brother Chang, dejected, slumped onto the couch, overwhelmed by his repeated failures. Lil Bro expressed concern for his well-being. Lil Bro, exasperated, declared, "We won't have any more vegetables to eat in the future. We are done for." Xiuqiu, ever optimistic, suggested that they could still use cucumbers or grow their own vegetables. Sister Jean countered that they could simply use vitamins instead of vegetables. Sister Jean, ever pragmatic, explained that with sufficient light and proper temperature, vegetables could be grown indoors year-round. She detailed a plan to purchase a vegetable rack, soil, nutrient fluids, and LED lights. Brother Chang, impressed, exclaimed that Sister Jean was a farming expert. He then inquired about the procurement of these necessary items. Xiuqiu, ever optimistic, offered a simpler solution: they could use cucumbers or grow their own vegetables. However, upon seeing their lack of supplies, she expressed surprise. Brother Chang and Sister Jean attempted to dig through the frozen ground, but the soil proved too solid. Sister Jean exclaimed that it was impossible to dig through it. Xiuqiu, noticing the frozen ground, suggested an alternative approach. She demonstrated a powerful strike with her tool, shattering the ice, leaving Brother Chang to wonder what to do next. Brother Chang, finding the outdoor conditions too harsh, suggested they return indoors to formulate a plan. He then turned his attention to Qiuqiu, inquiring about her progress in preparing vegetable containers. Qiuqiu proudly displayed her collection of repurposed plastic bottles, explaining that despite lacking proper flower pots, she had enough containers to start planting. Brother Chang acknowledged her resourcefulness, commenting on her capability while Sister Jean questioned the lack of soil. Sister Jean, her tongue playfully sticking out, commented on the existence of a method to instantly melt ice. The apostle in charge of bathwater urged Qiuqiu to utilize his true power. Qiuqiu, with a sudden realization, exclaimed that he understood. He recalled a previous incident where, while attempting to heat bathwater, a red glow appeared on his hands, instantly heating the water. He hypothesized that by understanding the principle behind the red glow, he could melt the frozen soil outside. However, 20 minutes later, he found himself frustrated, unable to replicate the effect. Qiuqiu pondered the difference between his previous success and his current failure, reviewing the events in his mind. Suspecting that the electrocution he had previously experienced might be the key, he asked Li Zi if she possessed anything that could electrocute him. Li Zi, showing concern, questioned Qiuqiu about the electric batten's power, reminding him that it should only cause a slight numbing sensation. She reassured him that the basic electric magic spell was safe. Qiuqiu, undeterred, proceeded to test the batten on himself. A surge of electricity coursed through his hand, the energy sparking and crackling around his palm. He winced slightly at the sensation, but continued to focus on the experiment, his expression determined. He was sitting in the snow, a small patch of red appearing on his hand. Despite not fully understanding the underlying principles, Qiuqiu pressed on, muttering that it was fine as long as it worked. Another electrical surge shocked him, causing him to exclaim in pain. A powerful blue energy erupted around him, creating a swirling vortex in the snow, from the center of which, a small amount of dark soil emerged. He pulled it out, laughing triumphantly, finally achieving his goal. The final panel shows Qiuqiu and his companions preparing the soil and containers for planting vegetables. A group, including Lil Bro and a girl with pink hair, discussed planting seeds. Lil Bro noted they had many seeds and would plant everything, of course. But the girl pointed out that the house's temperature was too high for many vegetables, making some vegetables impossible to grow. They decided the basement, with its furnaces for heat preservation, would be the ideal location for their farm. Although Lil Bro wasn't sure if the temperature was high enough for the seeds to sprout. The girl, however, suggested using her green glow to make the seeds grow immediately. Lil Bro, controlling the rhythm of the energy output from a bottle, successfully made the seeds sprout. Afterwards, he used the green glow on various seeds, though some attempts failed. But by continuously using the green glow, they managed to produce tens of vegetable sprouts. However, a few days later, some sprouts died due to the cold despite the furnaces. Even with 4 furnaces, the room's temperature was only around 10 degrees. A discussion unfolds regarding the need to increase the room's temperature by at least 20 degrees. One suggestion is to add 2 more furnaces. However, it's pointed out that the furnace's capacity is limited unless the building's heat preservation is improved. The basement, however, already possesses optimal heat preservation, leading to the suggestion of digging deeper underground for better heat preservation. One character, confident in their physical strength, volunteers to undertake the task, while another observes that they are planning to dig a hole. Research is mentioned regarding the use of light glows against stones, suggesting a potential method for softening the stone. A character demonstrates their ability to soften stones using a purple glow. The softened stones, while resembling mud, remain as hard as stone. Despite numerous attempts to change the energy output of 3 glows, all experiments resulted in failure. Plants transformed into a black, solid substance, while meat became a black, sticky liquid. However, a stone remains unchanged, suggesting a difference between organic and inorganic matter. Days later, after numerous failures, a breakthrough occurs. The character discovers that exceeding the intensity of the red glow can shatter stones, making their previous efforts worthwhile. Lil Bro focused his energy, a red glow emanating from his hands. The intensity growing as he prepared to test the limits of his newfound ability. He muttered to himself, fully release the red glow, expand the range of scope as much as possible. Let's see what kind of effect it will have. With a surge of power, the glow intensified, causing the stone beneath him to crack and crumble, shattering into fragments as Lil Bro's power overwhelmed the stone's resistance. He noted, the effect isn't bad, but I am already exhausted from doing it just once. His exertion evident, he collapsed, his thoughts turning to the practical implications of his new ability. He wondered, I don't even know how many times I can use it per day. Later, he reflected on his recent work. After that, I was put in charge of digging the hole. Meanwhile, Sister Jean diligently transported the shattered rocks outside, a testament to the team's collaborative effort. The narration stated, Nurse Jean is in charge of transporting the shattered rocks outside. A week passed, and the results of their combined efforts were revealed. The text explained, 1 week later, tens of meters below the basement, we have dug out a new basement around 20 square meters. Lil Bro, exhausted but satisfied, collapsed onto the ground, muttering, such a gain. He had successfully completed the excavation, a monumental task achieved through his unique abilities. The chapter concluded with credits and an announcement of the next update. More than 2 weeks had passed since the decision to cultivate their own vegetables. Lil Bro, ascending a set of makeshift stairs carved into the earth, questioned aloud the lengthy growth time of the plants. Their existing stock of vegetables had dwindled, with only broccoli remaining, and that had lasted only 4 days. Lil Bro contemplated the prospect of eating only broccoli for another 2 months, a thought that filled him with despair. He learned that the green broccoli could reproduce and create seeds, potentially accelerating the growth of other vegetables. Sister Jean suggested planting bean sprouts as a faster alternative, estimating a harvest within 3 days. As Sister Jean descended the stairs, she lost her footing and tumbled down, landing with a thud. Lil Bro caught her before she hit the ground, but not without some impact. He expressed concern for her well-being. Sister Jean apologized profusely, assuring him that she was all right. Sister Jean, noticing Mr. Han's bleeding injury, exclaimed, "But Mr. Han, you are bleeding. Let me take a look at your injury, I am a nurse." Mr. Han, downplaying his injury, responded, "There's no need, I am really fine." Sister Jean, concerned, questioned, "What happened?" In a dimly lit room, a mysterious woman began a ritual, chanting, "O great evil eye, in the name of your apostle, I summon thee. Descend to the world in your omnipotent form and help me complete this most challenging mission. Come out, the fifth evil eye." The woman continued her incantation, her movements growing increasingly frantic. As a spectral energy coalesced above the laptop at the center of the ritual. Mr. Han, witnessing the scene, asked with concern, "What are you doing? Are you sick?" The woman explained, "This is the summoning ritual for the evil eye. One of the evil eyes has lost its function, so I am getting ready to summon another." "So you mean one of the CCTVs at the foot of the hill is broken? You frightened me." Mr. Han and Sister Jean, skiing through a snowstorm, encountered a malfunctioning CCTV system. The harsh weather conditions hampered their progress. Mr. Han expressed his frustration with the relentless snowstorm. As they continued their ascent, a strange sound startled them both. They reached the top of a ridge and observed a large amount of mist emanating from the distant hills. Sister Jean questioned Mr. Han about the unusual sight. Mr. Han, uncertain, noted the sudden appearance of the mist and the potential presence of people or dangers nearby, suggesting a quick return. The following afternoon, Mr. Han, back at his indoor farm, reflected on the events of the previous day, seemingly unconcerned. His focus shifted to accelerating the growth of his vegetables. He attempted to use rhythmic techniques to sprout the seeds, but discovered that the methods were not universally effective, leading him to conclude that he would need to refine his approach. 30 minutes had passed since the strange mist. Mr. Han, in his underground cultivation chamber, observed his experimental crops with a mixture of curiosity and concern. A green glow emanated from some of the plants. Those directly exposed to the glow had withered and died. He noted this with a frown, his internal monologue questioning the unexpected outcome. However, the plants shielded from the direct glow had experienced extraordinary growth. A thought sparked in his mind: could a faint green glow be the key to accelerating plant growth? His hypothesis proved correct. After 30 minutes of exposure, the green glow's effect ceased. Mr. Han, though pleased with the accelerated growth, recognized limitations. He could only use the glow intermittently. 5 days later, the results were in. His Chinese cabbage had grown to an enormous size. But other vegetables displayed unusual shapes and sizes. Sister Jean and the mysterious woman expressed their concerns, noting the strange appearance of the tomatoes and radishes. Mr. Han pondered the cause, wondering if his green glow was responsible for the unusual results. The abnormally large size of the green cabbages was particularly striking. The mysterious woman questioned whether this was a new breed, while Mr. Han remained uncertain, suspecting a link between the green glow and the unusual growth patterns. Mr. Han, Sister Jean, and the mysterious woman sat down to a meal of radish pork rib soup, tomato beef stew, and an abundance of unusually large green cabbage. Mr. Han declared it edible, unconcerned about the vegetable's unusual size. And Sister Jean expressed satisfaction that their hard work over the past 2 weeks had paid off. Sister Jean voiced a desire to cultivate strawberries and honeydew, while Mr. Han noted the remaining quantity of green cabbage. Sister Jean expressed her dislike for the green cabbage, prompting Mr. Han to wistfully mention Brother Li's absence and his prodigious appetite. Mr. Han reflected on the passage of 2 weeks since Brother Li and the others had journeyed down the hill, expressing concern for their well-being and speculating on the status of the compressed biscuits they had been given. A distant explosion rocked the landscape. The group heard the roar of the Demon King, a sound that occurred only once a day, prompting Mr. Han to dismiss it as inconsequential. 3 days later, the narrative continues. A distant explosion rocked the landscape, a cataclysmic event unfolding amidst a frozen wasteland of jagged ice formations and snow-covered ruins. Meanwhile, inside a warmly lit room, Mr. Han, Sister Jean, and the mysterious woman shared a meal, seemingly oblivious to the distant chaos. Mr. Han expressed mild concern, but quickly dismissed the distant sound as insignificant. A young man, however, was not so easily distracted. He sat at the table, visibly agitated, muttering about the repeated disturbances. Driven by a need to understand the source of the explosions, he rushed outside, determined to investigate. He climbed a ladder, scaling a snow-covered building to gain a better vantage point. His perilous climb led him to a precarious position atop the structure, from where he could finally see the source of the disturbance. The view revealed a massive, destructive event unfolding in the distance, leaving him speechless and filled with a sense of dread. "What's going on?" he wondered aloud. The young man, positioned on a snow-covered hilltop, used binoculars to observe a distant commotion. He muttered to himself, questioning who was causing such a disturbance. He pondered the implications of the explosions, noting the risk to his location and the potential for the commotion to escalate. And considered the structural integrity of his shelter in the face of such powerful blasts. He worried that even his reinforced walls might not withstand a direct hit. Despite his concerns, he resolved to take preventative measures, deciding to further reinforce the walls of his shelter. He began working alongside the mysterious woman and a young girl, gathering stones to construct a new, more resilient barrier. They discussed their strategy, noting the readily available materials and the practicality of using ice as a binding agent. The young man explained their plan: to pile up stones, pour water over them, and let the freezing temperatures create a solid ice wall. The young man, the mysterious woman, and the young girl worked together to reinforce their shelter. The temperature was so low that an ice wall, reinforced with stones, would be stronger than a cement wall. They toiled tirelessly, making the walls taller and thicker. When they ran out of stones, they scavenged from a nearby abandoned villa. After 3 days of backbreaking labor, a giant ice wall stood completed, offering a much-needed sense of security. With such a thick ice wall, the young man thought, we can rest easy for now. Suddenly, a loud ahh pierced the air. The young man, his eyes wide with alarm, realized that the bombardments had begun again and were getting closer. He recognized the unmistakable sound of the attacks. This is it, he thought, a grim determination hardening his features. From his vantage point, he could see the explosions growing closer, a chilling reminder of the danger they still faced. The young man, wary and apprehensive, peered through his binoculars, observing renewed bombardments drawing closer. A fiery explosion rocked the landscape, sending debris flying. Another building crumbled under the relentless assault. A chunk of ice from their protective wall shattered under the impact of a stray projectile. The young man, his apprehension growing, noted that luckily they had constructed the wall in advance, otherwise, they would have been in far greater danger. He urgently shouted a warning, bombardments! Everyone, quickly get to the basement! The group had wisely taken refuge underground for half a day before, preparing for such an eventuality. On the second night, while bathing, the young man was startled by the renewed bombardments nearby. In the afternoon of the fourth day, as the young man was about to use the toilet, the bombardments resumed, interrupting his attempt to relieve himself. The young girl, already in the bathroom, admonished him for not knocking first. Frustrated by their confined and precarious living situation, the young man exclaimed, "Damn it! We can't continue living like this." He voiced his concerns about their daily struggle to eat, drink, and sleep properly while hiding in the basement. Determined to find a solution, the young man declared his intention to identify the source of the bombardments, stating, "I want to see exactly who this madman is that keeps bombarding us." He reassured the young girl and the mysterious woman, "You guys take care of yourselves, I will be right back." Then, he left, heading out into the snowy landscape. Traveling across the snow-covered terrain on skis, he discovered a piece of cloth that appeared to be from a military uniform. The young man, having observed numerous corpses along his path, surmised that a fierce battle had taken place. To ensure his safety, he decided to ascend the nearby hill for a better vantage point. He climbed, his breath coming in ragged gasps, until he reached the summit and used his binoculars to scan the area below. What he saw was a massive cave, resembling a military facility. 2 cannons, he realized, were the source of the bombardments they had been enduring. But what puzzled him was the clandestine behavior of a group of soldiers within the cave's entrance. They appeared to be engaged in an internal conflict, fighting amongst themselves within what seemed to be their own base. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupted from the cave, sending one soldier flying. Another soldier was caught in the blast, screaming as he was thrown into the snowy landscape. A powerful blast of energy erupted from the snow, sending a soldier sprawling. He cried out, "Damn!" Another soldier surveyed the scene, observing the crater left behind. He muttered, "Looks like he's dead." He then questioned aloud, "Did that group of soldiers get wiped out?" Meanwhile, in a nearby structure, a woman and 2 children huddled together, watching from the shadows. A woman emerged from the structure, carrying a large cannon. 2 children accompanied her, one with pink hair and the other with blonde hair. She observed the scene and wondered, why is a family of 3 coming out? The woman with the cannon looked surprised and muttered to herself, "Did I get discovered? Impossible. I am hundreds of meters away. It must have been a coincidence." The young man, observing from a concealed position, witnessed a family emerge from hiding. The woman carried a large cannon, her apprehension evident. Her children, a girl and a boy, mirrored her cautious demeanor. The young girl, clutching her brother's hand, scanned their surroundings with wide, fearful eyes. Suddenly, the girl fired the cannon, unleashing a powerful blast that rocked the snowy landscape. The resulting explosion created a massive shockwave, sending tremors through the ground. The young man, startled by the unexpected attack, muttered to himself, "She really discovered me, how did she do that?" He decided to retreat further, planning to assess the situation before acting. Moments later, the sounds of approaching footsteps reached his ears. "What are those noises?" he wondered, a sense of unease washing over him. He realized they were being pursued, the sounds of gunfire growing closer. "They are catching up to us," he exclaimed, his heart pounding in his chest. A young man, desperate and apprehensive, scrambled through the snow, pursued by unseen enemies. He was clearly fleeing a recent attack, the aftermath of which was visible in the chaotic scene before him. A mysterious woman, cautious and possibly aggressive, stood with a young girl and boy, the girl having just fired a large cannon, the blast from which sent a shockwave through the snowy landscape. The sheer power of the explosion was evident. As the young man watched in disbelief, muttering, "What the hell? How is this possible?" The scale of the destruction was overwhelming. Defeated and exhausted, the young man collapsed in the snow, defeated. He declared, "I am done for." The cannon fire ceased, leaving only the vast, desolate expanse of the snowy wasteland. A chilling silence punctuated only by the wind whistling through the barren landscape. The young man's escape was uncertain. As the camera pans out to reveal the full extent of the devastation, a red mark appeared on the ground, indicating a possible new threat. A cannon blast rocked the snowy landscape, sending the young man sprawling through the snow. Coughing violently, he gasped for breath, his body racked with exhaustion. He had barely escaped the blast, but the impact left him battered and weak. "Almost got smothered to death," he thought, his voice a strained whisper. A nearby dam had partially shielded him from the full force of the explosion, he realized. Luckily, this dam blocked it. Otherwise, who knows how much further I would have been pressed down, he mused, surveying his surroundings. From his vantage point, he spotted 3 figures standing atop a snowdrift in the distance. "During that instant where I was buried by the snow, I saw 3 people standing on top of it. Do they have the ability to control ice and snow?" he wondered, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. The young man's gaze shifted to a nearby, partially destroyed building, its broken windows and icy exterior hinting at the severity of the recent conflict. He then noticed another soldier, unconscious and injured, lying nearby. "Hopefully, this fellow will be able to provide me with some useful information," he thought, approaching cautiously. He gently shook the soldier awake. "Hey, wake up," he urged. The young man, his expression cautious yet opportunistic, held a captured soldier captive. "Don't worry," he stated, "as long as you tell me information about that woman and those kids, I will let you go." The soldier, terrified but cooperative, began to explain, "They are simply inhuman. They know ice magic, can release energy waves, and can cause explosions as well." The young man interrupted impatiently, "Stop rambling, you bastard. Start from that woman and tell me about them one by one." The soldier continued, describing the woman's abilities. "That woman can release energy waves, she sent us all flying in one move." He then detailed the young girl's powers. "That girl knows explosion magic, she can turn anything into a bomb." Finally, he described the boy's abilities, "And that boy, he can control ice and snow, creating avalanches." The soldier concluded, his voice filled with fear, "They are not normal humans. They are superhumans. Magicians. Monsters." The young man listened intently, a flicker of something akin to awe in his eyes. "So outrageous?" The captured soldier recounted the devastating battle, stating that many soldiers perished in the conflict on the hills, all at the hands of the mysterious woman, young girl, and young boy. He questioned if the same trio was responsible for the ongoing bombardment of their villa region. The young man, overwhelmed by the revelation, expressed his frustration and confusion at the relentless attacks. His brother, the captured soldier, helplessly replied that he had no knowledge of the attacks. The young man, after a moment of contemplation, released his brother, who expressed his gratitude. With a final, resolute expression, the young man unleashed a powerful attack, seemingly targeting the mysterious woman, young girl, and young boy's location. The force of the attack was immense, causing widespread destruction across the snowy landscape. The attack continued, culminating in the destruction of a building in the distance. The young man, fueled by vengeance, unleashed a powerful, long-range attack. A surge of vibrant green and purple energy erupted from his hands, the force of the blast shattering the very walls around him. He observed the impact, muttering to himself, "It's obvious they weren't just firing randomly, it was aimed specifically at this location." He continued his assessment, "We are already multiple hills away from them, so how on earth did they discover our location?" The scene shifted to show the mysterious woman, young girl, and young boy observing the aftermath of the bombardment from a distance. The young boy exclaimed, "Big sister, you are so skillful." The mysterious woman responded, "As it should be. I have been practicing these past few days, so, of course, I'd be skillful." The mysterious woman explained the situation. After the bombardments, his ability fluctuations did not disappear, they became stronger instead. Both avalanche and bombs were unable to kill him, he's too powerful. The young girl and young boy discussed their next course of action. The young girl stated, "We have plenty of bombs, he will die eventually." The young boy added, "If we let him go, it will only attract more enemies." The mysterious woman concluded, "Fire a few more. If he still isn't dead, we will go chase after him then. That person isn't even afraid of bombs, will we be able to defeat him?" The young man, shaken but alive, grappled with a difficult decision. He considered initiating a direct confrontation with the three superhumans, but recognized the inherent risks. A return home would leave them vulnerable to constant attacks. The young man, surveying the snowy landscape from his vantage point, noted the strategic challenges ahead. There was a snowfield in front of the dam, with hills on both sides. Three enemies lay in wait, each possessing unique abilities: energy waves, ice and snow manipulation, and bombs. He analyzed the threats. The girl could transform anything she touched into a bomb, though his reinforced structures should withstand it. The woman emitted powerful energy waves from a long range, posing a significant threat. But the boy, capable of triggering avalanches, was the most dangerous. The young man considered his options. From afar, the boy could easily bury him in the dam under snow. His rifle offered a long-range solution, but his marksmanship wasn't precise enough at such a distance to guarantee a hit. The young man considered his options, muttering to himself. He noted that the enemy's ice and snow control made traps unreliable. Instead, he devised a plan to lure them to the lower level of the dam and release the water, trapping them. But he questioned how to lure them to the dam's lower level. Considering the risks of going down himself to open the gate, which was at least 7 meters tall. He recalled hearing that the ice layer at the North Pole is around 2 meters thick, meaning the water below it should be higher than the gate. Concluding that a check was necessary, he decided to descend. Knowing that failure to release the water at the crucial moment would be disastrous. He carefully made his way down, his actions precise and deliberate. A powerful blast of energy erupted near the dam, the shockwave rippling outwards. A green surge of energy followed, further destabilizing the area. The young man, observing from a distance, muttered, "That's great, there's water." He watched, a calculating glint in his eyes, as his plan began to unfold. "If I can lure them to the lower level," he thought, "it will be my victory." A group of figures, including a woman with long silver hair, moved through the snowy landscape, seemingly unaware of the danger approaching. They were caught in a sudden, powerful surge of water, the dam's breach unleashing a torrent. The force of the water swept them away, leaving them struggling against the current. One of the group shouted, "He's in the second house above the dam." The silver-haired woman, Yuan-Yi, gave orders. "I will send a bomb to him right now. Yuan-Yi, you make a move first. When he runs out of the house, then Zishi will take action." A young man with blonde hair, Zishi, nodded in agreement, "All right." The dam, breached by the young man's plan, unleashed a torrent of water, engulfing the landscape in a freezing deluge. The young man watched, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Yuan-Yi's forces, alerted to the young man's actions, launched a counterattack, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts that tore through the snow-covered battlefield. "They are here," the young man exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. From a concealed position, Zishi observed the chaos, her sniper rifle trained on the approaching enemy. "Let me see where you guys are at," she muttered, her gaze unwavering. Through the scope, she located her targets. Found you, she whispered, her finger tightening on the trigger. With deadly precision, Zishi fired a shot. A projectile streaking across the snowy expanse. Zishi, perched in a concealed position, fired a precise shot from her sniper rifle, the projectile streaking across the snowy landscape. The shot impacting its target with explosive force amidst Yuan Yi's forces, causing chaos and disruption. As Yuan Yi's forces, momentarily stunned, struggled to regain their composure amidst the sudden attack. Yuan Yi herself looked on, assessing the situation. Meanwhile, the young man, having triggered the dam's breach, observed the unfolding catastrophe from a safe distance. He muttered to himself, "I have waited for you guys for a very long time." Inside a damaged building, the young man moved swiftly, gathering supplies and preparing for the next phase of his plan. He moved with practiced efficiency, his movements precise and deliberate. He deftly avoided a collapsing section of the building, his agility impressive. And then, with a burst of energy, he unleashed a powerful attack, sending a shockwave through the structure. Outside, the young man stood amidst the chaos, a grim determination etched on his face. He looked up at the sky, muttering, "All the vulgarities I came up with after racking my brain, I have to infuriate them." A powerful blast of water erupted, the force of the attack clearly visible. Yuan Yi, her face contorted in fury, declared her intention to bomb the young man to death. Her rage was palpable. Zishi, seemingly unfazed, questioned the situation with a simple "A?" Yuan Yi, addressing her companions, revealed her deepest hatred, those she deemed run-through floozies. She unleashed a devastating attack, the resulting explosion sending a shockwave across the battlefield, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Her laughter echoed across the frozen landscape. The young man, observing from afar, was seen escaping via parachute, prompting a reaction from his pursuers. Yuan Yi's companions, fueled by anger, vowed to kill him, while Zishi attempted to calm her down. A purple energy surge erupts behind the young man as he escapes, leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. He turns, his face partially obscured by his goggles, and utters a final, chilling farewell, "Goodbye, all of you." The young man, pursued relentlessly, navigated a treacherous icy landscape. A waterfall, seemingly impassable, loomed before him. But with a burst of speed and agility, he leaped across the cascading water, his movements precise and determined. Continuing his daring escape, he counted each successful jump, muttering to himself, "Second, third, fourth." The final leap sent him hurtling into a snowdrift, creating a massive splash of snow and ice as he disappeared from sight. He emerged from the snow, leaving behind the immediate danger, but the journey was far from over. A group of pursuers, including a man with white hair and a woman with pink hair, appeared on the scene, their expressions a mixture of determination and frustration. "I found that bastard," one of them exclaimed. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that the young man's escape had left no trace of his abilities, leaving them momentarily stunned. The young man, still pursued, paused, his ears picking up a strange sound. A low rumble that grew steadily louder. Until it became clear, a massive flood was rushing towards them. It was a trap. Yuan Yi, realizing the danger, shouted, "It's a trap. Let's run quickly." The three of them scrambled to escape the rising waters, leaping across treacherous ice formations. Yuan Yi urging them onward with cries of "Move quickly." But the flood was relentless, the ice melting rapidly under their feet. Yuan Yi, using her ice powers, created a protective barrier around herself, the young man, and Zishi as they were swept away by a powerful current. The force of the water pushing them through a narrow passage, finally emerging into a calmer section of the river. The young man, having escaped the immediate danger, surveyed the terrain. His view was obstructed by hills, making it impossible to assess the situation downstream. He mused that even if his companions had drowned, they would have frozen to death before reaching the bottom. He felt relieved, knowing he could return to destroy the cannons in the cave at his leisure. His thoughts drifted to the carefree days ahead. The young man continued his trek, his foot accidentally stepping on a thin sheet of ice. The young man, traversing a snow-covered landscape, mused, it would be great if I could travel through the snow as if it was flat land. He continued his journey, the vast expanse of snow stretching before him. He cautiously approached a structure partially buried in the snow, his weapon raised, suspecting it might be occupied. There shouldn't be anyone inside, right? He thought. Suddenly, a group of armed soldiers emerged from the structure, aiming their weapons at him. The young man's thoughts raced, please don't have a group of people suddenly appear and shoot me dead. Reacting swiftly, he used his ice powers to disable the cannons nearby. Wondering aloud, wait, will the cannons explode after they melt? He considered the potential consequences. If it were to explode and attract other people, things would get troublesome. He decided on a course of action, let's ignore the shells, if there's no cannons, they'll likely be useless anyway. Approaching a large military facility, the young man expressed curiosity about its contents. His eyes widening in shock as he discovered a vast arsenal of weaponry inside. He recalled the mortar attack from earlier, realizing that these were the weapons used against him. And despite the building's strength, he knew it wouldn't withstand another barrage. With a determined shout of melt them, the young man unleashed his ice powers. Freezing and destroying the enemy cannons one by one, his resolve unwavering as he declared, melt them all. Having successfully neutralized the threat, he declared done, and noted the sheer scale of the military equipment present. Reflecting on the significant resources dedicated to this single military troop, the young man, burdened by the sheer scale of military supplies, considered the risks. He mused that if others were to acquire these firearms, it would be far too dangerous. His thoughts drifted to Yuan-Yi and Zishi, and he wished for their presence. He believed that with their help, they could safely remove everything. A sudden idea struck him, he would return for them, making the situation safer by having all the supplies under his own control. He began his descent, moving swiftly and silently through the facility. He used his ice powers to create projectiles, launching them with precision. The projectiles struck the enemy soldiers, causing chaos and disabling their weapons. One soldier exclaimed crap, in surprise. The resulting explosion rocked the facility as the young man escaped. Meanwhile, Yuan-Yi and Zishi watched from above, observing the young man's actions. Yuan-Yi taunted them, stating, trying to kill us? Watch how I bomb you to death. Yuan-Yi, her eyes narrowed in thought, tapped a finger to her temple. A powerful explosion rocked the facility, sending shockwaves through the structure as multiple soldiers were caught in the blast radius. The young man, utilizing his ice powers, created a protective barrier, narrowly escaping the immediate danger. The young man, momentarily stunned by the force of the explosion, noted that his reinforced clothing had saved him from certain death. He observed that the rock that exploded came from above, indicating the presence of enemies near the cave ceiling. Yuan-Yi, witnessing the scene from a safe distance, cursed under his breath, realizing the ambush. He then unleashed a wave of ice, freezing the pursuing soldiers in their tracks. The ice spread rapidly, encasing the soldiers in a solid, icy prison. A volley of laser fire rained down on the trio, forcing them to take cover amongst the jagged ice formations. Yuan-Yi and the young man were struck, collapsing to the ground with pained cries. Zishi, however, remained unharmed, observing from a distance. Yuan-Yi, despite her injury, managed to utter a cry of warning before falling unconscious. A lone soldier approached Yuan-Yi and the young man, weapons raised, only to be met with a defiant "we surrender" from Yuan-Yi. The soldier, momentarily taken aback, hesitated. This hesitation proved fatal. The young man, despite his injuries, unleashed a burst of ice power, incapacitating the soldier. Meanwhile, Zishi's brother, observing from afar, noted the strength of the surrounding rocks and the potential danger of the explosives. He calculated his next move carefully, weighing the risks of engaging the enemy. He considered the strategic implications of shooting first, acknowledging the potential for a counterattack from Yuan-Yi if he targeted her sister first. Ultimately, he decided to wait, aware that he needed to remain vigilant against a potential ambush from the young man. Yuan-Yi, injured and surrounded by soldiers, stated that there was no enmity between them as long as the soldiers stopped bombarding her house. The young man, observing from a distance, questioned the situation, incredulous at the suggestion of the bombardment. Yuan-yi explained that if she weren't being bombarded every day, she wouldn't bother coming to check the situation. The young man, still skeptical, asked Zishi why she had been bombarding Yuan-yi's house daily. Zishi, seemingly unfazed, responded that it felt too good to blow things up and that she would feel uncomfortable if she didn't do it every day, further adding that she wanted to bomb all the rich people staying at those villas. The young man, exasperated, called Zishi crazy. He then questioned if she was related to the soldiers who ambushed them earlier. Yuan-yi, attempting to de-escalate the situation, pointed out that she didn't look like a soldier, despite being present at the same time as the ambush. The young man, still suspicious, asked if Yuan-yi believed him if she said she was just passing by. Yuan-yi winced, clutching her leg. "My leg hurts," she said. The young man led Yuan-yi to a makeshift medical station in what appeared to be an abandoned warehouse. Various medical supplies were scattered on a table. While the young man tended to Yuan-yi's wound, he observed her calm demeanor during the bullet removal. He thought, even while removing the bullet, this woman is too calm. If it was me, I would be screaming from the pain. He continued his assessment, noting her experience with bullet wounds. This little girl is also very experienced with handling a bullet wound. I am afraid their background isn't that simple. Yuan-yi, her leg bandaged, addressed Zishi and the young man. "From today onwards, you guys will stop bombarding my house, and I won't disturb you guys as well. How about it?" Zishi, seemingly pleased with the outcome, added, "To show our sincerity, as long as you need them, you are welcome to take any resources here." Yuan-yi's companion, however, questioned the arrangement. "We are the ones who managed to steal the things here, why are we giving it to him?" Yuan-yi apologized for her recklessness. "I was wrong. This little girl was playing and was insensible, I hope you can forgive her." Yuan-yi, still bandaged, proposed a truce. "Since we have already reconciled," she stated calmly, "can Mr. put down his gun first?" The young man remained wary. "I still don't trust you guys," he responded, his grip on his weapon unwavering. Yuan-yi, undeterred, continued, "This is actually a kind of superpower technique. If Mr. wants to learn, I can teach you." Intrigued, the young man questioned, "Superpower?" Yuan-yi explained, "Before this abnormal climate started, there were already people who possessed supernatural abilities, we call them superpowers. She elaborated further, illustrating her point with a diagram. A superhuman emits fluctuations that are similar to a magnetic field. As long as you can sense these waves, you can determine the rough location of the superhuman." The conversation continued for some time, with Yuan-yi teaching the young man how to sense the superpower fluctuations of others. The young man then pondered aloud, "Since superpowers can grow stronger based on proficiency, then is it possible to awaken new superpowers?" A woman with silver hair, dressed in red, addressed a man, her tone sharp. "You finally put the gun down. Regarding the previous matter where you called me a run-through floozy and a damned uggo, would you like to explain yourself?" Another man, observing from a distance, chuckled. "Ha, I knew sister wouldn't let him off that easy." The scene shifted to a room littered with bloody handprints. The silver-haired woman stood with the two men, a young girl cowering nearby. The pink-haired woman, brimming with mischievous energy, addressed the man with the gun. "You guys aren't thinking of dying together with me, right?" The man with the gun, visibly apprehensive, responded internally, "The previous explosions didn't even hurt me, so why should I be scared?" He continued his internal monologue, "If there really were explosions all around me, I would probably be heavily injured, even if I didn't die." The silver-haired woman intervened, stating, "Don't misunderstand, Mr. Han. We have already reached an agreement for cooperation." She then turned to the man, explaining, "I just want Mr. Han to explain the vicious curses you threw at me earlier." The man, seemingly evasive, replied, "What vicious curses? I don't remember anything at all." The silver-haired woman, unfazed, continued, "Someone as graceful and wise, gentle and beautiful, radiant and brilliant, as Miss Jiang, who's also a beloved figure to all men, it must have been a misunderstanding." The man in the military uniform explained that the fuel for the generator at home was running out, and he needed to replenish it. He planned to bring someone to collect resources in a few days. The silver-haired woman, Miss Jiang, offered him to take whatever he wanted and rest for the night, suggesting he leave tomorrow. The man noted that Miss Jiang had planned things thoroughly. The pink-haired woman, surprised, asked if he wanted to stay. The man declined, stating he had matters to attend to at home. The pink-haired woman and the silver-haired woman discussed whether to tell the man about the superpowers matter, considering the potential for future requests. The silver-haired woman instructed the pink-haired woman to stop pretending to be asleep, as the man had left. The pink-haired woman expressed her dislike for talking to strangers, while examining the blonde man. Exhausted, the man trudged through the snow-covered landscape. A sharp pain seizing his chest. His heart felt constricted, making it difficult to breathe. The discomfort intensified, each breath a struggle. He didn't understand what was happening. Overwhelmed, he collapsed, declaring he couldn't continue. Remembering a hidden CCTV camera ahead, he desperately called for help. His desperate plea was captured by the camera's lens. The footage showed the man's struggle, his desperate waving for help. Meanwhile, in a different location, a young woman slept soundly, oblivious to the events unfolding outside. The man with the gun stumbled through the snow, his breath clouding in the frigid air. A sharp pain seizing his chest. "My chest, it hurts," he gasped, clutching at his side. His body collapsing into the snow as the intense pain overwhelmed him. Meanwhile, the pink-haired woman remained asleep, oblivious to the distress unfolding nearby. Until she was startled awake by a sudden noise. The man with the gun awoke in a bed, naked and confused. "What's going on? How did I come back here?" he wondered, his disorientation palpable. Then a further shock: "Why am I naked?" A woman entered the room, explaining, "I suddenly got hungry in the middle of the night. I happened to see the CCTV screen when I came out looking for food. So I went down the hill to carry you back." The pink-haired woman, Nurse Jean, tended to the man with gun, who was naked and confused. She explained that she had found him collapsed at the bottom of a hill, seemingly from chest pains, and had brought him back to recover his body temperature. She questioned why he had fainted, noting that he didn't appear to have any other injuries. The man with gun recalled a sudden chest pain before losing consciousness. He then recounted the events of the previous day to the two women present. Nurse Jean speculated that the cold weather and overexertion might have triggered angina. Despite his recent ordeal, Nurse Jean praised his bravery in facing 3 opponents alone, a feat she attributed to his status as someone chosen by the evil eye. The man with gun, however, retorted with a sarcastic comment about his health being of concern. Nurse Jean then informed him that the evil eye would soon embark on another campaign, and that he needed to rest and undergo medical assessments for the next few days to avoid cardiac overload. Under Nurse Jin's care, the man with gun made a full recovery within 5 days. Later, while relaxing in a bathhouse, the man with gun was interrupted by a young girl who suggested he had been abandoned by the evil eye for quite some time. The man with gun, having recovered from his chest pains, observed his own hands with a newfound awareness. He muttered to himself, "I see, this is a divine technique." Meanwhile, the pink-haired woman, along with 2 other individuals, sat anxiously in a desolate, snowy landscape. She voiced her concern, "I thought he would return very quickly, but it's already been 8 days." Her companions reacted with shock upon hearing that the man with gun had returned with 2 other superhuman individuals. "What? There are actually 3 superhumans?" "That's impossible," one exclaimed. The scene shifted to reveal a wider view of the group, highlighting their isolated position amidst a harsh, icy environment. A sense of unease hung in the air. A new group arrived, led by a man carrying a rifle. They announced their presence. "Long time no see, Miss Jiang. We are here to get the resources." The rifleman then gestured towards the group with the pink-haired woman, explaining, "They are the 3 superhumans I mentioned, we are now allies." One of the newcomers, a woman carrying a first aid kit, approached the group with a friendly greeting, "Hello everyone, nice to meet you. Please guide me along." The scene concluded with a lingering shot of the combined group, and a final thought from one of the newcomers: "I shouldn't have come." A woman with long, silver hair, wearing a red top and a fur-trimmed coat, appeared suddenly in a snowy tunnel. Her glasses were askew, and her mouth was open in a surprised gasp. "Sister! Why are you here?" she exclaimed. The pink-haired woman and her companions stared in shock, their expressions a mixture of surprise and disbelief. "Huh?" one of them questioned. The woman in the red coat, seemingly agitated, confronted a group of individuals. She exclaimed, "Do you think I'm blind?" She continued, accusing them of disappearing from the research institute, expressing her worry. The woman in the red coat explained that she had been chasing a new dream. A dream of staying home and eating all day until death. The other woman, in a purple cloak, asked what kind of dream that was, clearly perplexed. The purple-cloaked woman cried out for help. The pink-haired woman and the man with the gun watched from a distance, questioning if the two women knew each other. The man with the gun responded that he didn't know. The scene shifted to a hallway in what appeared to be an abandoned building. Later, in a room within the building, the man with the gun asked if the two women were sisters. The woman in the red coat clarified that the purple-cloaked woman, Quiquio, was her blood-related sister from different parents. The others reacted with surprise. The man with the gun pointed at the woman in the red coat and the purple-cloaked woman, stating that the latter should be the elder sister. The woman in the red coat, showing a picture on her phone, explained that Quiquio, her younger sister, is actually a year older than her. The pink-haired woman and the man with the gun reacted with surprise to the revelation, commenting on the significant age difference between the sisters now compared to when they were younger. The pink-haired woman jokingly remarked that they look more like mother and daughter now than sisters, while the woman in the red coat nervously chuckled, acknowledging the comment. The woman in the red coat then revealed that many things happened after Quiquio left the research institute. Quiquio asked what kind of things happened, prompting the man with the gun to suggest that they speak freely. The man with the gun, seemingly concerned about Quiquio's reaction, asked if she didn't want him to hear about it. The woman in the red coat, having revealed Quiquio's age and her sister's past at the research institute, continued, "After you left, our research succeeded, but the professor was killed, and the institute was destroyed." Quiquio, the purple-cloaked woman, responded, "That was way too brief. The very first sentence already has so much information, I totally can't make sense of it." Quiquio then revealed, "Machem, I already knew about that." The woman in the red coat, surprised, asked, "Eh? How did you know?" Quiquio explained, "There were factions in the city capturing superhumans. If we were to reveal our identities, they might come after us." The woman in the red coat nodded, "That too. If you overuse your superpower ability, crystals will grow on your body. We have also found a method to remove the crystals. They grew on his heart a few days ago, so I helped him remove them." Two women and a small, furry creature listened intently as a young man, his expression serious, declared, "I'm sure." The woman in a white coat, the man's sister, began to recount their past, explaining that at 19, she had graduated with a master's degree, while her younger sister was 17 and already famous for her research. She added, "It's my first time seeing a middle school girl with such an expression." The man reacted skeptically, "Sounds a bit too unrealistic." The woman continued her story, explaining that years prior, their research institute had accidentally discovered a superhuman sealed in ice due to her powers. She then revealed that last year, she and her sister unexpectedly gained superpowers, but her sister vanished shortly after. The woman explained that at the beginning of the year, the institute succeeded in their man-made superhuman project. But a few months later, the professor responsible for the research was murdered in the women's bathroom, and other researchers involved either went missing or were murdered. Ultimately, the building was destroyed, but they managed to escape, losing their superpowers in the process. The woman in the red coat explained that, to her knowledge, a group called iBase had gathered several superhumans, whom she suspected were responsible for the research institute's destruction. Meanwhile, the man with the gun questioned a captive about his involvement with iBase, revealing that the captive was captured alongside a group of fighters. The captive, however, clarified that he was part of a volunteer group that had been captured and was now being used as cannon fodder by IBase. This revelation shocked the man with the gun, who found it hard to believe that Brother Lee and his associates would stoop to such tactics. The man with the gun, still suspicious, demanded to meet the captive to question him further. The pink-haired woman led the man with the gun to the captive's location. They found the captive locked up in a cell. The pink-haired woman approached the captive, intending to question him. Two armed figures in white uniforms and a pink-haired woman stood guard over a captive man in a beige coat. One guard chuckled, "Heh, heh, heh. I didn't expect it to be you, you're a minor captain now, huh?" The captive man, Jiang Shueo, sat quietly, his expression unreadable.